Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for another week of the NLC. It's a pleasure to be back here today. I'm surprised I could even make it to the studio, all things considered. There's been train delays, switching trains, and a whole lot of snow here in Denmark. So we've been struggling to make it to the studio today, but we will still be here to bring you guys the broadcast. And let me introduce you who we've got with us here today. So let's start with, Empress, you've been here every single week. Pleasure to have you back as always. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. I mean, I ran with Duckling through the snow.
Yes, you had a rough day. 2 hours or something we had to spend extra on the train.
Man, this day. I can't wait for the first game though.
I can't wait for the first game to have a break from here in the talk.
Exactly.
Malte, how about you? You obviously made it to the studio a bit earlier.
Yes.
You live in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and I'm dry. I've been inside the whole day as a pure gamer. Should be so. No running through the snow. Just enjoying drinking a cup of coffee and just looking forward to seeing you guys again.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good day today, right? We've got some interesting matchups. My main two eyes are falling on the first few games. I'm seeing Arctic Panda versus Bulldogs, top of the table clash. But let's kind of just mention quickly the first game. We've got two teams without a win. They'll be playing. It's Ruddy versus FF15 in the first game. That's the day. And I maybe want to hear just quickly, who do you think early thoughts before we get any real predictions in? Because I hear Ruddy have made a roster change, bringing Painful in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, and maybe that can help them in a sense, but I still think that FF15 will take the win.
You think Forsen will get his first
Yeah,
NLC win?
I think Forsen will carry this one.
What about you, Malte? Will Ruddy end their losing streak? It's been 281 days since they last won a best of series in the NLC.
Yeah.
Will that change?
I mean, looking at FF15, they do have some players who are able to shine. We have Jack Spectra, we have Pobelter. Like, maybe against a weaker team, they can bring out their true carry potential. I think it's hard to say who's going to take the win. I mean, they will still have to carry Forsen. But yeah, I mean, with a new change in the mid lane, maybe I'll go for Ruddy, I think.
Okay, so Ruddy will end their losing streak here today. For them, it's been 281 days. For Forsen, it's been a rough few weeks. Let's take a look at the matchup that's coming first in this video.
Oof, it's been rough, not gonna lie. I would like to win a game.
And the faithful shall be rewarded.
And there you have it. Just a short little 50-second trailer for the game we've got coming up. The unwinnables, right? None of these teams have had a win in quite a while. I'm excited, and I will say myself, I am leaning Ruddy. But before we go on to that matchup, I do believe we have our pre-game guest ready to join us, and I'm very excited for this. We've got one of Bulldog's co-owners in Jolly joining us. We had Navi on last week, one of the other co-owners, and oh my God, Jolly, how you doing, mate? Dressed up and everything. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great, mate. I'm really excited for today's games.
I barely can hear you in the studio. I hope production can turn you up a bit because it's there's not much audio. But sounds like you're excited for the game. So they're fixing that. In the meantime, I'll just let you sit there and look beautiful, Jolly. You look incredible, of course, in the suit. Because until I can hear you in the studio, I sadly can't use this very much. But think a bit about what you think about that first game while I talk to my other two co-hosts here. Because I want to hear, after that trailer, did anything change? 281 days?
I mean, I must say, you did that manually, right?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take that much, only like half an hour.
I mean, you're just a multi-role talent. I mean, the sad part is, like, you can do everything except like playing League, right?
Except playing League, yeah.
But it's
right,
okay.
right.
I mean, it's a great video, and I think nothing changed. I still think that.
What I'm interested in is if any of the players actually feel any pressure. We talked with Forsen. I think it was a few weeks ago, maybe it was last week. I can't remember specifically about he wanted to win a game. Like that's where his expectations were. This is probably the best chance. Let's be honest. Maybe, like, do they feel any pressure? I don't think the rest of the squad maybe, but does Forsen himself, the God Gamer, feel any pressure? And for Ruddy themselves also, like, this is an ego win, let's be honest. qualifying for playoffs. It's going to be a long run ahead,
Yeah.
long road ahead. Maybe impossible. I haven't really done
It's
the
looking
math.
very hard, and this would also
Yeah.
be the first time Roddy actually in their organization history miss the playoffs in the NLC. They've made it every year. You could say last year they didn't win a single game in summer, but every team made it there in summer. Jolly, can we have a quick test? I believe your audio should be working.
Yeah, can you hear me
Hey,
now?
we can hear you loud and clear in the
loud,
studio.
yeah.
Let's take that first
Amazing.
question again. You're very loud now, but it's okay. I'd rather hear you more than less. So, how are you doing, and how are you feeling about the banger game today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. We've got game one's going to be interesting against Ruddy and FF15. You've got one team that has not won yet, and one team that nearly hasn't won in a calendar year. It's in a way I'm coining it the battle of the bins for game
Battle
one,
of the bins.
because
All
you've
right.
got two kind of trash teams.
Yeah.
And then Arctic Pandas after against Bulldog. I'm excited for that because I really rated that Arctic Pandas roster. I think they've got a lot of talent that's played in like the Premier Leagues of ERLs. They've played in Prime League and they've played in other leagues as well. And they've got a really good coach as well with LEC experience. So it's going to be a tough game, probably our toughest challenge yet.
How do you feel though? Do you feel confident? Like, what are your expectations? Obviously, you're hoping for a win, but do you feel like this past week of scrims have been good? Like, are you as prepared as you can be for what is your toughest test yet?
I always back the lads. I think we've got a good quality roster. I think in previous splits, we've kind of gone for inexperience with rookies. But this split, we've really hammered down of getting people that are, our youngest player is 21. We've got, old man Kasing, who's the veteran of the game. And yeah, just an experienced roster that's ready to fight. I think we've had some rough games. It's kind of been up and down because we played two of the weakest teams. We played Deer, which have been quite a good team and got a win there, and then struggled against DMG. But I think last week kind of left the lads hungry because it was a massive stomp. We destroyed Ruddy, and I think this week we want to, come out and show what we're about.
Yeah, I really understand that, especially considering the state Ruddy has been in. They have made a change today, bringing Painful into the mid lane, someone you might remember from his time in the NLC. But let's talk about that Bullseye derby, right? Having Loki in the mid lane, such a famous player, LCS finals last year with Cloud9. How do you feel having such a big name play for your org? And obviously, winning the Bullseye derby. How was that for a week?
I mean, yeah, seeing Loki in the game got everyone excited. Our TM posted that he was joining us and nobody believed it. We had to screenshot the NLC telling us that Loki was joining us to prove to the players. They're all like, what do you mean Loki's joining us?
I mean, it's also
but
wild.
yeah, it was,
though.
yeah, it was crazy. And yeah, winning the Bullseye derby is obviously massive. It feels less important now. I put out a tweet on the main account that we're looking for a new rival just because Ruddy haven't really been showing up.
Yeah,
So
we
if
saw
anyone
that.
out there wants to be,
Can you see that?
Yeah,
have
yeah,
you,
if
have you
anyone
gotten
out
some good
there
applicants yet? Have there been anyone testing the waters? I saw a few from DMG in the comments. Is that why you're looking next?
DMG have applied. A random org that I think plays CS:GO called Viperia applied.
We've got the tweet
But,
on the stream now as well, Johnny. And I think I saw it. I thought it was hilarious. I'm looking forward to see who your next
Yeah, I
rival
mean-
will be. But you're keeping the Bullseye derby alive?
I mean, we want to. I want to see what Ruddy do next split. I mean, it's really up to them because if they're going to do, two splits of, a really weak team. Last split they had Don Jake in jungle. This split is not much better. So if they can improve, we'll see.
Well, I think coming into the game today, could Arctic Pandas be maybe, or is that too far off because they're from Finland?
Maybe. I think we need to build a bit of history. So if we can beat them today, and then maybe we see them again in the playoffs, or potentially we see them next split as well, then that could be something where we build up there. But I think it's one of the most competitive games we're going to play because it's such a good roster. I'm excited to see what happens.
It is a really good roster, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be exciting to see. I can't wait. We talked with Navi last week as well. Bulldog in itself is a historical name. She mentioned it a little bit, but what are you looking forward to, or what can you say, looking into the future of what Bulldog Esport, you want Bulldog Esports to become? now that you're also looking for a rival, I mean, it's a good way to start building even more history, if you could say that.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, the main thing, I can hear myself in my ear, by the way, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, production will hopefully get on that and try and fix it. I can only apologize, but they know now that you can hear yourself, so hopefully that will get sorted.
Okay. I'll try to work through it. But basically, for me, the main thing is community. The UK community is very tight-knit. What we have is, people that they love League of Legends and they love esports. And I think the difference between someone who watches LEC and watches the tier 1 leagues and someone who watches ERLs is ERL people, they want to interact with the players. They can interact with me as an owner. I talk to people on Twitter. I talk to people in Twitch.
You're not in the Twitch chat as well, right? You're a big personality in the NLC Twitch chat. I think many might have not thought you actually co-owned Bulldog, but you're sitting there in chat every week, right? Making up chants and spreading the hype. So yeah, have you connected with any Bulldog fans there? Do you feel like that's a big part of the process?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I get quite a few people that don't believe I'm actually the owner. From some of the stuff I say in Twitch chat, they're like, no way, you're the owner. But yeah, I think connecting with those people is really valuable. And I think that's what separates the NLC as a product and the other, Prime League, LFL, things like that, is you can just connect with people in a way you couldn't do for LEC or, LCK or anything like that, because everyone's so far away there. It's almost like they're like gods in a different plane almost.
Yeah. I can totally get that. I think it's a very noble cause as well, but I believe, Malte, you have something you wanna show us, because obviously, Jolly, we normally have a segment, right? And you haven't played a 1v1 against someone, but I know someone is about to get embarrassed in this room, and sadly, that person might be me, and you'll be the lucky witness. Yeah, I mean, we have some guys, we have had a lot of NLC players play against our in-house 1v1 specialist, and some say he might be Faker. I don't know. All I know is that he's called the XD. And yeah, normally we do have some NLC players or other team personalities, but today we have our very own Duckling here.
I'm sorry.
Who had a chance to showcase his League of Legends skills. And before you say anything, can we just take a short second to look at his face? Production, please, not mine. No beard, new haircut, and I'm gonna get embarrassed in stream as well. Johnny, I will say, I want your feedback on how you feel like I played this 1-1. I know you've been tweeting a bit about your journey, right? You're still below Don Jake at the very least in ranks. That's one place where Roddy is still winning, but I want to hear your feedback after you've seen how I did. I feel like I was quite all right, but I entered a bit early on, which made it hard for me. But I think the video is ready. Let's just see how I performed in my 1v1, and then I'll get my excuses ready in the meantime. I'm giganting, it's too, there you go, that's big. Oh my god, what is this HP, man? 3 minions missed! Thing is, I need to kind of give up on the minions, but I don't want to be too far behind before I do an all-in. That's the Either, can I get one hit? I need to back here. I have to, just gonna step up and try and cancel. I'm kinda cooked. Oh, that was so in. Shouldn't have stopped the recall. I need to stand so XP out of heal though. It's expensive. He can help push the wave, recall full HP, way more gold. What can I cheese with? I think this.
and just probably pots so that get poked too much before he's level 5, and I can start stepping up. Nice. I think level 5, one more minion. Yeah, there we go. What do you want? I think I win an extended fight now. I flash, he's barrier. No! I didn't flash the Q. I could have had it. Oh. GG.
Oh my. Okay, can I just mention 2 things, okay?
Yeah.
Buddy, you have heal in a 1v1, by the way. You have heal. And also, did you eat breakfast? Because you were eating a lot of those Orianna Qs. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I feel like
that is crazy.
genuinely that was one of the most tilting things because I felt like I dodged almost half of them, but I still got hit because the hitbox of Kogi was too fat.
But you also didn't lasted any minions.
But that was the thing, like in the first wave, I missed I think 3 or 4 minions where I auto-attacked them to like 1 or 2 HP. And that, like, I was already giga tilted at that point. I don't know, Jolly, what about your expertise thoughts? You know, your platinum player? You know, you're capable of playing in the NLC, all things considered. So what do you say?
I don't think you were quite on NLC level yet. Maybe Ruddy. Maybe Ruddy.
Maybe Ruddy would have me.
If painful doesn't work out, maybe you're in there, mate.
That's crazy, but no, I think the flash was the biggest embarrassment for me. That was what really annoyed me, because I think I would have won it had I flashed like the QW combo, but instead I just flash in and take the E damage as well.
I mean, at that point, I just closed my eyes. Okay, I couldn't bear.
It was disturbing. Let's focus a bit more on the league though, Jolly, while we still have you for a few more questions, because obviously you're always in Twitch chat, you're keeping your eyes on what's happening in the NLC. And outside of like Bulldog, of course, and Arctic Panda, who you've been praising a lot, you're playing today, which team has been the biggest surprise to you, both positively and negatively?
Positively, probably DMG, honestly. I looked at DMG and obviously it's a roster with pedigree, right? It's got experience in the NLC. It's been in and about the NLC, but it kind of looked to me almost like a mid-table outside contender. But they beat us pretty well, and they're looking good undefeated right now. So who knows? Like, what can they do? They're kind of the dark horse this split. And then in terms of like for worst, I thought FF15 were going to be much better than they were, because even though Forsen is a big mark on the team, I think Pobelt is really good, and they've got other players that are of great quality. So it was surprising to me to see them not win a game yet.
Yeah. Well, it just shows how an important role the jungler really is, because if you don't have one, or at least if you have one that is way below the level we usually see, I mean, it can be hard to have a coherent team.
I mean, all things considered, you know, Jolly, are you gonna sub yourself in at one game? You know, maybe do a Forsen, you know, bring the Jolly to the Rift if playoffs is locked at the end, or?
I don't know. We'll see. I think my other co-owners would probably kill me if I sub myself in for a game.
I think that's a good idea too. I would love to see you on the Rift though. It'd be something I get to laugh at, other than my own 1v1 just being bodied. But it's been great. It's been great having you on, Jolly. I believe that is all the time you have. Hopefully we get you on again. I love the suit as well. Hopefully we see you in that more often. You look
Thank you.
A handsome fella today.
I saw week 1 Leo classed it up, so they were all in suits. So I thought I've got to class it up as well. You know.
Yeah. Very much appreciated, man. Best of luck today. I'm very excited for you guys' game, and hopefully we see you guys in playoffs. And I'll see you in Twitch chat if I don't see you again on the NLC stream shortly. Bye bye, man.
Bye bye.
All right.
Best of luck.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Pleasure as always. One of the great org owners we've got here in the league. We've still got about 10 minutes to go before we get into the game, so let's start digging a bit deeper. I want to start with Ruddy for today's games, because I am mainly looking at the mid lane. Because Krabby Patty, he's out, and in the mid lane comes Painful, a player who has played in the NLC. He's been in the playoffs before with Venom Crest. He did also have a split with natives afterwards where it didn't go too well, but I think he's definitely NLC quality. And I mean, compared to how they've done, they could use some of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be very interesting to see how they kind of work together with someone who's maybe a bit higher up skill-wise, but also seeing how he will, just fulfill the team and kind of lift them up, and maybe they can play together better than before. But it can be hard if he's the only one who has to carry it.
I just want to say it is more changes that I've had personally expected. Separate obviously played last week as well, but Mikla is in on the top lane. Yeah. Not what I remember seeing, but Bobik as well in the jungle. It's basically a new look Roddy if you look compared to week 1. Only Wasey, the guy laying in bed, remains. But I see they've been sponsored by Secret Labs today, so hopefully he will get a chair, right? So he doesn't have to lay in the bed.
That is so true. Maybe he actually will have a proper setup and he will just carry.
Like he just levels up, but I feel like Roddy definitely, this needs to be the game they turn this around. Their season, it's already really hard, only 9 games. You've lost, 4 games already. Getting playoffs with top 4, near impossible. You'll miss that record you've had now for qualifying for playoffs 3 years in a row. But at the very least, you want to go out with your heads held high, right? Get some momentum building towards spring. And losing to FF15, who've lost to everyone many games while they haven't even gotten a kill, would be a bit embarrassing. Like, it's an org with such history in the NLC. They've delivered so many highs. And if the split just ends on a whimper, it would be a bit sad to see for an org that always provides so much content and so much energy to the league.
I think though, when you look at like how far we are into the season, you can see like FF15, they're scrimming, like they're actually starting to win some scrims.
Yeah. I mean, it was dumps in the jungle, but 3 wins is 3 wins.
And when you have Roddy, who's been changing players in and out, I mean, you get accustomed to the players, their play style, their champion pools, and you kind of get into this deeper knowledge of your teammates. And I think if you keep changing things up like Roddy have, I mean, it's hard to get any kind of identity or consistency in the games they play. So, I mean, it is going to be hard having to carry Forsen, as I mentioned earlier, but I mean, changing things around, even if it is higher caliber players, I mean, it can still be hard if you don't have that consistency. So, I mean,
I agree with you with what you say, Malte, but I must also defend Roddy here a bit, because I can also see the issue of seeing, okay, we don't really present in the game what we want to do, and like this is not working, then we kind of have to switch it up. Otherwise,
it fell apart too quickly.
Yeah,
right? The game
it might go
start.
shit. So it's like, okay, we have to just try something, because we can't just keep on doing this every week. So
I really like that point, and I think this will definitely be the strongest Roddy lineup we see so far this split. I think Babista is also an upgrade in, not Babista, but the jungle was definitely also an upgrade. I do believe it's a name I recognize. I didn't get it beforehand, so I don't quite have the statistics to pull up. But I'm a big believer in Painful. He's a lovely guy, and I definitely think he's able to challenge for top 4 in the NLC. Regularly, but the issue is obviously this team, they're struggling, they're not going to get top 4 by the looks of things with 4 losses. But if any of these 2 teams wants to be able to look themselves in the mirror after this NLC split is over, they have to win this game. This is the game where you cannot afford to lose. And I think it will be very scrappy. I think this could go long, and it could be messy. It could be Baron throws or Baron comebacks. Like that's the kind of game I'm expecting. But that's also when I look at veterans, right? And that's when I go to the side of FF15. I look at someone like Pobelter, MSI Finals, won multiple LCS championships. Jack Spectra played in the LEC, won the EMEA Masters as well. These are players with so much experience behind them that, even if it's going to be a scrappy game and they might have to carry a bit more due to Forsen, this is the game where they have the chance of stepping up, showing their experience and getting that first win over the board.
And how do you expect, what should either team do to get an advantage, do you think?
Oh, I mean, it's a good question. I think maybe we won't be seeing as much invading into Forsen's jungle. I mean, that's the issue we've been seeing on the other teams. The more high level, like knowing as a jungler, the timers on camps, when you invade, the priors on lanes, it's really important. So I think maybe this game we will see a bit more of Forsen can actually farm his jungle. And maybe a bit more stale early game, leveling and then playing around bot lane.
Yeah, I think try and draft some winning lanes, right?
Yeah.
Make sure you're coming out on top in terms of the wave clear matchup at the very least, just so you're able to move first. Even if you don't use that tempo you'll be getting, it's essentially just cover for Forsen, so he won't get constantly invaded. Put him on a simple champ. I still think even with the nerfs, the Malphite is a good shout.
I think the Malphite too, I don't want to see the Cho'Gath, to be honest.
I didn't like the Cho'Gath.
I didn't like it either. I think the Malphite is a great fit, and I think it has fast clear too, so.
I think it's, but as we also mentioned, I think last week as well, it is a bit nerfed on this patch, from as far as I know, but we have, if there is a champion that he can do anything with, it could be Malphite. I mean, the Amumu as well, he died 10 times in that game, but he still has some agency. Yeah. He has to land a Q, and then he has to press R, and then he can set up his teammates. I think that would be at least my idea as to how we can maybe improve a bit, and then put Pobelter and Jack Spectra on a hyper carry, and then hopefully they can run with the game. Yeah. But on the other hand, Roddy, I mean, what should they do you think?
Well, Roddy, I mean, it's gonna be hard to say now with so many new players in. I didn't think we got to see much of Separate last week, to be honest, either. He did die quite a lot in the bot lane, and the game was messy. They got clapped very early again. But I think they should try and play around Painful. If there's one player who I believe is good enough to be in the NLC, we saw Painful on Bulldog last year as well in the summer. It's him. He's shown he has the capabilities of carrying games. Get him on one of his preferred mages. I think the Syndra is something he's really good at from what I recall. So try and play around him, find your way, and again, they should be able to have a tempo advantage, right? Because all the tempo you gain on sign of FF15 is more used defensively. It's just to try and protect Forsen. And I think if I'm FF15, then we're trying to play for the big fights where all Forsen has to do is queue in as a movie, press ultimate, and then they take it from there.
Yeah.
So if they can try and disrupt that early game plan, pull someone off guard, maybe if Poor Builder plays an immobile mid laner, try and get that flash down early, make sure he isn't able to roam and protect his jungler. You want to kind of tip them off balance early, because the thing is, so many of these games, FF15, haven't been able to reach the late game point where, a Jack Spectre or Poor Builder is long enough into the game to try and 1v9. They're always put so far behind just because the jungle and the bot lane as well has obviously been a huge issue with Vega V2 have fallen so far behind that the few who does well in lane, both Drudrud and Popel, have had some pretty good laning phases. They just they just show up on the map and the game's just over. Oh, I'm now able to join a Drake fight, but we're 7k gold behind, and my 500 gold lead means nothing.
Yeah, I mean it's very hard, and I agree, Dougling, with I think if Roddy wants to take the win, they have to draft this mid jungle 2v2 winning, and I think drafting maybe they can get a counter pick on jungle. I think that will help a lot, and just play around mid and bot.
Yeah, one thing I'm excited to see is neither of these teams have had an early game advantage. They haven't had a lead, I think, without looking at the numbers. I'm pretty sure FF15 has only been behind, and been playing from behind. I want to see what happens if either of these teams get a lead. Can they close it out, or is it going to be scrappy? I think this game could probably go a bit longer, so maybe drafting for the late game could also be an idea. But hopefully we'll get to see a more stable early game and then see what these players are able to do. And when it comes to experience, you do have Jack Spectre and you do have Poe Builder in the mid lane. So if it comes to the late game, what can either team do, and if they can make the right decisions is probably what this comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really comes down to if we reach mid and late game, it's just macro decisions. Who's the better? And I think FF15 has really good players in terms of experience and macro decision making. So I think, just executing that is also very hard. Having a plan is one thing, but also executing it is another. So I think just having the best macro, kind of, let's say, easy macro, not too advanced. I think that will be the best in mid-late game.
If there is something I can say that I just remembered from one of the scrims that they played against Dumps where they won. Again, Dumps was in the jungle, but they did still win against Ye, Key, Matuso, Scoffed, and players who we definitely think are NLC caliber. It was the Nocturne. Because I think even if you play badly on the Nocturne, when you press that R button, you create chaos, right? People get isolated, and you have all of a sudden very good individuals on the side of FF15 who might be able to, let's say, pop out on the Akali we saw in game 1 look good, find a flank, find a support who's left alone because Wazy is trying to do something crazy from the comfort of his bed, and who knows what, right? It destabilizes the game and open up for these weird avenues, and I think that could be something. And we are drawing on so little, but I've seen them win a scrim with it, right? They've won a single game on the Nocturne, and that's more than you can say for any of these teams in the league. So you are grasping for straws, but it's something to work with.
And the thing about Nocturne is you can press R and you don't even have to take the ult, right?
You just make chaos.
So you can just be standing there looking, but no, I think I agree with that statement. Also, it's very good to pressure lanes, just this fake pressure of the ult. You have to have really good info playing against Nocturne. So maybe that's a great pick, and will work.
Yeah, I think definitely that can be maybe a hidden gem for Team Forsen here, in order to maybe help him create that more agency, because you can set up plays from a long distance. As you said, you can create chaos, and especially when it is against a weaker team like Roddy, maybe the Nocturne would be the answer. But yeah, how do you then, as Roddy, create a scenario where if they pick the Nocturne, they could maybe get an advantage? What do you think?
I think it really comes down to draft. If they want to draft the Nocturne, it really depends. I think they need to draft something defensive against the Nocturne. I think they have to have really good vision set up and play with info if they have to. But I think it comes down to the draft.
Yeah,
If
but
we
you know
get-
the matchup very well.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if Nocturne gets a counter pick or if he just blind picks it and enemy jungler can get counter pick. Maybe they can do something work early game with the mid jungle duo, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying just not to lose, right? And for all of you guys at home wondering, there has just been a 5-minute delay, so we've still got a few minutes before we head on to the Rift for that first game of the day between the two unwinnable teams here in the NLC. We've got some Forsen numbers to take a look at. He is number one in something, but it's average deaths, right? Is that 7.8 or 7.5?
No, 7.5.
Yeah, I don't have my glasses on, but I can see it's number one though, and it's looking rough. 0.5 average kills.
He has the worst. Oh no, it's like 10th.
Yeah, worst KDA,
Yeah,
worst average
KDA,
kills.
worst average kill, most average death, worst CS per minute, and worst KP percentage of the league.
That is my
I'm not
goal.
gonna lie, it's looking kind of like the numbers you would see from someone like Baus
you.
in the first 3. But the thing is, this is what people think Baus is like, right? Because they see the high number of deaths, even though Baus obviously has insanely high CS per minute.
Yeah, but Baus is like working it.
Yeah,
even
and that's what I wanted to get to. I was not gonna sit and compare Forsen
I
and
was
Baus.
like,
I'm well aware
yeah.
of the difference between those two. It's more, the numbers this time feel more reflective than when I sat here last year, looking at Baus, where you saw the numbers didn't look too good, but then you saw the game. You saw with your eyes how much impact he had on the Rift. And when I'm seeing Forsen with my own eyes, I'm not seeing that same impact. And there's a long way to go, but maybe today is the day. Is that he's lost 11 hands in a row? I mean, luckily for him, he can only lose 9 games in a row in the NLC before the season is over, but...
That is amazing. That picture is legendary. Hopefully it won't be the same today.
Okay, but just to give Forsen some credit, actually, I think last week we saw him doing the plays that was actually improved in terms of the other weeks. He did the flash Q, he tried to... It just looked too scrappy, but I saw the potential in what he was trying to do. It's just the execution was a bit scuffed, but I mean, maybe today he will come back. And
It might be scraping bottom of the barrel. But he got a 3-man ultimate. They didn't kill anyone off it, but he got a 3-man ultimate on their Mumu. Yeah. That's something you can work with. I think, in all honesty, with the changes Ruddy have made, if they've had time to scrim a few games, I would count them as slight favorites, simply because I think Painful's a good NLC mid laner. I think Pobolder is obviously better in terms of skill, but the ping difference will even out that matchup. So I don't think Pobolder will be able to get heavily ahead, where had he been playing against Krabby Patty from last week, I think maybe there would have been a chance of making a big enough difference that it could mean something on the map. Because I think definitely Ruddy, they've pressed the panic button, they're changing whatever they can to try and get a stronger lineup and get some wins on the board. And I think, in all honesty, they have done just enough, but I'm not joking when I say this will be a scrappy one. It will be chaos, and I think though, if I'm thinking chaos and Baron throws and Drake steals and stuff like that, do I really think Forsen has the smite power to be able to win those 50-50s? I'm not putting my money on it at the very least. That's what I'll say. I don't think he's favored in that one. So you're relying on someone like Paul Belter or Jack Spectre to have an insane game. Maybe Drutru brings out the Akshan, does something like that, try and cheese a bit, do the split push, maybe with the Nocturne, the Akshan comes from behind and does something crazy. But I mean, I'm just sitting here rambling on about different possibilities.
It is a long shot, right?
It's just long shots, all of them.
Yeah, you kind of have to grab onto something, because otherwise it's gonna be a very, very random match. I agree. Like it's gonna be very back and forth.
Say you were the coach for either team. Like, what would the game plan be? Just off the top of your head.
Try not to die a lot of times bot lane if you're the side of FF15, right? Obviously, Richley is back in, so I believe they played better in the bot lane last time they had him, and that's also who they won the scrim with. So try and not die bot lane, and then I would try and really focus on getting a good matchup for either mid or top lane. I honestly think maybe getting some of Drew Cheese out there would be great, right? Getting some of these weird picks he has in solo queue, like the Akshan maybe, to try and get people off guard, or maybe play the various top lane we've seen played in the LPL, or the Neferi top lane he's played in scrims as well. Do something to catch your opponent off guard, because that's where Roddy can fall apart. If they're not coordinated either, because they've just subbed in 3 new players, then you can maybe win a lane and snowball from there, because they're not coordinated on the Herald spawn or on the Void drops or on the first Drake, because it might be their first, second, third game together. We don't know. We'll probably find out when we talk with Don Jake later after the game and see where Ruddy is heading. But right now, that should be what they have. That should be their advantage point. The fact that they've played together for longer on the side of FF15.
I think I agree. We know Drutut for his cheese picks, of course. And I also saw that top Varus is apparently wrecking faces in solo queue right now.
Yeah.
So with Dusk and Dawn and with Nash's Tooth,
Exactly,
I think like maybe that could be a place at least to create some cheese, do something. But I think, yeah, the point is then, what do you do with the jungler? Because if he cannot support you and then the cheese pick falls through, I mean, it's
I might have
it's a
a
bottomless
solution
pit.
here. If I was the coach and I saw that they were just perma invading the jungle, I would be like, you have to give camps, buddy. Like, it sucks, it hurts, but like, if laners can't move, if the draft is fucked, if we don't have prio, like, we have to give some camps and you can't fight for them. Then you have to be down jungle, but at least the lanes are not moving and burning, because then they move and there's a scrappy, like, it's not gonna work. So give some camps and just
create stability in some in the
gotta
game.
live with it.
Yeah.
If you don't, if you can't really cross map it, you have to give.
Yeah.
So.
And what on the side of Roddy? What would you do then if you were the coach?
I think win lane, win game, right? You don't have the synergies to try and rely on, so hopefully, it's the honeymoon period when a new team comes in and they look good together, and all of a sudden they're just, very, very coordinated despite having played 2 games together or whatnot. But try and rely on what I assume to be good individuals who brought in, the one I know in terms of a painful. Definitely an improvement. But I'm being told there's still a few minutes until game, and we have a vox pop we can show to, help you guys out, enjoy some content in the meantime, and we're working on getting the game up as soon as possible. But please bear with us and enjoy this vox pop.
Does the people on the streets of Copenhagen know the difference between a regular person and a professional esports athlete? Let's find out. So do you think this guy is a professional League of Legends player?
Might be. I don't recognize his face. I'm gonna go with yes on this one.
Yeah, he could be, sure.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
What about him?
He looks a little too formal. I'm gonna go with no.
No.
What about him?
Yes.
Yeah. He could be. Yes.
Okay, and what about this guy?
No. Yeah, sure.
Okay. What about him?
Yeah.
And right here.
Yes. Yes.
Ooh, I'm torn on this one, but I'm gonna go with yes.
Okay, and this guy?
I don't think so.
No.
No.
I think so.
He could be. Yeah. Yes. We're gonna go with yes.
And what about her?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. She could be.
Pro population is mostly male, but I'm gonna go with yes regardless.
Yes.
No.
And what about him?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I think he could be too, so I'm gonna go with yes.
All right.
Absolutely him.
So what did we learn today? I guess, after all, we're all still basement dwellers, because the regular people don't know shit about us. But what we can say is that they do know Faker. But that's also because he's just the fucking GOAT. Back to the studio.
That was a nice little vox pop. I mean,
It was.
obviously you were in it. How did you feel about the opinions of if you were a gamer or not?
I mean, most of them said yes, right? So only one said no. So I mean, I take that. But I mean, as I said yes last week, the picture though was a bit scuffed, not gonna lie. But Maldi didn't want to take responsibility. But
No,
okay.
that's production.
You are only the responsible when you're
What can
out
I
in the
say?
streets.
Yeah, you have a picture of you that looks like you're a pro gamer. Or at least was. Yeah. What can I say?
At least was Rush now. It is what it is.
I'm being told though, we've got more to take a look at. I want to see what happened last week in the NLC, and I believe production's got a lovely little recap video ready for us. So let's take a look if you missed what happened in NLC week 3.
Rusty jumps over the wall, tries to see if he can find the escape. Exile just flashes in onto him and Rusty goes down. Mans has been baited just before Soul. The scatter comes through. There's going to be the ultimate jumping in though from Mans. He's caught by the stun as Carpen's able to find the assassination onto Yaki. Suddenly, Udin's being caught by the scatter. Scuffed is low to Mans. Mans has the revive. He flashes in. Rusty's death mattered not because Deer are melting.
Player here, not a lot of mana for Belgium.
Oh, no. Pokemon just ran them into Forcing. No ultimate available. Forcing burns down. Fury gets the kill, but meanwhile... the knock-up onto Sisyphec, but there is no follow-up to come in off the back of that one. Nice Cosmic Binding into the Cataclysm. Sisyphec's going to just put so much damage down. TYB's taken out. The Equalizer starts to cook. The members of Ruddy as down they go. A triple kill over to Sisyphec on the Yanara. Okay for the moment. That's a jump forward. Damage coming out from Rusty. He's not going to be there because he's just caught by the CC. In they jump though, as they're going to send Vicicio into the front line. He is melted down though by Furby, and Rusty with the Enchanter support is just doing so much work. Yeki goes down. It's a double kill for Rusty. He actually might have the angle. W's over. Flushes in. Can't find the kill. The deny. Oh, Lula.
Coming off a cooldown from Matis, he could have gotten out. Lulash, it's keeping her up.
Way too low. W hits this time. They're going to find the exhaust though on 3. EQ has to flash away. Can't Sky. He's playing on mobile data and he's able to kill the ADC. That is crazy. What a magic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While we watched that video and saw some of the incredible plays here in the NLC, we also have a bit of an update to bring you. There are some internet issues on the side of FF15 with one of their players. We are hopefully going to get that sorted as soon as possible so we can get this game on the way. But that is the reason for the delay. So there are internet issues that we are working through. Obviously, I would expect it with this weather, right? I don't know. I mean, they don't have a Danish player, but this weather is obviously not just local to our country, right? It's affecting most of the north at the very least. You know, could be one of the Norwegian ones who've probably, they should be able to handle the snow, but it has been very severe weather. We were delayed 2 hours getting in here to the studio, so probably something, and I heard in Portugal as well, there's been some very serious floods. So, you know, there's been a lot of struggles. We saw obviously Lulis being AFK last week for the first few minutes, so natural.
And
don't think that
was delaying the game.
But don't think that was internet issues. I don't know what it was, but he was on camera, he was in the game. He just wasn't sitting at his computer, so when the pause timer ran out, unfortunately, he had to go AFK.
Still won the game though, so
and they won the game. They won the game.
Somehow, I am still I still have nightmares about this. I'm not gonna lie. And the whole jungle was still up, and he just came back. He cleared it.
But I guess they didn't know on the side of.
I guess they didn't. They just.
If light side probably didn't know. They probably weren't told. They were just told ready, and like we have to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's smart. I'm not gonna lie about it.
Actually, I saw the clip before the stream today, and Hiprain, he was just like, after the game, he couldn't believe it. He was like, that's actually so criminal. And he was just not flaming, but he was being a little bit critical of the Cho'Gath pick in Lightside's jungle because it had, like, as he said, it didn't do anything.
Yeah. How do you have a 3-minute head start in the jungle and still end up getting out jungle?
Yeah, I mean, he was actually if I'm not mistaken, I think he was only 5 CS down at some point. Even though the big, like, I can't talk about this. Like,
okay, but
I'm getting too emotional.
No, but as a jungler, like playing in a competitive level as well, like knowing after the game, if you were Lightside's jungler, knowing after the game that your opponent was 3 minutes AFK, what would your reaction be? I
mean, probably I would have flamed my mid laner for not wanting chickens early, not gonna lie, so I had the info, but hey, no, I wouldn't. I mean, I would probably be like, that's smart. Like, that's smart. I didn't know. If we don't have info, how can I know, right?
Okay, so you would say it's the mid laner's fault. I actually didn't watch the VOD, so I don't know if they have like
they
had
the chickens or not.
But like, it could be that it was like a what can you say, a sportsmanship.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know what went, like if they actually knew he was AFK or if they didn't. But I think that's a big info to have or not, because also lanes can maybe play a bit to the side of maybe jungle is on bot, but he's actually in spawn being FK, you know, you don't know that sometimes.
It does change a lot, right? Like if you know the jungler is gone, and if they're there, all of a sudden you expect the pressure that they would
you can play to limits, right? Then you can play to jungle is bot side when he's actually top. If you're good players, then you can play to your limits. So maybe they did that and they were just better, and GG they deserved.
Another thing Hiprain also said, it was criminal that DMG was able to win the game. Would you also say that it was criminal?
I mean.
Kinda, yeah. Like if your players have 3 minutes in a competitive game,
I mean, you should have the most giga tempo over enemy jungler, and you should just be able to generate the tempo, at least get like a lot of stuff early, and just them winning the game. But I mean,
yeah. I mean, we've discussed that a bit. I'm being told there are still issues. So we'll head it to a small break, hopefully. We'll be back with the game shortly, but until then, go grab a drink, and hopefully FF15 versus Ruddy will be right, coming up shortly. Hopefully. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC, and I have some positive news, despite obviously being able to say we apologize for the 20+ minute delay with those internet issues on FF15. It did heavily delay the game start, but I'm being told the game will go ahead and it will be played in just a few minutes. So sooner rather than later, you will get to see the unwinnables play against each other, and if Ruddy will win their first NLC Best of Series in 281 days, or if Forsen will get his first NLC win. One of those, very big moments, occasions in NLC history will happen today.
Yeah.
And we should just be buying a few minutes of time. Has anything changed for you here in the break? You've gotten some pizza, you've fueled up a bit. Has any thoughts changed? Because obviously we've really been down a lot with this game.
No, I mean, I think you guys had good arguments in terms of why Rudy is going to win with the roster change. But I'm still sticking to Forsen's team because I feel like they will just pull through today. Like, I believe. I really do.
I don't think so. I've said what I needed to say, I think. I just want maximum content, and I mean, I'd like to see Forsen win. It would be historic in the sense that I don't know what his rank is at the moment. I think it's like Plat something. Plat player winning a game in the NLC. I mean, that is in and of itself historical. We have Forsen, a huge streamer. I think that would be great for the storyline, at least. I think, but yeah, I don't know. I think if you lose this game as fourth Swiners and a bum, you would be like, okay, well, what did we expect? If you lose this as Roddy...
No, but can I stop you there? Really? Do you think so? Because if I were Pro Belter, Jack Spectra, Druth, Vega, or any of, I would be so sad losing this game.
Okay.
I would be so sad losing this game.
But imagine you're Roddy then, and you have to, of course, you need to go into the rest of the games of the splits, winless, and then going into next split. I mean, if they haven't won a game in 281 days, 85-ish days more, and you have a whole year without winning a single game, I mean, wouldn't that be like? I mean, I think that would be the most disastrous if you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more about the org when it comes to Rudy and all the good stuff they do and all the things they have done. But I think player-wise for FF15, it will really hurt for maybe their ego or the players they have, because they have really good players, good experience. But I think I mean, you can argue with that. It's player-wise on the one team and org-wise on the other.
I think that's a pretty good summary of it.
Yeah.
Right? Because, I mean, Don, Jake, and Roddy, such a historic NLC org now, one of the longest standing we have left, been here since 2023, always made playoffs, even, you could say summer 2025. They didn't win a single game either, but everyone made playoffs back then, everyone made it in there, and they lost quickly, and you can kind of write that off.
Yeah.
But this split, and I mean, especially if they lose to this team where Forsen is on, I think it will be a huge hit because obviously, they've made some changes, some good changes. I want to say that have improved them so far in terms of, if you look at the very least, experience in the NLC and the level I expect them to bring. But like, if they don't win this, and if they don't keep improving, there's a chance they could also go winless the entire split. And then you're really questioning yourself and everything that Roddy have built up, right? They've been an org making top 4. They've made miracle runs, 1% chance of making into playoffs to the finals with unlikely talents. They've been in Copenhagen in front of the big crowd with I Will Dominate and Yamato Cannon behind them, and these exciting players in Ping and Marlon. And to then see yourself less than a year later, that's the last roster that won, right? Right? They were called Roddy Sack last time they won a game. So to end that streak, it kind of has to be now. I feel like this would be a new low for Roddy if they lose to a Plat player, even if he is surrounded by experience, LCS trophies, EMEA Master trophies, and LEC experience. Losing to FF15, 4 Swines and a bum, that would be a huge stain on the Roddy legacy. But let's see what the cast has to say as we send it over to Trouble and Hipbrain. Take it away, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We're getting ourselves ready to go into draft for this first game of the day. I'm hoping we can just shoot this up as soon as possible because we're already 30 minutes late. Oh my word! How are you doing, Trouble? You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm hanging. You know what? I was
We're not even in first game and we're trying to hold it together.
I was just ready to eat my donut, I was like, oh, we haven't left. I need my donut. And my producer's like, no, we're going live. I was like, damn it. I really want that donut. I'll have it in
My
every
WoW
game.
level
All right,
got
guys.
interrupted.
All right.
Here we are.
You know why this game is so goated? We have FF15 versus Ruddy. This game is goated because none of these teams has been able to win a damn game this season.
Yeah.
And technically, they're both bottom of the barrel. So this is a must-win for both of them if they want to start winning this season.
And also, Ruddy haven't won in an incredibly long time. We're coming up
What's
on a
Tom
whole
Cruise
year.
doing playing League? What?
Okay. Also, quick thing to note, if you're wondering why there's no FF15 bans, they don't have any. The issue and the delay was on their side. We actually probably should have... It's 15 minutes is how long until you lose the game. We gave them a little bit longer, but cost of that is bans have been lost. So they'll have 0 bans for this game, but we're going straight in with a Nocturne pick here. Then straight on the other side, Ruddy answering with a Jace.
Ooh, okay. So Ruddy want to play more with the range right here. Things like the Jace, the Ezreal. We've seen it a lot internationally as well. Jace, one of the strongest junglers currently on this patch. All he has to do is literally perma-clear his jungle, walk up, not even to a lane, close as to a lane, throw EQ, go back to his jungle, continue re-clearing, right? I think like there's a lot more weight here for Forsen playing that Nocturne. I'm looking to be paired up with something like an Orianna, so you can potentially just burst the backline. I feel like Nocturne is the perfect champion for Forsen, right? When he gets into a fight, he never comes out, usually, from what we see. So here, it's more true to the champion's nature. You press R, you go in, you either one-shot or get one-shot. Nothing to lose.
Yeah. It's high risk, high reward. Kind of similar to the old Rengar style. Is cutting over now to Tristana getting picked up here for Jack Spectra. Then for Rich Lee, what is he going to be looking for the pickup as the last pickup here for them in this pick phase? Looks like it's going to be thinking about a bit more of a stable mid laner. Things like the Rise are off the board. So yeah, just going to lock in the Orianna. It's a really nice little wombo combo alongside the Nocturne as well. Shockwave into the Paranoia, or well, Paranoia into Shockwave.
I'm just going to say, I really like this approach in general because Orianna is very stable in the mid lane, can also bully a lot of the mid laners currently. And when you do have a very susceptible to being invaded junglers such as Nocturne, you kind of want priority lanes. Tristana pretty much solidifies a priority lane down bot lane, and Orianna can do the same into certain matchups. So I just really like the fact that, you know what, FF15, they're like, hey, we might have a plat 4 jungler, but come on guys, let's help him out this time around.
Okay, well, Renekton getting picked up as the final pick here for the side of Ruddy. They can now look to just ban away nice matchups for that. Surprised to see when you have counter pick in the top side that you go for the Renekton pick here. You leave mid, and that Jace, I'm assuming, is going to be jungle off the back of that. So they have mid and support as their counter pick. So maybe Ruddy cook something up here. So they ban away the Neferi, they ban away the Cassante. Now moving back over to the side of Ruddy actually.
So Neferi was banned here because earlier Flandre played Neferi into a Varus and it worked wonders. However, right here, I am not necessarily sure on how the matchup works into Renekton. I guess it can very easily work because she goes untargetable, right? So she can dodge the W from Renekton. So it's kind of a cool matchup right there. We'll see if Drutut has anything else to play into that Renekton. Obviously, we've known him as the action guy in all of the clips and the highlights, right? We haven't necessarily seen the action lately, and there's a lot of squishiness on the side of Ruddy.
Alrighty, well, there's going to be the Vayne and Rel pick up here for the side of FF15.
Vayne top.
Yeah, so it is Vayne top. You are correct.
Not the action, but an 80 carry, nonetheless. So really, really exciting. Not for Renekton, exciting. He's kind of going to get... I'm not allowed to say the word on broadcast in lane, but yeah.
Alrighty, well, final pick up here for the side of Ruddy. Looking for that counter pick, which they saved for support. I have to admit, find that very weird, but that's what they decided to go for. What are they going to be looking to lock in here as their final pick? Alistair.
All right.
Okay, so what are we making the draft? How do we feel that like these teams match up versus one another?
Well, I actually see from Ruddy right here, they do have a lot of all-in, if you want, with Renekton, Akali plus Alistar, and a lot of range with things like the Jace and the Corki. So they can take it slow at the very beginning and try to poke out FF15. However, when they do see the opening right there, you can have Wazy engaging onto the Alistar, Renekton and Akali following up through a flank or proper front to back if you want. A lot of squishiness on the side of FF15, and I feel like there's a lot of dive potential with them. You've got the classic Orianna Nocturne combo, and I feel like into a team like the one we've seen from Ruddy with a lot of squishy targets, a lot of low HP targets, I feel like it could really work. Again, this is the battle of the bottoms. These are the two bomb teams that have 0 wins, right? You have to be able to pick your first one right here.
Yeah, no, this is... I want to say this is do or die, but honestly, from the trajectory of this teams, I think this is just the only win they're going to get all season. If I'm completely honest with you, Trouble, it's not been a particularly great start for them. Starting off with just a cheeky ward on the Raptors to try and spot some of the early pathing from the side of Bobic. And yeah, you might notice, but Ruddy have changed everything up other than Wazy, who remains in bed, but the rest of the team are new.
I think that's why.
Ruddy.
No, I think that's why. I feel like he was the coolest member.
Oh, yeah.
And the other ones just couldn't keep up. They brought Sebridge in last week. And then they moved their AD carry Tib onto the jungle position. But now Sebridge has remained. So he's a second wicker here. But Wazy has had the experience of the whole split so far. So he's technically a veteran. 4 days in veteran. Or is it 5? Yep, this might, no, it's 5. Because we had a double week. You're right.
Yes,
this is
we did
his
have a double week.
5-day veterancy show off. There you go. He's a big boy
So far, that veteran has 0% win rate. So maybe this is that...
Don't jinx it, man.
That forever sought after victory. I mean, someone's got to win, right? Just having a quick look at where the junglers are pathing. Forsen is starting on blue side and be clearing upwards. Maybe looking to see if he can find an advantage to try and get a Vayne snowball going on that top side. But I am interested by that because I always thought that Nocturne likes to start red side because he just clears through those big grouped up camps so fast with his passive. But
yeah, I feel like I would have liked to see Nocturne start red side and then bot lane just because we have the luxury of the Tristana Rel matchup into the Corki Alistar. Tristana champion that inherently pushes through, as you can see it right here, the passive that obviously explodes. So you will permanently have priority down that bot lane. And I feel like the Nocturne would be very safe to walk into this river. However, again, Jace is a very formidable champion even in the early game, and an EQ can do a lot of damage even with no items early game. We've seen it all around the world, globally as well. So I think that Forsen just doesn't want to deal with the heat that the Jace brings pathing towards a bot side, and he also has a lot of priority through top lane, right? Druid pushing onto the Vayne. So if needed, he will have his Vayne walk into this river first before the Renekton.
And if one pause wasn't long enough, we're into our second pause here, unfortunately. Looks like we're having a light issue. Hopefully it won't be too long. Yeah, okay. No, I was waiting for an update, but I can get that. So, yeah, hopefully. No, we're back! All right, there we go. I don't know what that was.
Pranked
we had a
you.
light issue.
We pranked you.
Oh. My blood pressure spiked real hard when that full screen came
Okay,
up.
Grandpa, let's put you to bed after this game. I'll solo it, it's okay.
I think I've been aged quite significantly by the start today.
All right, bot lane's been pinged right here by Jace. It's going to be just the trade of Scuttle Crabs. I want to remind everyone here that second Scuttle Crab is probably one of the most important Scuttle Crabs in the game, particularly for junglers, because it guarantees you that level 6. So right here, I feel like if anything, that second Scuttle Crab is going to be so damn important for the Nocturne. And FF15 definitely have the tools to get that pressure so that Nocturne can actually walk inside this river. As you'll see, Painful walked up and put down a ward right there to see any entry in the jungle. Forsen's left the jungle ward as well. Onto that blue buff from Bobic. They are going to spot the top side in general, which is going to be the one that spawns fastest on the map since Bobic started clearing top to bottom.
Alrighty, well. Looks like pretty uneventful first rotation from the junglers. Not really finding anything. And because of the way they've started, they're just going to be clearing away from one another consistently. So Forsen not really going to be looking for any counter gank angles. Obviously, he does have that semi-global in the ultimate, so he can somewhat close the gap to Bobic. As Bobic is actually thinking about looking for something on the top side. Maybe it's just a cheeky shot blast. Just to get a chunk out and get HP advantage. He's hanging in the area, especially with that stun landing onto Miklar there, getting him nice and heavily chunked out. This could be very dicey for him to try and catch the wave, so he just has to back off and make sure that he has Bobik hovering in case he was needed.
Yeah, and I also think he probably pulled his camp upwards, so you can't really see when it is being finished, since it was warded inside the jungle. They probably have a hunch that a ward was left right there. Painful walking up, trying to take a quick trade onto Pobelter. Pobelter's going to walk forward. Does have Rickley on his back. They might look to steal a flash right here from Painful, but Rickley is way too far away from this back and forth. Thank you, Jace, for taking all 3 of these creeps. I appreciate you, mate. Thanks, man.
Gets chunked out for the trade and then immediately loses his castle wave. That's horrendous. Well, he does have backup coming in. Forsen's here, but Forsen's only level 6. Bobik obviously having just that natural advantage of extra spells. It's Painful now hits onto level 6 himself. Does have the little bit of extra mobility, but it looks like it was all a lot of posturing to make sure that Painful gets the wave and gets the reset.
Yeah, and Forsen was kind of forced to stick around to try and defend just in case Jace comes about. But right now he's going to have a long way from the top of the map to the bottom of the map, because unfortunately for him, the second Skullcrab spawns bot lane. So he has to do his Krugs, sprint it all the way down bot lane, expect Jack Spectre and Rickley to take control of that bot lane so they can walk in with him, and he also needs to reset in the meantime because there's already a Dirk in Bobik's inventory, right? So this is going to be a level 6 for the Jace. Getting first into that river, his bot lane has priority as well. So I feel like for Forsen right here, this is a big whoopsie for them and how they traded their resets right here. They should have definitely made sure that for the Nocturne, this is the most important crab in the game. And it dictates the pace in which Nocturne plays into other champions. And this time around, they've lost that one.
Alrighty, well, Dragon getting started up here. Both teams looking to close in. Pobelter on the flank, but also being zoned off a little bit by Painful. It's a full 4v4. No teleports on either of the top laners available, so if they go for it, it looks like Buddy just getting heavily chunked out. And yeah, this might just be first blood onto the Renekton. Miklar able to escape. Flash was burnt. Ghost was burnt on the other side. No Dragon going down. It's an entire game of just chest puffing between our two bottom teams.
And no one's touching the Dragon, right? They all hands off the Dragon. Push right here from Jack Spectra and Rickley down that bot lane. Got the first job plating for themselves as well. Again, very important. The fact that they didn't get that first Dragon will allow a little bit of a breath onto Forsen to get his level 6. As you see right now, he just hit it after that blue buff. He might be looking towards even mid as well. If Painful takes an aggressive trade right here, uses his W, then Forsen could definitely take the ultimate button in. Druchut in trouble.
Yeah, looks like they're looking for the lockdown, but a great condemn, I think, saved his life there. Really, really nice from him as Jack Spectre taking a trade versus Sebrich. Sebrich getting a lot of extra damage off there. Got the Phosphorus Bomb. They have been able to answer out pretty equal, though, as Wazy was heavily zoned off. And level 6 now on Forsen, who is doing the Dragon. He is losing his red side for this, though. And I think it's the entire red side. That is brutal. Bobik's going to get red buff. Now, if Forsen's heads up here, he may know this play is going on as Druchut has made his way over. Is going to be looking for Bobik, zones him off the red buff.
I like this. I like this from FF15. We've seen a Forsen that consistently gets invaded, and because his team doesn't have priority through the lanes, they're unable to help him. Right here, Druchut had just backed. He resets, he walks into the jungle, pushes out Bobik. That saves the entire rest of the quadrant, the blue buff and the Krugs. As Forsen might be looking for a cheeky dive right here together with Jack Spectre and Rickley. If they get a good Q from the Rel, they could be diving here. They missed!
Goes out, but they missed everything. They're going to get the damage on. Forsen falls first blood to the Corki. Wazy sends the Tristan in the tower. It's a 2-for-1 in a 2 versus 3. Ruddy, that was gorgeous.
Oh, that was so brutal from FF15. They pull the trigger, but everything misses, and the flash comes through from Sebrich. I want to say again how Sebrich ends up dying, because he does still have his barrier up and available. The exhaust is still... I think Wazy still has his exhaust up as well, so... I have a feeling that right here, Ruddy losing their Corki shouldn't have been the case at all, actually. This should have been a 2-for-0 with F15 kind of botching the whole dive.
Miklar, he wants to go for this, but it just pops ult, gets jumped onto, and that's the condemn. That's a dead crocodile. Oh, also a dead Jace. Shockwave used. Nice little pickup.
Good stuff right here from the top side of FF15. Rickley also has been looking super active on the map on this rail, has consistently been roaming towards that mid lane, creating a lot of pressure around Painful and Drudu. I feel like Drudu has been like one of the kind of unspoken members of FF15 if you want, because usually like he's playing his Camille's and stuff like this, he kind of sticks on the side and then the whole map starts banning. Not much really you can do with the Camille when this stuff is happening, as Wazy been engaged on.
Yeah, it looks like just gonna jump away to safety there from Jack Spectre. And oh, I'm gonna replay this bot play. I know this is Bobic going down. Okay, I'm assuming he just gets hit by Rickley landing everything.
Yeah, it was the shockwave, didn't get flashed from Bobic, it just ends up going down. It was Chain CC right there after the shockwave, landing onto him. Now, Forsen, R is up. Eyes are open. He's looking, bot. No flash on Corki. He should be the target.
Yeah, they're going for it. They're going to prop the buttons. There it is. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do too much off that because Jack Spectre takes down Severage. Wesley going low. Shot blast comes in from Bobic, but it's not close enough to get in onto Jack. They're just going to have to back off there. Lovely pick from the side of FF15.
Honestly, I'm not gonna... A lot of people are going to take this early game as, yeah, okay, they're playing against Ruddy. Ruddy haven't looked the greatest. Like, I kind of feel bad reiterating the state of Ruddy week after week, but due to the fact that we only have one broadcast per week, a lot of people might tune in and be like, hey, who are these new players? What's happening to Ruddy? We remember them winning, you know. Oh
my word.
Drudu with another solo kill!
I don't know, man. You're getting killed under tower at this point. That is rough. That is very, very rough.
Ignite top laners, man. What can I say?
It's not even an Ignite top laner. Oh, well, he's an Ignite top laner. Sorry. Yeah, you're correct. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Vayne.
No.
Yeah, this is getting pretty rough over there. Very rough. You got the item spikes starting to come in. Hexplate. Not Hexplate. No, it is Hexplate. Experimental Hexplate on the Force in there. On the Nocturne.
A very Nocturne coded item. I'm looking at top lane in general, and I'm seeing the phase, I'm seeing the sheen. On the other side, there's like a moat, a BF sword. Sorry, not a BF sword, a long sword, a shield, some tabbies. It's like whatever he can scrape up. He's got 30 CS. He's got 30 CS in 11 minutes. Oh, it is a disaster.
Man, if only Ruddy had top lane counter pick.
Huh. Alistar's gonna have more CS than top lane.
Yeah. I did need to reiterate. Ruddy picked this Renekton in pick 3. They had counter pick. They could have counter picked top lane. They picked Renekton and then just got counter picked by the Vayne. Like, this is entirely on Ruddy that drop. Oh. What? Is he also on Pobelter's ping? What was that flash? Bobic coming down bot side, see if he can find a little something. Gets caught there by a bit of the stun. They're putting the charges in.
Force is waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. Wazy's half HP. Bobic just going to have to back off. I will give it to Painful, who, if anyone doesn't know, Painful has actually been kicking around the NLC for quite a while now. They're pretty good into Pobelter. I mean, this is the first time I've seen Pobelter genuinely have a bit of a rougher laning phase. As their lights go out, the cow's getting hunted, the Mangstorm comes down, they've got the teleport coming out. They use the W out from Zebrage. He's just about to get his flash. Turns onto Jack Spectre, but another ultimate sends Bobic packing. Jutra jumps under the tower, looks to finish up Bobic. Down he goes. Painful now slides into the play. Caught by the fear, caught by the lockdown. 4 members of Ruddy fall.
5v4 down the bot lane. Drudu TPs for that one. Trinity Force already completed. He's got his boots as well. 4-0. 3,000 individual gold lead. And more than a Flame Horizon. Oh, no, not a Flame Horizon yet. But it's almost 46 CS to 117, almost. At this point, Drudu has been doing incredibly well. And let's watch this one more time. And any minute now.
Wow, there it is.
It's okay.
Hey,
next time.
Dragon was there when we came out. That's going to be Dragon number 2 over the side of FF15. And that Crocodile's popping Dominus, but I don't think it's going to do much when you have plated steel caps and a longsword into a Triforce Vayne, who has a 2-level advantage.
I thought you said he's popping dominoes. as in like the game dominoes. And I
Well, they
think
are
he has-
falling like dominoes.
I was about to say, I mean, he has sort of started a domino effect, right? You die once to Vayne, Vayne starts getting items, he's already a bully, you keep getting bullied more, and then you get solo kill, and then you get solo kill again. So it is a domino effect, for sure. But this is looking great for FF15, and honestly, I know that a lot of people are tuning into the stream to watch Forsen play, and a lot of people are tuning into the stream to hate watch Forsen, and they don't want to see him win. Well, hate watchers, you ain't eating well today. You've been eating well the last 3 weeks, but this week you ain't eating well. Go back to sleep.
Hate watchers, we present a team who haven't won in a year. Okay, well, what are the angles of attack here for Ruddy? I think Sebrej, honestly, I know he's 1 and 3. He is capable of a lot. He's just been getting a lot of the focus coming onto him. Also, I think Painful's been a little bit too slow to rotations. And Bobik, I'll give it to him. When he has shown up, Jack Spectra has been so good on that Buster shot. Every time I've seen Bobik try to join a fight with Q to get into melee range, he gets ulted out by Jack Spectra, and then the fight is just completely lost off that. So maybe if they can find the focus, maybe they can go for it. But it's a bit hard to choose whether or not we want to watch spot or top here. The flash comes out from Jack Spectra. This time caught by the exhaust. This time Painful finds the shutdown with a perfect execution. Top side they lose the crocodile, but Ruddy answer with a shutdown. So that's a net positive in gold. But they did trade Rift Herald, and they will trade mid tower for that.
I mean, they heard you, right? You said Sebrej does have the Trinity Forces, does have the tier stacking. If you potentially give him a few more resources onto that Corki, he's capable of carrying. And they heard that 4-man bot lane, fully committed as a team to try and dive Jack Spectra. They did kill him. Mikla ends up going down again. That's a 6-0 Vayne, a 4,000 gold individual lead in the top lane of F15. And I'm expecting the second item to come through the inventory right now, like any time now.
I think so.
Close enough. Close enough.
Got the Gunblade now onto Painful as well, so he's got that slow added. Akali players rejoice. Gunblade is back.
Hey, why'd you leave my champion out, man?
I still feel like Kata doesn't build Gunblade anymore. I think
she does.
She's
still trash, but she does. Yeah.
Every Katarina, I've actually played into a couple of Katarinas recently, and I've just seen them do like the kind of on-hit build where they go like Kraken and Bork and Titanic and all of that.
That's still golded, actually.
Yeah, it's. I think all of that is just infinitely better.
Also,
but we're not going to see a Katarina. She's dead.
Shall we rejoice? Forsen has a gold lead.
Oh my word! For the first time in 4 weeks, in 5 games, Forsen is up in gold. How much is the gold lead?
Mans has been practicing so hard. He's playing Minecraft at least 12 hours a day.
It's a 100 gold lead.
Oh no!
Wait, I thought it was going to be so much bigger. Oh,
it's 0 now.
The gold
better
lead
than minus.
is neutral. It is gone.
Hey, listen, man. All those Minecraft streams have been paying off, right? They prepared him for this Nocturne right here. This is the baby of the labor as a Miklar. Engage into Drutut. Painful around.
Yeah, Painful jumps in.
No
for
way,
the
he
ultimate.
1v2's right.
Going very low.
Oh my god.
Puts the invisibility down. Painful, can he find it?
Oh my god.
The flash was beautiful. No use of the Gunblade either there. Illegal for Painful.
That's my solo queue goat right there. Drutut. Uses both summoners, ult. He's so far ahead in the game as well. Which is now Miklar ends up going down. Doesn't even have an item yet. We're 18 minutes into the game. The Renekton doesn't have an item. It's looking like a Black Cleaver as well, so I'm not sure how useful that item will be in general. I mean, I guess you help Corki a little bit and that Jace, who is now 400 gold up. You know, ever since we said that Forsen's on a gold league, he just went to a deficit.
Yeah,
Hey, it's just us. We did it.
I don't know if that's on us, this one. As Drutut, once again, being potentially focused. No flash, no ghost. But has a tower to hide underneath as we're actually seeing a teleport. Both these teams want to contest this dragon out, but I mean, Mikla 2 levels down, hasn't finished an item yet. While Drutut sitting on Triforce and Guinsoo's Rage Blade. It's so rough because you don't want to be giving up Ocean Soul, but if you're ready, how do you contest? You cannot contest this Dragon number 3. You need to hope that maybe you pick up another couple of shutdowns here and there. Maybe get some tower plates, but the lights being turned out. And Drew2, Ghostless is chasing forwards. Can they actually find the Nocturne range? They jump in with the Magnet Storm. Pobelter, he whiffed the ultimate, and Painful jumps forwards, has the execution onto him. It's just going to flip back to safety. Jack tries to find the kill, unable to make the connection. They find the knockback. They will sacrifice Wazy, and it is a 1-for-1 support for mid.
Forsen pops the ult, but he's not in range of anyone. And by the time he is, the ult runs out. I mean, it happens to the best of us, right? I'm sure it's happened to Faker once or twice. As one member of Front is going to go down. It looked extremely close. I feel like this chase with the 2 items is very, very scary on the side of Ruddy. But again, the second this becomes a 5 versus 5, and Vayne has the 2 items right there as well. Rageblade completed.
Pobelter, watch him. Oh. He's on 200 ping, guys. Okay, I
don't think this has anything to do with 200 ping, dude.
He just sombreroed. Oh, that is heartbreaking.
I mean, I see what he was thinking, right? He was getting dived by Akali. So that could have been a preemptive sombrero.
Yeah.
Ah, see? He's just too clever for us.
I think you're coping real hard here.
Wait, what's happening?
Hey.
Why are we painting the screen?
Into the future, as the Renekton is going to try and outplay a Vayne with 2 items and 0 items in his pocket. And I'll give it to the guy. Maybe if he had that Clips or his Cleaver finished up, he actually might have got that. But
how does he not have an item yet? It's 20 minutes into the game. Oh my.
Oh, he's 95 CS. He's Flame Horizon and he's 9 kills down.
He's Flame Horizon in 20 minutes.
Yikes. And that is, on the other side, that's basically 10 CS per minute on our Vayne here, who has 9 kills and 10 CS per minute. That's crazy.
He's almost Choving. Actually, Pobelter's closer to Choving than anyone else. 207, 21 minutes in as a Jack Spectre. He's found a cow. He wants his burger. He doesn't want it. He has to cut.
A flash, he got the ult. That's all he needed.
And Baron's up. I mean, they do Baron pretty quickly, right? You've got Vayne, you've got Tristana, double AD carry, double hyper AD carry as well. We'll burn that Baron down super duper quickly. However, Druid on the bot side of the map, I mean, a lane that's winning, why ruin it, right? He can stay down bot lane. He's outplayed 1v2 as well. Third Dragon going over to FF15. They're looking very close to that soul as well. So take it one step at a time. Again, this will be their first win if they manage to close this one game out. And it could be a huge turnaround for them as well. Potentially looking for a spot in the playoffs as well as Painful. He's looking for Pobelter.
Spot in the playoffs is so optimistic.
Come on, man. Sell the dream.
I don't know if I can. I really don't know if I can. Great game here, though, for the side of FF15. I'll give it to them. They've done very well. And let's be real, it's a top gap. And I think Drew2 has been the most...
Oh, no.
He has been the most consistently solid performing member the entire season for this team. I feel like while the rest of the game has been a little bit on fire, Pobelter's done a good job of neutralizing lanes with 200 ping. I think we've seen multiple times where Drew2's actually looked like he's capable of carrying a game, but your bot and jungle are kind of so giga ruined that they've not been able to do anything with it. But this time around, mid up a little bit. Bot lane actually up 2k. Jungle, it's fine. It's not on fire. And that has now given Drew2 the opportunity to carry a game.
And that he is. Has 9,000 gold with overall for 15, 6,000 lays in his pockets. Third item completed. Experimental Hexblade as well for the Vayne, as well as the Rageblade plus the Trinity Force. 3 items, 23 minutes in. That's pretty massive. Especially since a couple of those items are pretty expensive as well, particularly the Trinity Force. 2 items onto Pobelter, the Death Cap with the Seekers, and they're engaged.
Oh my
He's
word.
gone. He's
Where
gone.
did he go? They're trying to find the engage on to Sebrej, but he's not going to be getting caught. Painful tries to kill Pobelter, but he is knocked out. Jumps to safety. Drew2 is going to take down the Corki. And Painful on the wrong side of the map, buddy. And no health to work with. As Richley, Pobelter chasing him down. Shuriken flips over the wall, but there's a gate for Richley to go through. And Painful being slowly marched down here.
Okay, now kill Morel. Do we? Oh no, the belt is interfering.
Oh,
Man.
He actually kills here.
Wait.
No.
Oh, the shield from Oriana.
Oh, it's already shield. Yes. That makes sense. Hey, that's Sol. That's probably also going to be Baron. And a very, very quick game.
Damn. I see Tom Cruise smiling down there. I mean, he has to. Not the past few games don't look the best. Not gonna lie. However, I will say, it kind of reminded me a little bit of LR. You know how Reckless and Crowny, whenever they had a bad game, they just slammed the Tristana and just absolutely dominate bot lane? They had done it a couple times in the NLC, they've done it a couple times at the Mia Masters as well, so a little bit reminiscent of the good old times, if you will.
There's no way we're comparing those two teams.
No.
There's no way we're comparing FF15 to LR.
Wait, in LR, if LR was called for Swanson and Bum, who would be the Bum? Would it be Baus?
No, because I saw him carry more games than not.
Sure, but like his playstyle could fit the name.
Yeah, his playstyle could, but I feel like the performance was not bum-worthy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was quite game-based, to be honest.
Well,
by the way,
game-based?
Yeah. With Soul, with
Opening
Dragon,
the base.
Cow gets caught by the shockwave. Painful jumps in for Jack Spectra. He might actually just jump forward. He has it. Ooh. The flash comes out and he flips back to safety. The lights go out as they're going to jump back. Forcing just able to disengage, and somehow a window of opportunity was given. Drutu is going to just try and see if he can 1 versus 5 underneath the tower. Pop the ultimate there. Doesn't find a kill, but does get a heavy chunk out, and Severidge just needs to continue to try and clear away on this tower.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like if there wasn't like an 8,000 gold lead gap in the top lane, that Jace and Akali are looking really damn strong from the set of Roddy. It's just that you're getting so fed by having the extra levels, the extra items, Seekers onto Oriana as well, that it just becomes a little bit impossible to just kill FF15 right now. Yeah. They might try to finish right here. Wazy?
Wazy's ult's way too late. They're going to jump in, and that's going to be a dead Crocodile as well. FF15, Ocean Soul will keep these guys healed up. The towers now under fire from cannon minions from both bot and mid. And these towers will not be lasting long, and neither will the members of Ruddy. Drutu doing way too much damage here. Hexplate just giving him so much extra attack speed when he ults. The Nexus is exposed, and FF15, they have done it. With 23 kills in the pocket, their first win of the season.
Damn. I heard he holds some Minecraft world record. He could hold a world record of a platform player winning a professional League of Legends game as a...
First time ever.
Guided by Tom Cruise. Right there.
I'd never noticed it until today, but he really does. I wonder if he's really short like Tom Cruise as well. Actually, I met him.
He's not.
April.
He's not.
He's not.
He's not.
He's a nice guy, actually. Yeah, there you go. FF15 get their first win of the season. Sure, they're probably feeling very happy with themselves off the back of that one. We'll have to see whether or not this can stick up though and continue as a play style for them, because you know they have been struggling and they are playing Ruddy. So not to take away from the victory. A victory is a victory, but it's one step in the right
Yeah.
way.
However, when both teams are at 0 wins, you're expecting that. Well, you're not expecting 100% one of the two teams will grab the victory, right? But it's kind of the fashion that they won in. I feel like it was very dominating, particularly from the top of the map. Drutu, I think, ended this game with like an 8,000 individual gold lead, which was insane. I want to take the positives from Ruddy because I know we have been beating around the team just a little bit due to unfortunate circumstances, of course. I feel like Painful and Bobik had a pretty damn good showing right here. Akali plus the Jace.
Yeah.
Of course, Bobik getting the Jace in his hands in the first place. Again, one of the most sought after junglers to pick in this current patch. pretty self-explanatory. You farm, you EQ, you farm, you EQ, you farm, you EQ. But Painful on this Akali, I feel like he found some angles and some openings to get onto the backline very easily right there. And I was very impressed with the way that he navigated an Akali in such a doom and gloom game, I would say, where it's just very difficult, specifically when you play an assassin, to actually get into the backline and get opportunities for yourself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He, Painful, you know, a consistent player we've seen for a very long time in the NLC. Always been a pretty decent player as well, so really good to see. I mean, that ult from Jack Spectra was saved his life. He would have got hit by the QEW, absolutely dead, but no. Painful, yeah, this was, for his namesake, actually quite a painful game, because he played well, but the map was on fire. There was not much going in his favor. Same for Bobic as well. Bobic had a pretty good run of it, but you know, it's hard to play jungle when all your lanes are losing and you're just unable to really do anything with it. And you know, this one here, you see the Orianna shockwave going wide. Well, not even going wide, not even getting remotely close and sombreroing, and they're still able to win that fight without your Ori ultimate. Kind of just shows you how far ahead they were in gold. And yeah, the tail end, well, after about 15 minutes, this game kind of just became Ruddy getting slapped with the wallet of FF15.
Yeah, the gold lead really did show up. However, a win is a win for FF15. Yep. Again, we want to see if they will be able to continue to push forward and get those wins. I mean, I'm not sure if, I think mathematically playoffs is still doable, I'm pretty sure. But we'll have to wait and see. Potentially, maybe the analysts know. And of course, the strength of schedule moving forward. We do have some pretty formidable teams here in the NLC. Particularly AP is in my head as probably one of the best teams that we have this season around, which I'm pretty sure is the next game, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that is actually Bulldog versus AP is our next game. So that actually might be a bit of a banger. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to the studio to break down that first game. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Finally happened. FF15 have gotten their first win. 4 swines and a bum, and a player Forsen has gotten his first win in the NLC. It's a historic day, whatever way you want to look at it. It's certainly something that will write itself into NLC history. But regardless, we are joined by someone who has also written himself into the NLC history as one of the best content creators in the NLC space. Don Jake, owner of Ruddy Esport, will be joining us, and I should be able to see him on my screen rather shortly, but welcome, Don Jake. How are you feeling? And first of all, commiserations to everything. Obviously, it's been a rough split for you guys, but how are you feeling?
How the fuck do you think I'm feeling?
Absolutely horrible, mate.
You're a genius. You're a great interviewer.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that. So let's try and look at the bigger picture. It's been a rough split for Ruddy. It's been a rough few splits. But you've obviously delivered some of the highest highs the NLC have seen in terms of entertaining teams, fun storylines, and miracle runs. Are you planning for spring already, or where's your mind at currently?
Sorry, I can hear the producer in my ear. What did you say?
How do you feel about the future of Ruddy and where you are heading? Well, what's the plan? Are you looking towards spring already? After
well, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's one of those things, isn't it, Duckling? I mean, you often look at it. Is it light coming towards us, or is it a train coming towards us to run us over? Who knows, really? All I know is that the 5 players who played today have no future in League of Legends. They should honestly... I've messaged all of them. I told them to uninstall the game. They should be working in a factory or like maybe in a fishing market or something like that. League of Legends is not for them.
I mean, as a team owner, I mean, shouldn't you be proud of your players even though maybe they don't show up? Or...
Excuse me. Let me just stop you right there. You've got a very similar head to me, so I want to be empathetic towards you, but I've just watched my top laner miss CS under turrets, and he's 600 LP. And you want me to think that he doesn't have a bet on Polymarket? He's just made $400,000 from this game.
I mean,
and I'm not going to see any of it.
I mean,
So what do you want me to say to you?
I have nothing to say. I mean, I just wish you better luck next game, I guess. I mean,
there's no luck. There's no luck. There's hereditary agents of evil and chaos that are working against us.
Yeah.
I can't even rely on my own team. There was sabotage that occurred in this game. I'm 100%. This was a win trade. 100%.
Will we see some changes done, Jake? Obviously, you've moved around a few pieces. I think Painful's definitely good enough to play at the NLC. Like, will you be bringing more of his
Painful's
caliber
good
in?
enough. I respect the lad a lot. He tries his heart out. Last week I had a jungler. I don't know if you remember him. The jungler before this one. He comes to me, messages me, Jake, I don't know what to do. The team is so shit. I said to him, of course it's shit, lad. You're on it. You're
So
on
you
the team.
benched him.
That's
You
why
benched
it's
him.
shit.
That's
and then
how.
he was gone.
Fair enough.
He
I
was
mean,
gone
yeah,
because he dared
TYB.
to raise his voice to me. He dared to message me outside of my work hours. Disgusting pig.
Looking at maybe the pre-season or coming into this season, or maybe looking into the next one, is there any changes preparation-wise that you would like to see? Maybe in order to not sign the 5 players, or how many that you've had in your roster this season?
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. My preparation for this season was playing Football Manager and jerking off 8 times a day. So
fair enough.
There was no preparation. But I did actually get Vitesse Arnhem in the Eredivisie out of the 2nd division, and we won the Champions League within 8 seasons. So whether you call that an achievement or not, who knows?
No, I think it is, man. They have huge financial issues in FM. That's actually genuinely,
And
as
so
an
do
FM
we.
player, it is actually pretty
And so do
impressive.
we.
In 8 seasons, I don't think I could do better. Maybe 9 seasons I would be there. I think actually, fair enough, mate. I think you spend your off season right then.
The length of your hair is all off for me.
Yeah, it is. It is. You can take my barb about that. I found out. I sat
doesn't
there
work.
for an hour. He told me he
I've
didn't have
got
a
one
degree.
guy here, you look like you're trying to do a bowl cut, but you can't. And then I've got Thomas Gravison on the right here, Danish international.
He's a
And
legend.
what happened to
Ball
Toby
on,
Friedman? Where's Toby Friedman and the others as well?
I mean, yeah, we need Toby today.
Yeah, we need Toby to do more drawings, man.
He's
You
sick
guys
as
are
far as I
just,
know.
you
He's
know,
actually sick as far as I know.
Yeah, he's sick, is he? Yeah, maybe on the wacky backy. That's what he's sick from, mate.
No comments.
You guys are in some sort of studio, like little. You look like you're in a dock harbor or something. This looks like an ISIS execution video. This studio.
Yeah. In
Like
regards
a
to the
fucking set of
studio,
Pusher
actually,
with Matt. You got Mads Mikkelsen over there.
in
like,
regards to the
what's going on
studio,
here?
actually, can we get a live reaction for the Labubu that your great friend
Listen, I want to tell you
Toby
something right now. You're
Friedman
the social media
has drawn
manager,
for
right?
you? What, sorry?
Old guy, you're the social media manager, yeah?
Well, I do a lot, all sorts of things here in leagues.
So I've messaged you twice on Twitter and you've not responded. Why don't you just
that's
do your
crazy.
fucking job and respond to me?
I'm actually locked out of our Twitter, and we also have a guy who's
The
named
social
is
media manager,
Christian.
you're locked out of Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean,
cool.
I have to ask Elon Musk what.
Bro, if I got locked out of my house, I go get new keys. Get the password, bro. What are you doing? Like,
Well, last I heard anything about your living situation, you didn't really have a house either. So.
oh, that's a low blow,
I'm sorry.
man. That's a low
It wasn't a low
man.
blow. I'm just asking, like.
I've got a home, man. We've got
It
Black Mail
looks
problem,
cozy,
bro.
though.
Can you come around and fix it?
No, but it looks cozy, the background.
But can we get a reaction
good,
for
man.
the Labubu here, or?
I mean, I think Labubu is a symptom of late stage capitalism. All this sort of, luxury economy, Dubai. It's set up states. We don't want to get political though.
So
It's
from
gonna
an
get long.
artistic perspective, wouldn't you say that this encapsulates kind of two?
I think from an autistic
like-
perspective, you guys are doing great. I mean, like,
Okay. I don't
say
think I'm gonna get an
congratulations to
answer.
Forsen,
I just
though.
wanted to say I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
congratulations to Forsen on the big win, and Pabelta, clearly you've got enough meat. People have been doubting you for so many years now. You've clearly got enough. We felt all 9 inches of it tonight. So, cheers to you, man.
Do you have anything in the content pipeline coming up for maybe your own YouTube channel, like
Yeah,
interviews or something?
Well, obviously, to sign up for this tournament, all of the players gave me their addresses, so I might be paying them some visits this week. And I don't know what websites those videos will be ending up on, but maybe you'll see them on the internet somewhere.
No comments. No comments. Anyways, I think I actually think we don't have any more questions for you today.
That's amazing, man.
But I just wanted to say it's always a pleasure talking to you. You're one of my favorite content creators when it comes to in League of Legends as a whole. And we actually met once in Stockholm. I don't think you remember. You were pretty drunk at that point, but I had the pleasure of interviewing where you went on a 5-minute rant on how Jordan Peterson is right in some ways, more than not.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's what you
dangerous.
said. Yeah, we have a picture actually here coming up on stream. I was behind the camera.
Bang.
You were blasted, if you could say that. You were eating a burger.
That's not you though. That's someone else.
No,
Unless
actually
you,
that's my brother.
Went through
I was behind
chemotherapy since then.
Yeah, I was behind the camera. He was in front of the camera. But it was a great pleasure meeting you finally in person after seeing so much of your content. I must say, I'm looking forward personally to see what the next chapter of Roddy and your...
I really have one thing I want to know. As a Fnatic fan, Don Jake, when is the Sam Matthews interview? I need that, man. I need it.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I met Sam Matthews. Like, it needs to happen. But he likes to act like a celebrity sometimes, bro. I've got his phone number though. Like, sometimes I just call him for fun. When I met Sam Matthews, he started doing a rap battle against me, and I'm white, but it felt racist. He started rapping at me like he's you know these like 90s, 80s rappers. Like he started being like, "Yo, my name is Sam Matthews, and I came to say, Fnatic's gonna play in a fancy way." Like it was not good.
So that interview is a bit delayed or what? Because I remember he actually, you had a big movement about getting him to accept an interview with all the shit going on in Fnatic. And he accepted, if I recall correctly, and I've been waiting on it like since December.
Bro, like the thing, you got to message his like assistants and shit, and then they're all just like doing coke all the time. They've got no.
Sounds like usual Fnatic, man. Gets nothing done. Horrible, man. Crazy.
Absolutely, man. Listen, guys, if you like my content, you should probably watch my interviews to learn a bit about interviewing, no?
Yeah, I could definitely use some tips from you. I don't know what I'm doing in terms of interviewing. But
I can tell.
Yeah, you can tell. I could imagine, mate. Probably need a few tips from the goat over there. But yeah, I don't think we have much more for you. I believe that's actually also the time we had. Pleasure having you on, Don Jake. A personality as always, one of the best in the NLC. And I hope we soon see you guys end that loss streak.
Thank you.
Hopefully. And yeah, I mean, that was some of the best 5 minutes we've had in this year on the NLC broadcast.
I mean, he's always, you always get a great reaction from that man, I must say. He is just content incarnated, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's just himself. There is no filter, so I mean, we can respect that.
Yeah.
So.
Always a pleasure having Don Jake on. Hopefully next time it will be after he actually wins a game.
Yeah, I mean, losing to Force Wines and a bum, being the first team to do that, you're writing yourself in the wrong side of the history book, right? Roddy have written himself into many positive history, miracle runs, making finals, EMEA Masters. This is one they would like to forget, a page that will often be skipped over when they look past their own history, I'm sure. But let's start looking a bit towards game number 2, because we've got a game on the card that can really be entertaining. You've seen what looked like a gold game I saw someone in chat say last time around, but this time we're moving up to Challenger as the undefeated Arctic Panthers will be taking on the 3-1 Bulldogs. And let's start with Arctic Panthers, the Finnish powerhouse. 4 Finnish players and a half Finn in Bulldogs in the support, living in a gaming house in Finland with Hiva coaching. They look unstoppable. They do. I mean, last week they also played super well, and I mean they have just been playing super well. I think especially Nille on top is, the GOAT. The game last week was insane. I mean, he's always performing, he's always playing so great, and as well with the mid lane, Simply, I think he's also doing a great job. I think the whole team has a great synergy, great macro, and yeah, they're really looking strong.
I personally think we will have to look really hard for someone who can contest them, honestly. I think they're right now a level above, and I think they will continue on their streak, hopefully, if you're a Finn. I think talking to Hiva as well, I mean, I think he has a pretty clear vision of what the team should be able to do. He himself mentioned that he wants to, or the goal is to qualify for the EU Masters or EMEA Masters finals. Let's see how that's gonna go as soon as they will maybe meet a bit more stronger opponents. But I think it's gonna be like really challenging to any NLC team to even reach their level.
I think so much of the NLC this split has been dominated by bot lanes being incredibly strong, right, and carrying. But we saw from Nina last week, he can carry, Simply can carry as well.
Yeah,
and I think that's what makes them so dangerous, that they've got so much versatility in terms of where they play and who they want to play through, right? But if we look over to the side of Bulldog, if there are anyone who can contest them, I think they are one of them. And I mean, Noodle, I think he's really good, played on Burton last year as well. I feel like all of these players are definitely at the top end of the NLC quality, and we know, we spoke to Johnny now, but behind the scenes, he's also said to me, their ambition is to win the whole thing and make EMEA Masters, and if they want to do that, well, they gotta beat the undefeated team in Arctic Pandas, so they are coining themselves a challenger to Arctic Pandas, and I think it's a realistic shout too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely going to be hard for them to win over Arctic. Not being biased, but that is my opinion today. I think they have a great. I mean, they have a great chance because they are good players, but I think it's going to be hard either way. I think Arctic Pandas are just that level above in terms of individual and also in macro mid game. But yeah, let's see today.
Yeah, I think the fact that they can win in all three lanes and essentially carry through them is what gives them the edge to me. When I look through the roles, I just feel like with how they've been playing so far, Bulldog obviously, we heard it from Jolly, they haven't been, 100% pleased with their performances. They still feel like they have room to grow. But I would genuinely take every laner from Arctic Panda. Like, it's close. I think if there are any team that can contest, Bulldog are up there. They have the quality. Maybe in support, I prefer Kasing over Boltux, if I'm honest. Kasing has the leadership. He's shown himself. He's very consistent in the late game team fights, always, able to, when the game is balancing on a knife's edge, tip the odds in his favor. But other than that, I mean, Sisyphus, good. Hunt, good. Lex, good. Noodle's good as well.
Yeah, he is.
Maybe I would prefer Noodle over Debo, but like it's very tight in every role. And I think in terms of the carries, I would be leaning towards Arctic Panda in all three lanes. And that just means, like, I think it's 60-40 in terms of who will win this game, but I am leaning towards Arctic Pandas.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a clear favorite coming into this game, and it is Arctic Pandas. I think it will be a tough matchup, as we said, but what should Bulldog look towards if they want to take this win against Arctic Pandas?
I mean, it's great questions you're coming up with, but I mean, I think actually just playing synergized, because I think that is what Arctic Pandas really has. They have great synergy and they know each other really well in terms of limits and how they play the map. So I think if Bulldog can kind of get on the same level, I mean, it's very hard. You have to get a lot of scrims in, you have to know each other very well to do it. But I think if they can play the map and the mid fights, late game fights, the objectives around the synergy that they have, I think maybe they can get the win in terms of that.
Yeah, I think like if you're pointing out a few key factors for success. You first of all got to shut down Nuli. You can't give him something like the Rumble again that allows him to snowball. Ideally, if you can force it out into a tank matchup, maybe where he's on the Cassandre side of the Rumble Cassandre matchup, we see basically every game in the LEC with it being best of ones. And then we need to look towards the bot lane. Sisyphus and Kasing, I've been impressed by their late games. In particular, Kasing is brilliant in the late game. He always has that X factor, but their laning phase hasn't been the best. I remember that game against Deer Gaming on the opening week. It was poor, their laning phase. They got 2v2 killed multiple times. And it really put a strain on the early levels and the mid game as well. So if you can survive those stages of the game and put yourself into an even position around the fight, that's why I think I might actually tip a bit in their favor. There's a lot of experience on both sides, but Kasing to me, man, he's just got that extra bit of a extra edge when it comes to 30+ minute fights, 25-minute game deciding fights. So try and survive the laning phase, and key point, the main one, just shut Nilla down. Don't let him get a carry.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree. It's just gonna be interesting to see how they will play, because maybe they will play around top lane this game. Maybe they will put a lot of jungle attention top, but then it really comes down to how will bot lane play out then, because maybe they will lose the 2v2 very hard, and then it's gonna go kind of shit if they can't really shut down top. So I mean, yeah, we need to see how it goes, but I agree. Like, you can't get Nilla ahead early, because then you're gonna get smashed in the fights. Yeah.
For sure. I believe we still have a few more minutes before the game is going underway. And just before we get deeper into this game and send over to the casters, let's have a look back, right? Because we've had a chat with Don Jake and talked a bit about the last game, but we haven't actually really gone through what happened outside of the fact that FF15 won. So if we were to measure some key points of success there, where they thrived the most, first of all, didn't have a single ban due to the internet issues causing the delay.
Yeah.
So they won without any bans. But let's talk a bit about Druid in the top lane, right? We talked about it before. He wanted to pull out some of the cheese. That's what we needed to see. His pocket picks come to fruition. And I mean, talk to me about that Vayne top lane against Renekton. It was unplayable for Mikla.
It was really crazy to see. I mean, what can Renekton do in that lane? It's super hard to play. And also, I don't know about the Ignite. Summoner though, maybe TP would have been more arguable, just standing in XP range. But I mean, yeah, Druid looked super good on the Vayne, and I think like activating him on those kind of champs are what they really need to win. And also, Forsen played super well to his level, I would say. The dive on bot could have worked if Rel didn't miss the Q, but it happens. But I was pleasantly surprised to see what they did early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point maybe the five bans that they didn't have, maybe it was actually an advantage because you could clearly see it on the results. I mean, maybe it opened up for some more variations that they couldn't or have otherwise gotten. I don't know. But one thing, yeah, as you said, Druid was amazing on the Vayne. He carried this game completely, and we saw Forsen, a great improvement. I think, like. You got a draft where you finally started playing into your advantages. Of course, the first 4 games we talked about it, they met maybe the strongest teams in the league, or 4 of the top contenders at least. So maybe they were a bit afraid to play their own game or to their own style. But I think what we mentioned before, now they've got some time together. They actually have played a lot of scrims together. They've won a couple of scrims. They've kind of started seeing maybe a winning formula, at least in a training context. But now you also see it on the stage. So maybe it is looking brighter for Swines and a bomb. But at least this was clearly some very good signs from them in this game. And I'm looking forward to see if they can continue on this path. Now the teams, they have 2 champions they can ban out from Forsen. They have the Nocturne and now the Briar. So now he can draw 2 bans.
And I think it's worth to mention as well, their strength of schedule has been really rough. DMG, of course, we didn't expect them to be 4-0, but they've found themselves at the top of the standings right now. They've played Arctic Pandas 4-0. They've played Verdant, who did underperform early. But I mean, yeah, they also had a rough start to the split, but should be doing a lot better. And then against Bulldog. So they've had a lot of tough competition, and maybe with how they play today, they can get more wins on the board. But enough about that. Let's head into the banger matchup between Bulldogs and Arctic Pandas. Casters, take it away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Caster Corner. That's what I'm calling it now. It's not really a desk, is it? It'd be a big desk, all the way from the UK to Berlin. Oh, no. Oh no! This is while she's
what color?
What color?
What color?
A deep blue, like a deep
I don't have.
blue.
I don't have a deep blue. Oh wait.
Okay, well we'll bring up Champslet. We'll have trouble fast around with Labubus.
There you go. It's not a Labubu. It's close enough.
It's awful, whatever it is. Anyway.
What? You're such a hater.
This is actually quite a fun matchup. AP versus BDG. You know, Des talked a little bit on it, but I think it's our turn to actually do a proper deep dive and, you know, really break down why this matchup is so good. Bulldog have been consistently good all season long. AP, me and you, Trouble, have put them as, at the bare minimum, our top 2 team in one of our top 2 teams for the season. I think they are our best team
be my number 1.
Yeah,
I think they might be my number 1, actually. Yeah.
And, you know, it's made up of heavy hitters from the NLC. Nile, Simply, Kevo, all been around for a very long time. Dibu's actually been around for a fair amount of time as well. You know, these are veteran players within the region. They know how to play with one another. And, you know, you're just getting this really, really strong and cohesive unit who, when decisions are being made on fights and positioning and rotations, everyone seems to understand exactly what their role is within that. Whether it's we're going to let someone split push, whether it's we're going to go in for this team fight and this person's the target. It's like it's one hive mind acting where a lot of other teams have been a lot more scrambled and chaotic. They've been very organized, and it's just been very, very clean to see. Like, it's a team who are genuinely good at League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rumblebee one also right here. I was actually wondering, due to the lack of a lot of the tanky top laners, we have seen the rise of, no pun intended, the rise of Ezreal a lot around the globe, and particularly in the LEC as well. And Kevo is one of those players in the NLC that really does favor the champion. It is his best champion, at least in my opinion, by far. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. If nothing tanky gets locked in right here from the sort of Bulldog, it could be generally a chance for Kevo to whip the Ezreal out.
He's very, very good at that. Very, very good at that. And now you've got the Vi, now you've got the Rise. You've already got, some pretty strong picks on the patch. I know you're not a Vi lover, you're a Vi hater, but she has had a consistent place, at least in NLC, this season so far. Other side, they're going to answer with the Mundo jungle and the Azir in the mid lane as the answer to the Rise. So pretty standard mid lane matchup. And AP now looking towards that final pick. I'm assuming this is going to be a top lane, some kind of answer to that Rumble.
You could also put the Rise up top lane and play something like a Talia, so you can have a really nice combo together with your Vi. We have seen this happen. I'm pretty sure Wunder took the Rise and played it top lane. It's actually a counter to Rumble as well, because you don't play too close quarters with it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the Ezreal, because you need something a little bit more hyper carry oriented to take down the Mundo later on. So Kevo's going to lock in his Corki right there, like right here. Things like the Yunara we have seen straight up into the Corki. A lot of things like the Misfortune and the Jhin are being played due to their nature of being super strong in lane and being able to force the Corki underneath the tower. So we'll see what will get banned out right here. It's going to be the Tristana for starters. So 3 more that could potentially go down the bot lane for Bulldog.
Alrighty, well, the Azir is going to be locking Tristana, obviously banned away. Seen a lot of that so far. There's still the Zeri, which is a matchup which we've seen quite a lot of, the Corki versus Zeri. Funnily enough, outside of NLC, the Zeri seems to come up on the better half of that. But here in the NLC, the Corki's actually been doing pretty good. Is it the Zeri, or am I having a complete brain fart? What was that matchup?
It was Yunara.
It was Yunara. Thank you. Thank you. I was about to say, I was like, Zeri's not that good at Corki.
Purple lady versus neon yellow lady. I don't know how you made the comparison.
I don't know. One was broken for a very long time. The other one,
it still is.
Still very
it's
strong.
probably going to get picked here into the Corki. I mean, it makes sense, right? You've got the Rumble, you've got the front line with the Mundo, you've got the long range with the Rumble Equalizer, you've got the front to back with the Azir. I mean, like, Yunara makes the utmost sense here.
Yeah, I think Yunara is a super, super good pick. And, what Bulldog are really lacking right now is that engage. You still got things like the Rel, the Nautilus, the Leona. So get a Yunara, pair her with that. On the other side, AP, they have the engage through that Vi angle. They could look for another round of engage if they want. See what they decide to go for here on their support and their top laner. Could lock in a couple of tanks and just get a really beefy frontline to give time for the Rise and Corki to do all of the damage that they need to. But they're really running down that timer there, and there it is. The Cassante is going to be their top lane answer to the Rumble.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think I would have rather seen Rise go top lane and then get a Talia mid lane to kind of play the Vi-Talia combo for that early game. Obviously, they're hovering right here. Sizifek is hovering the Ezreal, but we said things like the Misfortune and the Jhin look really strong into the Corki, into the early laning phase. And also, they do have prospects of, like, having high damage into things like the Vi and the Rise later on. He has been hovering the Ezreal quite a bit right here. So I'm wondering, he's going to get locked in. Interesting. We talked about Kevo potentially playing the Ezreal. Is going to be going into Sizifek's hands. Paired up potentially with a Nami right here. So they're playing just a very defensive structure front to back composition on the side of Bulldog.
Alrighty. Been a moment since I've seen the old Nami getting locked in. We got a very nautical themed support here for the bot lane. Nautilus and Nami.
You're not watching much Reckless in the LEC, are you? My
honestly,
guy's locking it in every game.
I haven't actually been able to watch that much LEC this year. I've been
my guy's locking it in every single chance he gets, and he's actually been pretty well performed on the Nami. So I think these are the most recent Nami games we've seen. I'm not sure what's happening too much globally in terms of Nami. But yeah, the Ezreal paired up with the Nami kind of fits the theme with Lucian Nami, if you will, and also Karma Ezreal. So you're playing to outpoke your opponents. You get the extra range with the Q from the Ezreal. You're playing into melee supports as the Nautilus, so you should definitely have the upper hand. And here's where I'm seeing the Mundo sort of starting to path towards that bot side of the map for a free Skull Crab.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have that shove on the bot side for the side of Bulldog. And AP are probably just going to have to handle that. But, you know, we'll see. They've been very cohesive as a team when it comes to team comms and stuff. So I'm kind of just looking at the draft and like what I'm expecting from this game. And AP, I feel like they're just going to have to kind of sit back and kind of take a little bit of punishment in lane. Once they hit those 6s, you have the ultimate on the Vi unlocked. You have the ability for Ryze to roam around the map and make impact as well. Also powering up his overload. At that point, once those 6s get hit, you'll have the ability to look for those key picks, look for that big damage. I do worry about this Mundo. If the Mundo gets too far ahead, are the side of AP actually going to be able to handle that? Have they got enough damage? Because you've only got Corki, you've only got Ryze. Yes, 2 champs who scale very well and do have a lot of capability of doing damage, but if one of them dies, you're going to lose 50% of your damage threat in a fight.
Yeah, this is my problem right here, right? Even though Ryze and Corki are both machine guns in the late game, I think getting there is going to be the problem, because then you've got other scaling problems like the Azir and the Rumble on the other side, plus the Mundo. My only problem with the Mundo right here is that I feel like the Vi might become a little bit too redundant in the late game from the side of AP. The Vi will engage. The follow-up is not quite there for me. You don't really have other divers. You also do not really have your long-range artillery falling in to actually help the Vi. So I feel like right here, we might have a case where Debu is going to be pretty isolated onto the Vi. So he's going to have to choose his targets very, very carefully. And once he has chosen those targets, all you're going to have to do as a Mundo is just stand in front so no one can cross you, right? So we'll see how that will work out. But for now, I do really favor Bulldog's composition.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I think Bulldog, you know, they're giving themselves lots of tools, but I still really favor AP. I think they've just played so well all season so far. They've consistently performed as a unit and potentially setting up for a cheeky little pick here. They brought Simply down, Rune Prison into the hook. Are they going to catch onto Kasing? Scissor effect, wards go down. Just throwing the Q out. There's the hook, goes through the goalposts, and that is going to be the end of that little play.
All right, not much in the early game. Not much else, rather, in the early game. It's going to be Lex looking towards the top side of the map. This is a matchup over in the top lane that we see a lot globally, and it's something that K'Sante obviously loses, but he's kind of the new Ornn, right? He loses very gracefully in his lanes. We don't necessarily see Rumble with huge game leads in the early game into the K'Sante. K'Sante gets out of the laning phase. Pretty happy here as well, especially since I'm expecting to see a Koenig Rukern being built as the first item for K'Sante, which also serves later on when you have a Azir potentially on a side lane. So I feel like Nila is going to be more than happy right here, sort of piling up the MR in this early game.
Alrighty, both junglers are clearing downwards. So like you were saying, Trouble, expecting to see the Bulldog bot lane pressure transition into them being able to secure that first crab. And Dibu going to have to go the long way around unless some level of a miracle hook comes out. Some kind of pick shows up. Maybe an angle could present itself to them. But right now they are zoned off the wave. That level 2 advantage goes over to the side of Sizzafek and Kasing. And Lex taking a fight here versus Nile. Honestly, the start of that trade actually looked pretty solid there for Nile. Obviously, standard Rumble. As you're walking out, you're just getting cooked and harpooned. But still, holding his own for the moment.
Yeah, I told you. I mean, the K'Sante matchup is pretty fair over on the top side of the map. Again, he loses, but he doesn't lose significantly too much. And Rumble doesn't get to speedrun like he does any other melee top laner that he usually plays into. So K'Sante can trade just a little bit. He bounces off the wave as well. So he'll be pretty happy-ish in this lane, as you can be playing any tank, right?
Yeah.
Now, mid lane is pretty even as well. You get to bounce the wave back and forth. Bot lane is the one that I'm looking at, right? We mentioned the Mundo pathing towards the bottom of the map because that Nami Ezreal should have the push into the Nautilus plus Corki, which is actually the case. They've got 2 pretty deep wards right here on the sort of Bulldog, and they can actually walk in and try to bully Debu on that red buff. I don't necessarily like the fact that they pathed one way, because I feel like now he can just smite it and leave, which is exactly what he did.
He's doing a fair chunk of damage on the way out, but they're not going to have kill pressure onto him. This does mean, though, Noodle's now moving over towards the top side.
They can just cross. They can just cross through mid lane. Ryze did manage to reset first, and Hunt is going to have to walk into this river. Vi's going the other way. They're just juking each other for the skull crab.
Yeah, and there's no way that Sizzafek can hang around. They have to catch the wave. Yeah, this is... AP, I think they answered that whole play really well there. I think Bulldog getting a little bit too greedy.
All right. That was a pretty good game from Bulldog. Yeah, I feel like that was a pretty solid early game right here from Bulldog, and particularly Noodle reading the map correctly, reading where he has priorities correctly, and sort of pressuring Debu, right? At the end of the day, it's not necessarily about getting the 2 Scuttle Crabs over the 1. It's about pressuring the opponents and see how they respond. Really great response by Debu, but also really great pressure being built up right here from the sort of Bulldog. I feel like, again, the most important part for junglers that do rely on their level 6, like the knockdown that we saw in game number 1, is the second Scuttle Crab, which guarantees you that level 6. So Debu right here should definitely be looking towards that.
And I think where that Scuttle Crab spawns is going to be a very big decider. If it's bot side, I expect Sizzafek and Gasing will still have pressure. Simply can very quickly just blast through a wave and get pressure, so Simply should be A-okay. If it's a top side one, I feel like Nilly's such a great neutralizer with the fact they'll naturally get the rise shove that should go in the favor of Dibu. So there's going to be a lot on AP to adapt to see what happens where the crab spawns. Whether or not they actually are in position to go for it or not. And then once that level 6 comes, like we were saying, this is when we expect to see AP starting to maybe look for some moves. Because Sizzafek and Gasing, that's a squishy bot lane. Nami, Ezreal can shift away, but the Viol will make the connection. The Nautilus ult will follow as well. So you'll still find yourself in quite a lot of danger if you get caught in range of either of those two.
And there's a lot of synergy between the Vi ult and the Nautilus ult as well. They both knock up, which means that no amount of tenacity is going to lessen the time that you are mid-air, as Debu is wrapping around on Sizzafek right here. Does have flash and exhaust available to him. Let's see if they can burn any of those. Nope. Just ease through that IQ. Very well played from Sizzafek.
Very nice. That has now given bot lane pressure. Noodle and Gasing are rotating over, but Sizzafek needs to get himself...
Scuttle.
Yeah.
It's a second Scuttle war. It's happening.
Looking for the Q over the wall. Does get hit there by the briefcase. I was kept having cleaver because that's what it is technically, but it's a briefcase in this one. And it looks like the pressure's there. So in fact, ease away immediately. Dibu and Kevo now making their way out. That level 6 fight hasn't quite fully broken out. Simply does have ultimate if he wants to try and rotate towards the bottom side. As Boltox now just looking to pressure onto Sizzafek with him having no E available. And this is just wasting time. Both junglers sniffing around this, wanting that level 6, which would be such a big difference maker for them. But they are just going to give up on the side of AP. Decide it's just better to go towards your blue side. You're going to get 6 a little later, but it's not the end of the world because nothing is happening on the map.
Yeah, I feel like right here, especially since Sizzafek has been happy feeting around the Qs that Boltox is throwing around, they don't really find an opportunity to chunk down Bulldog, and they don't really have any other way of sticking onto them. No level 6 on Vi, no level 6 on Nautilus. Means that those ultimates that 100% guarantee hit are not there to generate and engage for the sort of AP. So they take the easier route, which is try to go back towards the camps, try to invade right here onto the birds. Azir ult in.
Yeah, there's a lot of push pressure put onto Simply there. Hunt still gets pretty equal out on the trade there as Dibu jumps forwards. Ultimate available to Dibu, just forces Noodle to use his ult in response. The healing is coming in, but Simply gonna find the Rune Prison, gonna find the damage onto Hunt as they just want to get that Vi in range to go for the ult. Hunt is so heavily chunked out. The fight for red buff, but Simply has pressure mid. Hunt can't answer, and look at topside. Nilly has now rotated. He's got the pressure to make sure that his jungler is going to be able to get this red buff scot-free. Gets out with the steal and can head towards his own jungle. AP,
I am loving this matchup already because they're playing mind games with each other. Again, it's pressure into pressure. I see what Simply tried to do here. He tried to get his combo with the EQ, and then he tried to bail out with his ultimate. Pretty clever. Didn't end up connecting onto Hunt, and of course Hunt has flash as well, if need to be used. But I just love the mind games that are coming through, right? Bulldog is pressuring a lot because they do have that advantage in the early game. They're playing more aggressive with the Azir and the ultimate. They're trying to pull flashes and summoners from the side of AP, which they have managed so far. You know, both the combat summoners are gone, the barrier and the heal from that bot lane, the ghost off of Simply from that ult from Azir. So they're having chipping away bits and pieces from AP, but so far nothing has been able to stick. And this is where it starts getting scary. That Nautilus one creep away from that level 6 into the Vi. We have seen the Rise all be used, so it will be a little bit time until that Rise starts moving again. So all eyes on Debu to see where he's going to choose to use his first ultimate usage.
Well, there's a little bit of a thought that he might go towards his mid side, knowing Hunt doesn't have the ultimate. Simply, if he can get the Rune Prison, there's the flash, there's the engage, and that is going to be one dead pigeon. First blood to Simply.
Beautifully done right there. Boltox walks up mid, soaks up one creep of experience exactly, which was what was needed to get that level 6. Flashes through the wall, instant engage. Very lovely played right here from AP. Again, they use that raw power that a level 6 gives them. However, they did not end up burning that Nautilus ultimate. So I'm looking at Simply's ult and I'm like, hey, when the Rise ult comes back up, potentially you could be paying attention down that bot lane. That is pretty squishy.
Yeah, Lex also being forced to flash away from Nilly there. Use the all out.
That's not how this goes. That's not how this goes.
I think he just found a window, found an opportunity to jump in on him, and he went for it. Beautiful by Nilly. Got triple cookies as well in the inventory.
Okay, I'll stop with the Eminem.
Yeah, no,
references.
we don't need Eminem in here.
It's cool.
9 minutes on the clock, 1 kill over. Rower very close there for Simply. I assume this base is the Rower. Yep, there it is. So a 9-minute Rower. We'll have that stack just before 20-minute mark. And he's now working on that Archangel's. Going to be a very, very scary Rise. Meanwhile, looks like Debu, once again, just going for a cheeky camp steal.
He
gets away with it, gets out.
Oh, the A4 from Sisyphus. The Q missing from Boltox right here. And
oh my word.
Kevo seemed pretty low. I think at this point...
Oh my.
Kevo is contemplating not picking the Ezreal for himself, because we've talked about this before. Kevo is one of the most amazing Ezreals I've probably watched in EU. He's got amazing hands for that champion. And it got taken away right here by Sisyphus, who's also playing it really well for the time being. Now remember, no flash onto this Rumble, and Debu has managed to sneak around. That wave's going to push up, which means that if those two creeps die, he's going to be able to just sneak into that last brush right here and potentially look for an ultimate onto Lex. Simply's wrapping around as well. It's not a surprise anymore.
That's the dead Rumble. Simply's tanking, but he's got the health to do so. Debu secures the kill. Lovely little pick up there. Also, put some respect on Dragdar. He's an insane Ezreal from EU.
I didn't say he's the best. He's one of the best.
Yeah, I'm just saying, put some respect to my boy. Getting caught by the exhaust, getting caught by the bubble into the tidal wave. Flashes over. Noodle's ultimate is ticking away. He's taking tower shot after tower shot. Kevo has no HP to work with and no mana, but it is exactly the same for Sisyphus.
No mana right there from Kevo to chase this one. They tried to get the dive. Very unfortunate for Kevo to get caught by the Q from Nami. And as you can see, Simply dips into Fog of War, threatening just a little bit, which forces Sisyphus and Kasing to fall back underneath their tower.
Oh. They are... got them forced, and they're going to turn it into Dragon. It's been a very, very methodical game from the side of APs. They found a hook onto Noodle just to get a nice chunk out. It forces him to just back off from the Dragon. Does not want to be going.
1-on-1
minutes on the clock.
The Dragons.
They've equalized out on the Dragons at this point. And it might, for some of the viewers at home, feel like this is maybe a little bit slow, a little bit kind of low pace, but this is what happens when you have a team who are very measured in their understanding of how to play the game and how to beat an opponent's team. They are just playing slow and steady as Lex is potentially getting dove here, but Noodle is in the area. Equalizer used there by Lex to clear the wave, and Nilly just going to eat a harpoon or two for his trouble. Gets a little bit of cooking onto him from the barbecue, but honestly, getting the ultimate out from Lex with that rotate from Simply, he's not going to lose anything. Really, really solid play there for the side of AP.
Yeah, Hunt was in proximity as well, so they had sniffed out that Simply was roaming upriver. and could very easily join. So Azir was slightly just behind as Debu. He's looking for get another opportunity onto the Azir this time around. Still no flash onto Lex, and now it's an isolated one for one.
The Realm Warp! In comes two! Rumbles down, simply gets the kill. That is the AP that I fell in love with. Beautiful position, they knew exactly what to do. Instantly pulled that trigger.
Oh, there's more, but Kasing is here.
Yeah, they do have the backup this time. They're looking for the bubble. They don't make the connection.
Oh,
Debu
Debu
flashes away. Tidal Wave's going to go a little bit wide. Simply has some follow-up as in comes Boltox with the hook as they're going to get the depth charge off into Kasing. Everyone gets caught by the knock-up, and there jumps Debu into the knockback. They get the bubble down, but it doesn't quite make the connection. Simply trying to find that opening with the Q. Makes the miss on the hook there from Boltox. He hasn't hit one of those as he flashes for the Rune Prison for Hunt, but Hunt turns it almost back around. Both of them on a sliver of HP, limping away from the fight. Kasing continues just to weave a little bit of damage in. A very, very messy fight.
That was a 3-month bubble landed right there by Kasing, and if it hadn't been landed, I think would mean another death for Bulldog right there, as Sisyphek has been left alone all this time. Down that bot. Has been able to harvest a bunch of those tire platings, but it all started by something that I said where I was like, hey, it's an isolated 1 versus 1. Rumble doesn't have his flash available. It wasn't an isolated 1 versus 1. What is that trash I'm talking about? They just literally time warped themselves up top lane with the Rise ult. Right here, they do find Debu. Supports come in. It's a 3 versus 4, but reminder, you do still have that R onto the Vi, but he chooses the wrong timing as the Azir ult comes out. This is where Vi goes in. This is just unstoppable. He doesn't get stopped by the Vi ult. He ends up being isolated. It turns into a 3v3. They take down the Moon, and that triple bubble from Kasing saves Hunt with a sliver of health.
Lily gonna grab himself a plate. Let's gonna clear out the wave here, and yeah, Lily does not want to be hanging around after that. Takes another tower shot, another harpoon. Gonna lose half his HP for that. And getting a little bit too overeager. Does have the Canic Rukin though, so has plenty of magic resist to work with. And he feels comfortable to pressure up like that because his team is all on this top side. Simply's here, Dibu's here, Boltox. I want to see this man hit a hook. He's been a little bit weak on that one.
What?
Kevo, what happened there,
flash?
buddy?
Yeah, no flash. I think he walked up too far. Hunt managed to find the ult on him. He shoves him back straight into Mundo and Nami. Kevo ends up going down, and with the majority of AP being stuck on the top side of the river, no one is there to defend that mid lane tier 1, and Bulldog hit back. This is one of the most interesting matches we've had so far because it's not just that they can go toe-to-toe. It's not that the compositions are pretty evenly matched for early and mid games. The fact that they've been playing mind games the entire time. It's one team forcing the hand of another, and both have been respecting pretty greatly so far.
You're going to see a replay of what happened mid, I assume, onto Kevo. I think, did he just get too big for his... No, to be fair, Hunt caught him. Okay. That's fair then.
Now, of course, this is a 2-item Ezreal as well. Joining the fray, Essence Reaver, Sheen item. Straight into that Mana Moon. Looking to convert into a more mana pretty quickly. Azir with item and a half. You've got the heart still on the Mundo. I feel like if you're Bulldog right here, I feel like you're scaling really nicely into the lake. And you've got 3 sources of damage. You've got that engage and disengage if you want. Potentially with the Azir, the Nami bubbles. You don't have to overcommit. So I'm starting to think that Bulldog is very happy with the position they are right now.
Gonna throw the tidal wave out as they do try and jump forwards in onto Hunt. Hunt is just pinned by CC as Dibu in the middle of everyone is just gonna look to try and buy some time for the rest of the team as Lex is teleported in. Simply has the ult to get his team to safety. That was so beautiful. Ubered out by Simply. Meanwhile, Kevo's just getting plates mid.
But it's a 1-for-1. Plates are being traded mid, going towards Kevo, but they're looking for the dragon. However, the smite is lost on the side of AP, but it don't mean them both being pressured. Bulldog cannot enter that jungle, sorry, that river to take the dragon. So it's an even play coming through for both teams. They've been responding fantastically so far.
This is exactly why I have so much faith in AP. And honestly, I felt like Bulldog were a pretty strong contender for like 2nd or 3rd in my eyes, leaning a little bit more towards that 2nd spot. And the outcome of this game and the performance in this game was really going to answer a lot of questions for me. My questions have been answered. I am very comfortable to say that I think AP are, without a doubt, the best team in the league. I don't think it even comes close. They're so clean, they're so
He just ulted them. Chat, if you're fans of AP, he's just ulted them. You know where to find him. Heatbrain, Cass, pretty much all social media. Feel free to knock his door as Debu is going to ride that Shelly all the way to that tier 2 bot lane, and with the pressure that they've generated through that Rift Herald dash, they're also going to enter River, take the second dragon for themselves in this particular game. It's going to be, of course, Chemtech Soul. In response, though, and this is what I've loved about this game, is that there's an action, there's always a reaction on the other side. Same as the rule of physics, I guess. Bulldog have taken tier 1 top lane, they've pushed a couple of waves, and Noodle has been able to empty up the jungle off the top corner of Debu's space. Sisyphek Sync pushing that mid lane wave, bot lane being pushed out by Alexo. There's just constantly movement on the map, and Bulldog pretty much trying out AP and they're engaged. I feel like there is a moment where if Debu doesn't get a good R, this could be the moment for Bulldog to turn it around.
Yeah. I do feel like while the rest of the team have been playing fairly consistently well, Debu has been playing well, but he's very squishy right now. 2 items in, so getting a little bit better. But he has, you know, we've seen multiple fights where like he set the team up and then gone down as well. So maybe once he gets a little bit tankier, he'll have a better window where he's going to be able to jump into a fight, find the pick for his team, and then not immediately die.
Okay. Take that Mask of Copium out of your face, because every single time Debu has pressed R, Hunt presses R in his face. Which means that Vi goes through, but no one else does from the side of AP.
100%.
They're looking.
Simply looking for Kasing. Kasing gets the tidal wave off, though. Really, really nice disengage from Kasing. Simply now looking for the lockdown, is just going to flash forwards into the face. There's the follow-up from Debu. Simply with the phase rush is getting out, and this time that's the Debu escape I wanted to see. Hunt jumps in, shuffles him back, finds the turnaround kill. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Bulldog, and suddenly AP have crumbled. Their damage dealers are too damn low to keep the fight going, and Noodle is looking for the cleavers, looking for the slows. Simply's going to go for the Rune Prison, and it's not going to quite be enough. The phase rush once again gets him
looking
out,
for Baron,
but that's a Baron angle.
Big play right here from Bulldog, and Sisyphek has played this fantastically. Eased through the wall with the Nautilus ult, and Kasing stops the Roam Warp coming through from Simply. So the advance is super forced by AP. They have to overreach. They get their hands cut out here, and now Nille TP's back, but TP'd into 4 members of Bulldog who are just flashing through the pit.
Oh, he got the ult out on the Hunt, though. Nille's got so much work to do just to buy time for the rest of the team to get close. It's not going to happen. Down he goes.
Desperation play right here from AP. Nille TP's in, but no one else from his team is there. Let's watch this one more time. The Realm Warp has already landed. We didn't see that. Kasing stops it with the bubble. And this is where they have to overcommit, right? Because they've already made it this far. They've already committed. They have to overreach. They overreach. They get their hands cut off too far. Deep from Debu. Hunt joins the fight. Shoves him back. Simply super low. Cannot commit. Kevo has to flash the wall to get away from the Mundo as well. So it was very, very difficult for the AP carries to play right there. And again, you see that if Nille gets separated from the fight, those carries are having big trouble dealing with the Mundo in their face.
Yeah, they don't have the damage right now. It's only a 1 and a bit item. Kevo should be closing in on that Infinity Edge soon, though, so we'll get a little bit better for him. Especially if he can maybe pick some minions up. But Hunt is going to answer with a tier 2 tower here on the bot side. Bulldog have bought themselves just that little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra space. But meanwhile, in the top side, hopefully we can get out of the pit and into the action as Lex is just getting locked down by Simply and Debu. They've got the damage. He's overloaded and Simply secures the kill. Lovely pick up there for the side of AP. But Hunt has now made his way over and Simply needs to get out of dodge.
That's a whole rotation of Baron that's lost right there from Bulldog. They have to respond to the top side. Lex dies. He had an extra buff onto him. Now, Rise gets out of dodge. Nice ult right there from Simply. But this is a rotation of Baron that is being lost from the side of Bulldog. They have to reset. They have to defend top side. You saw Hunt instantly gain towards the top side of the map, trying to push out the waves. And I think other than that bot lane tier 2 tower that they go with their Baron buff, I don't know how much else they can get. They are looking for the top lane tier 2, to go down. But AP don't really have any fires to put out on the map for the time being, so they could focus and defend that top tower.
Yeah, they could look to do so. Got 3 items now on the Ezreal. Endless Hunger finished up as the 3rd item for Sizzafek. As Nilly gets the knockback onto 2 actually off that, and Dibu may jump forwards, decides to back off, knowing that didn't really have the rest of the team in perfect position, so they are just going to walk away.
Really nice defense right there from AP. Played a bit more aggressively until Bulldog grouped up. Right here, Lex pushing up that bot lane wave. And again, I feel like Lex dying underneath the tower, really great pick right there from AP. Slows down the Baron. Only 15 seconds means that the only thing that this Baron gave the side of Bulldog is that bot lane tier 2 that you can eventually get on your own, right? You don't necessarily need that Baron buff. Your Baron buff is to, 1, open the base, or 2, your first one rather, or 2, empty the entire outer defense of any team. And they didn't necessarily manage to quite do that. However, the Dragon has been started. Nile is around, so is Dibu. They're looking for the steal. He did it!
Yeah, he was able to get it, and they're just going to look to try and make the run away here. Nilly, maybe the sacrificial lamb. Hunt goes for the shuffle back, doesn't quite make the connection. Nilly goes to see if he can find the opening.
But look at top.
Went for the ult to try and get over the wall. Didn't quite make it in time, and down he goes. But Simply will answer out as junglers are just going to walk past one another.
But that's worth. Look at mid. They push out 2 waves mid. They take the turret plating. They push out 2 waves top. They take the entire tower. They steal the dragon. And for what? 1 death on a useless lane in Vi? I think AP take this anytime. The useless Vi I added because I have a personal vendetta with the champion.
They didn't kill Vi. It was Nilly they killed. Vi even got out.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Fair enough. Whatever, man.
But, you know, regardless, I think your point still stands, right? Like,
it was 1 death for a lot on the map. Yeah.
Yeah, Dibu, you probably don't want to be contesting this one. That could be the window, but no, he's going to jump into Hunt.
Oh, Rise!
Realm Warp, bring it in! The squad! There's the lockdown! There's the pigeon dead! Dibu takes a cleaver, needs to try and find the escape angle, should be able to do so as he queues over the wall. Sizzafek now looking for Boltox. Boltox queues onto the wall, and Bulldog get nada. They get nothing for the play. Although they may be looking for the turnaround onto Boltox. They find the Q, they break the passive, and that's going to just be Noodle getting pinned in place, pulled back once again, and Simply will secure his 5th kill.
On the kill!
Flash hook lands onto Sizzafek. Dibu now in a bit of danger. He has to flash the wall himself as Sizzafek jumps away. Equalizer puts the Vi off screen, but the hook lands, and the Ezreal goes down regardless. There's your useless Vi death, but the victory was gorgeous for AP.
Oh, so beautifully played. Dibu baits Bulldog too deep in the jungle and simply brings in the Avengers to turn it around. Great play. Was it a lot of summoners? Yes. Did it result in anything serious on the map? No. I felt like it was a little bit of a pointless fight, a pointless skirmish, if you will, on the side of AP. They have those 2 very important summoners for them, particularly the flash on the Rise. We have seen Simply a lot of the times that he has to overextend. He has to flash root summon for the fight to start from the side of AP. So not having the flash onto his Rise could result in a lot of trouble.
Simply, he's got the actualizer. Oh, Hunt just shuffles away. A little bit too slow on that button. Watch Simply's damage, though. Got the actualizer finished up. This guy is going to be absolutely pumping right now.
Looking for the next Baron. 15 seconds. AP have got all the control in the river. Boltox constantly fishing with Qs this entire game. No flash, no exhaust onto Sizzafek. Surely he must be the next target for Dibu and Boltox if they can get past the Mundo. And let's see if Noodle can actually create some problems here. He does have his 3 items. 300 and whatever this font says. 300 something stacks onto hard.
306 stacks.
All right, that's gonna hurt a lot.
Yep.
Deadman's
I think
Spirit
he did
Visits.
quarter of Quevo's health with a single Heartsteel proc.
Yeah.
It's very silly. It's Simply, that might not be the pick he wants to be finding himself in. Teleport comes out, he gets himself the phase rush off. Actualizer damage is going to be big as they find the lockdown, and that's a dead bird once again with the Actualizer. The damage from Simply's too damn much, and now the Mundo is caught. The depth charge lands onto Lex. He has the Flame Spitter throwing out, but they haven't even got Kevo here in the fight. They pop the shield on the Archangels as now Kevo joins up. Nilly needs to body block for his mid laner, as otherwise he is not going to be able to put out enough damage to see if he can find the turnaround. There's going to be the ultimate committed from the side of Nilly. Zhonya's comes out from Lex as Kevo's trying to find a little bit of damage.
This Mundo's unkillable!
As they're going to find a little bit more poke. Not enough to secure a kill, but now the side of AP need to reset fast and get to this Baron.
This Mundo is unkillable! Noodle keeps walking circles
Dibu
around them and doesn't even have his ult available. Dibu gets clipped, I think, by the Ezreal ult right there. Super low HP. He presses his B. I think it's suicide trying to queue into there. Doesn't even have his flash available to try for a quick play with the smite. And this is going to be all Bulldog. Big mistake from Hunt to start all of this. He tried to ult the Vi while Vi's in the ult. That is not obviously happening. He's unstoppable. So that interaction right there cancels itself out, and he ends up dying with his flash available. Now does have the Hourglass returning onto the map, and they're looking for Lex super far out. With that Rise ultimate, it's not even going to threaten the Rumble.
It does give him bot lane pressure, though. I think that was the key play with this Dragon spawning up in 10 seconds' time. They want to get control of the area. Simply, still no flash. It is coming up fairly soon, though. He needs to be careful because he's somewhat isolated away from his team. Dodging harpoons being thrown at him from Lex as Dragon has been started. Kevo down 1/3 of his HP. So is in a little bit of a more dangerous position as they are just landing a little bit of poke off here with the rockets off as they go for the knockdown onto Simply. Simply gets himself the breakaway thanks to the
soaked everything.
As Noodle is looking to jump away. That equalizer being down is huge. Boltox now being the big frontliner for his team, but he's going to get heavily chunked out. The knockback comes through, and that's going to be the shuffle into the kill onto Boltox as they've been able to secure themselves a kill, but Nilly has isolated himself away from the team, and the Dragon is being started up as Simply forced to flash away the moment he gets it back. Kevo's just trying to heal. Nilly's being a menace as Simply goes down. He finds the knockback onto 2. Kasing falls. Nilly looks for Lex, but down he goes. The reset's coming out from the Corki, but Scissorfeck should be able to find the kill. Kevo looks for the turnaround. There's the ace. A massive misplay from Nilly.
Bulldog have scaled into the late game, and that's exactly what we were worried about. There is not enough damage on AP to break through a singular Mundo. And even though I love the start of this teamfight, which again we're not going to see because it has already happened, Simply soaks the Nami ult and the Equalizer, two of the biggest threats towards AP, and still that Mundo is such a huge threat that by the time he ends up going down, there's just 3 more threats that you have to deal with. The Rumble, the Azir, and the Ezreal constantly pumping with Kasink buffing them in the back.
Also, I saw Nilly's ult as an attempt to break away the Mundo and make sure that the smite option wasn't there. But it was such a major mistake not basically pulling yourself out as the frontliner, leaving the very, very 2 squishy people left because Boltox, he just can't take this damage. He's not strong enough. As Scissorfeck may find himself in a bit of danger here. Has to use the Equalizer comes down, and Boltox, I think, might be in danger. True Shot Barrage goes wide, but they find the damage they need. And Noodle's just going to charge forwards towards them. Simply breaks off the shield. And you can see the damage that comes out from this Rise is pretty substantial onto Noodle. He's capable of doing it, but he needs people to stay alive long enough that he can pump out a couple of rotations to kill Noodle. And Boltox is just getting absolutely one-shot. They're going to jump in onto Noodle once again. Simply's going to look for the Rune Prism, but the ultimate now burning on Noodle. He's going to be healing up 2 down much, and Nilly losing a lot of HP in response off the back of that one. Top lane tower, tier 2 goes down, and it looks like Bulldog have found themselves a potential window to pull this one back. I felt like AP had put a wrap on this game, but that is not the angle we're seeing right now.
Can I just say, I think Vi so useless here. I mean, what
We're
can
too
you
late,
do?
yeah.
You can't really ult into an Azir. The second you find an engage angle, Hunt will use his ult, dissuade your entire team, and then Mundo will start right in front of the Rise. So there is really no angle for Dibu to play in this early game. This is why I potentially wanted in the draft the Rise to go top lane and potentially have like a Talia, so you can snowball that Vi Talia combo and just put down Bulldog in the very early game, which ended up not happening. I feel like Bulldog, if anything, they had the priorities through lane and they did threaten, and they've done it so nicely, even though they have fallen behind in Dragons. I don't even think the Soul can sway this game around at this point. They've scaled so well. The Mundo is unkillable. You've got double Zonias on your carries and a Nami that's constantly healing and shielding and buffing in the backline. It's just so damn difficult for AP to find an angle.
And I think the biggest issue as well is, I mean, you're looking at the gold lead, and it's 4,000 between bot laners. Kevo, he just doesn't do enough damage right now. He's got 3 crit items. He's got that Hex Drinker in the inventory, but you are looking at almost a full build. Says effect, Endless Hunger, Bloodthirster, Sherelda's, Essence Reaver, Manamune. Like, this is such a big Ezreal, such a significant lead over his counterpart. In fact, 2 item lead over his counterpart. And it's just causing such an issue for the side of AP because they have only 2 damage threats, and one of their damage threats is 2 items down on the opponent. So I feel like right now the angle is, you know, you can give up the next dragon. You can maybe even think about giving up this next Baron and just see if you can get enough items onto your Corki that maybe he can actually carry a fight. Or if a pick angle gives itself over to you, and that's what they looked for, Guardian Angel is going to get popped. Hunt is going to get a bit of damage thrown onto him by Kevo, but it's not going to quite be enough. Simply is on the back line looking for Hunt, but he can't quite make the damage connect. And Scissorfeck is going to finish him up in response. They biffed it! AP absolutely biffed this game! I don't know how they did it! But Bulldog are going to take them down. We missed the start.
Run, people, run! Run! Wait. He's got this. The R. No, whiffed. Alright, Deepu is going to survive. But the Nexus is not.
To catch the wave, but it's not going to happen. Nah, there's no way. This game is over. I'd love to see what happened. From the death timers, it looks like Boltox just randomly got caught again. 0-5. It's not been the best game from Boltox. He's been playing well all season, but this one really not been coming up in his favor. He's going to be going 0-6. There he goes. Down goes the Nexus, and Bulldog. Honestly, I think this is a bit of a surprise. They're good. No denying that, but I did not expect them to take that victory over AP.
I think the sentiment I get from here is that Bulldog has worked a lot on how they want to play their early game in terms of macro. I felt like they read them up really well. Noodle knew exactly where his priority lanes were lying, and he played super aggressively towards them. And not only that, but they just constantly kept on pushing the boundaries towards AP, forcing AP to make a move on them. And I felt like this backfired a lot of the times. Again, I feel like compositionally wise, I said it from the beginning, I'm really a big fan of Bulldog, because if they do go even in the early game, which they should, right? Because they have full priority, like you have full priority lanes. If you don't go even in the early game, then I don't know what you can do. And then they have insane scaling to the point that a Ryze and a Corki can't really kill a Mundo alone.
No, there's absolutely no way they can do that. As heading back into the action, just seeing some of the replays. Honestly, the start from AP was absolutely flawless. They played really, really well. But again, we've said it so many times, it really boils down to they look very lost in these fights towards the end. Kevo was just always zoned off, always unable to really connect any major damage. And it felt like Simply was a bit of a one-man army, while the rest of his team was just getting melted.
Yeah, I just feel like there was an angle right here. Obviously, I don't know if Nila plays Ryze. I think Ryze is a very niche champion for top laners, but he got a lot of AP champions in general. But I feel like if potentially that Ryze could have been put up the top lane and he could have played something a little bit more aggro in the mid lane. You saw that later on. This was Bulldog's, if we think all the way back to draft, this was Bulldog's idea of how AP wanted to play this, right? Their 4-5 ban was a Kali and Yone, both mid laners that can go into Azir. So they always had in mind, hey, what if they pull a switcheroo here and put Ryze up top lane, which means that now both of our mid and top are countered in terms of champions and matchups, right? So very, very well done. I feel like Bulldog had done great homework from draft to the early game, to how they pulled it together, to how they didn't overextend, to how they didn't play the dragons that they didn't have to, and they gave them over to AP. I mean, fantastic. And I have to also give it to Scissorfeck. I think for me, he's the MVP of this game. His footwork, the fact that he chose the Ezreal here, and we all know what happens with EU Ezreals and Lucians. I think that was a beautiful Ezreal game to watch.
It was a very good Ezreal game. I do think Sing is a bit of an unsung hero. Grandpa still got hands. He was
oh, come on. He was pressing W's and E's and...
How do you miss W on Nami? It's a targeted ability.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Really I'm like, you press W and E. Like, those are targeted abilities. GG.
Nah,
well done,
those spider waves were really
well done, buddy. Back to Lulu you go.
Poor old man. Let's throw it over to the studio to break down that game number 2. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio. Undefeated no more are the Arctic Pandas as they face their first defeat against Bulldog Esports. And huge statement for Bulldogs, who we talked about their ambitions for this year. It's to win the NLC, it's to make it to the EMEA Masters. And we talked about they would need to be able to beat a team like Arctic Pandas for that to happen. And, well, that's what they did. First thoughts, what was the biggest surprise here for you guys?
I think it was how clean Bulldog was. I mean, honestly, I think... I'm surprised at how clean it was, considering like what we've seen from Arctic Pandas so far, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think they turned a lot around in mid-game, and I think especially the Asir scaling, I think that was what really took it off in the fights. And this soul we saw that they were fighting, I mean, really where Bulldog just turned the whole game.
And just like last week, we will be joined by Hiva. Let's discuss this a bit further. I'm interested to hear what his thoughts are on this game, as last week, came in very confident with everything going on. I believe it's simply as that. Simply, apologies. Simply, pleasure to have you on, mate. How are you feeling? And commiserations for the loss today, first and foremost.
Well, it sucks. We lost. Happens. But,
it does happen. I want to ask a bit about what you feel like went wrong. We talked in the studio here before the game that Nile is obviously an insanely good player, and we saw his rumble last week. If Bulldog could get the opposite side of the matchup, maybe that would limit it a bit. Did you feel like the Cassante, doesn't allow him to really show the level he normally has, right? We saw the rumble last week being so good. Did that have an impact in the fights, or?
Not really. I think Nile had more impact than the rumble. I didn't really notice him in the fights, to be fair. But I think it was more so our team's own coordination that led us to this loss this time.
And that felt more towards the latter stages of the game, right? Early on, I noticed you utilizing the realm warp really well, good map movements, being first on the plays, getting a few kills topside as well. Was it just being caught off guard by Bulldog in the late game team fights, or did you feel like you were outscaled? Empress mentioned the Asir scaling, factoring in a bit, maybe the Enchanter support buffing up, giving a bit more damage. Did you feel it was the late game that was lacking? Because I thought the early game was all right for you guys.
Yeah, it was a bit different. Usually we are not so hot in early and then we shine late game. But I think it wasn't necessarily about the champs itself, what I feel like, but more so about the gameplay. That we kind of took, let's say, bad position fights where enemy got 2 free Nashers, which kind of shouldn't happen, as in my opinion we were strong at that point. But that's kind of the difference, like small differences make in these games, as it's best of ones.
Of course, I can see that you might be a little bit disappointed, of course, of the results. You were undefeated until today. I think going into the week, like, how were you feeling in practice and stuff? Was it a surprise that you were sitting here with a loss?
I mean, we had like a bit of a tougher week in practice as well, but I don't think that necessarily translates into officials that accurately, because no matter how you do in scrims, officials are always different than what you take from the scrims itself. So at least, I mean, we went into the game thinking we would win, obviously, but does it really hinder that we lose one best of one in a regular split? Not really, since the playoffs are all that matters. And the fact that we're gonna practice a lot for that, then it's enough to win in the league.
Would you say that it's like, did you have, like, was it a bit of a wake-up call today that you lost, or do you think that you've been kind of maybe a little bit overconfident, not losing yet, or not really being challenged that much? I think the 4 first games have been kind of clean from your side. What would you say?
I mean, going undefeated or like losing game or two doesn't really matter in my opinion. It's about how you practice and how good you are as a team, and just showing up when the time matters. So it's not like it's gonna change like anything or be like a wake-up call. It's like, okay, we didn't play our game today. Why is that? We're gonna analyze that, and then we're gonna practice again and go for the next week. And one game at a time.
I would like to talk a bit simply away from this game and more about you guys as a whole, right? We know the ambition is sky high. We heard that from Hiva last week. I asked him a bit about the gaming house. I want to hear from you. How do you feel it is to be with your teammates? And do you feel like it affects the way you practice? Do you get more out of it? The fact that you can so easily vote for you and see each other in person. Maybe these misunderstandings that happen over Discord in normal teams isn't there because it's easier to explain yourself with body language and everything. Like, how much of an effect do you think it has for you guys to be in this gaming house?
I mean, it's definitely a gigantic improvement. Like, for example, if you would scrim only online and you have a break after game, everyone just goes on mute, and like you can't talk about like small things. Hey, can you check this thing fast? Or like you can't like say something to your teammates in the break, or you can't see how they feel or anything like this. And it's just like really whack as well, since most teams like they scrim in Discord. And then after scrims, it's like, all right, see you guys tomorrow, bye-bye, and everyone insta leaves, and you pretty much only interact within the scrims, which is, in my opinion, kind of bad for like everything, even the practice environment. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge advantage too that you guys are in this gaming house. But I have a question for you. Like, what do you do after a loss? Do you just go and eat, play solo queue? I mean, I remember when I bootcamp and we lost, I just played solo queue after. So I'm interested in what do you do to kind of cope with losing?
I mean, I think that's pretty much up to players themselves. It's the first loss, so I don't know what the others will do. Maybe they will play 20 solo queues, but at least right now we're gonna go to the gym tomorrow together. Yeah. And I have a leg day coming up, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's at least that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I also have a question as to like you're the only team, as far as I know, who's actually in a gaming house. I would just like to know what a regular week looks like for you guys.
I mean, it's. I think it's pretty simple. We start the day, and like some of us go to the gym in the morning. Sometimes we have like planned, like moving sessions planned together, but mainly just people come to the office and do their own warm up. We have a meeting. We usually look at VODs from LCK, LEC, like LPL, all the good leagues. So there's something to take away from those, since I think watching VODs are like a 15-minute time to get more than what you would get in a scrim game. And then usually we have scrims, and then people either play duo, solo queue, they watch replays or go over things together. And yeah, we also eat here. They provide us with food, so it's nice.
Sounds very nice, and that's all the time we have with you, Simply. It's been a pleasure having you on. Commiserations again for the loss, and looking forward to see how you guys bounce back next week. You've been incredible so far in most of the games, except really today. So best of luck, moving forward, and thank you so much for coming on.
All right,
the loss
see you. Bye-bye.
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 So let's start looking a bit ahead, right? We spent quite a lot of time there with Simply. Great getting to know a bit more about the ins and outs and how this gaming house really affects the players as well. But La Bombas versus Lundqvist Lightside. Both of these teams desperately need a win if they want to make a late playoff bid. And I'm going to be honest, let's start with Lundqvist Lightside, because that's the team I am leaning towards. A team that is very raw, but clearly has players with mechanical talent. And I'm excited to see how they've grown this week.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and I think, we get La Bombas up here. I mean, I agree with you actually, Duckling. I think Lightside has been playing really well in terms of like pure mechanics, and I think against La Bombas that they will actually come out on the win.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about La Bombas now that the graphic is up here.
Yeah.
The main shining light for me has been Mira and Luke in the bot lane. I feel like when they've been on it, they have been able to carry, or at the very least make the game closer. Obviously, they've only got that one win against Ruddy, and that was when Sloppy War was on his crackers. I don't think Sloppy looks bad when he's not on the Gragas. He just doesn't have the X factor to him. He looks completely fine.
Yeah.
Like he's definitely capable of playing in the NLC in terms of his level, right? Peak 1.5k challenger. Like he's not out of place. He just doesn't have the shine to him. That dog you would see in other players, right? Where they make these crazy plays. And that's really missing. So it kind of has to come from Miela and Luke, who
it does.
I think are definitely able to carry the team fights if they get in a hypercarry position.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I feel like early game, that is very strong from them. Miela is always almost 4-0, 4-1 on these hyper carries. But then it comes to mid-game fights, and it looks a bit scrappy, and they start to lose the fights, and it becomes a bit messy. And I think if they can just fix that mid-game and those fights around Miela, I think maybe they can get the win today.
Yeah, I think for me at least, La Bombas is like a personal favorite. I actually, since he has joined the league, I think Slop Walrus has kind of been a favorite of mine personality-wise. I think he's a great iteration to the league, and he's the only kind of like streamer influencer who's actually playing right now, except Forsen, of course, and all the things happening in Force Finds and a bomb. But like actually being at like a top challenger level and starting to kind of grow into his pro career in that sense, if you could say that. I think like for me at least, I think the journey is very interesting, but I do think they kind of have a lot of things to fix at least, because he's been looking like he's been playing Rise, Cogmore and Gragas, of course, as far as I know. And he's been looking really good on the Gragas. That was the first win, and then 3 separate losses afterwards. So I'm excited to see what he's gonna pick today. Hopefully it'll be something where he's also a bit comfortable, but he will definitely need to kind of shine a bit if they are to take the win. Definitely.
Yeah, and if we look to the side of Lundqvist's light side, right, the highlights there. I mean, I'm looking to the mid lane once again. Mattis V,
Yes.
I'm a big fan of his, man. Goddamn.
He was playing super well on the set last game. Like he was matched up against Thalia, of course. It didn't go their way, but he was looking super clean in the plays that he did make.
Yeah, I think Elijah as well in top lane, definitely a rock for them in terms of stable performances. He has won Rookie of the Split just a few years ago, so he's someone who's definitely capable of competing here in the NLC level.
Yeah.
I feel like he has to be that rock because he's a very calm person as well, what he brings to the team, and he's surrounded by so many young players, and he himself is still relatively young, right, in his pro career, not that old either, so that's maybe what the team is lacking, right? This team could really use a Kasing-like personality, someone who, just a calm voice leader, even when the game goes into 30, 35 minutes and things get messy and scrappy. That's what they could probably use, but I really like a lot of the young talent they have. If there's someone who I would love to see more from, it's Clears.
Yes. Yeah.
I think he's been a bit underwhelming. I really want to see more from him. And from what I heard behind the scenes as well, he's doing better there than he's able to show on stage, you could say. So hopefully he manages to show some of those performances I've heard he's had behind the scenes.
I mean, if you are a player that is new to the scene or at least competitive environment, of course you can have some nerves and you can kind of lock yourself in because you're afraid of making plays that kind of show off, or is like you can play more to lose instead of to win, if that makes to play not to lose instead of to win. And I think maybe that is what the Symptom Clears has been showing. Like last week, he had an AFK jungler for 3 minutes. He was like one quadrant ahead in the jungle, and then he still didn't manage to get his teammates to snowball. Of course, there are a lot of reasons why that did not happen, but I really want to see him kind of go in there and just be a bit brave instead of just playing it safe, because last week we saw how disastrous that can be, and hopefully he will look towards making more plays, being more proactive on the map, and hopefully he will also get a pick that will allow him to do so, because the Cho'Gath, it really wasn't it last week.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big difference in playing scrims and then playing official matches. And if you're playing good in scrims, you can completely choke in official matches. It really comes down to the pressure you feel and how you take it emotionally when you play. So I think it's a good point of seeing maybe he can get out of that box a bit and show us maybe how he's playing in scrims. But it is a very tough break.
And talking of pressure, right? Both of these teams are really facing it. They need a win desperately here. Playoffs is looking very slim for both of these teams, but you gotta get on the board now if you want to make that late push. And speaking of people under pressure, Malte, you put some people to the test out in the street to see how handle the pressure in this Vox Pop. Take a look.
Zoe, Misfortune, Nidalee, all those champion names, they kind of suck. So we're gone to the streets of Copenhagen to figure out what the champions really should be called. I found someone that seems a bit like regular people. Maybe they will find some better names than Riot. What is this champion called?
That's Ginger Girl.
Ginger Girl.
Redhead. Redhead.
Redhead it is.
Lala.
Lala.
That's what I think I say about Lola.
Lola. Okay. And you? Do you have a different take on it?
Illyrian.
Emma.
Emma. What about this guy?
Oh shit. That's Ice Bear maybe. Like
Ice Bear?
Ryzen.
Mega Beast. No clue. Like no clue.
No clue.
No clue.
Okay. All right. And what about this little fella? He's a scout.
Kurt.
Kurt. Kurt. Okay.
Puka.
Puka.
A little fella. I don't know.
Little fella it is.
Fuck.
Fuck?
Yeah, that's my best option.
Okay. Okay, and what about this guy?
Vecna.
Vecna.
Sharky.
Oh, cheeky.
Shrek.
Shrek.
I would call Bonbon. Cryon.
Okay, and what about him?
Turtle Forest.
Turtle Forest.
Tree guy?
Ezreal.
Israel.
Ezreal.
That's crazy, actually. That's actually a guy in the game called Israel. But it's not that one. What about this guy?
Tumbledoon.
Tumbledoon. What about her?
Oh, Christmas.
Christmas.
That's Mrs. Santa.
Thora.
Eyeshadow.
Eyeshadow. Okay, what about this one?
Bubblegum Girl.
Bubblegum Girl.
Bubblegum.
Elian.
Pink Lady.
Pink Lady it is. You've been a League of Legends player in another life. That is for sure. Oh, guys.
I've been told some information about after the game, but I believe there is another little delay there on the timer counting down for us, as we were just discussing. There we go. Got myself back on. That should be sorted now. Small little miscommunication there, but we talked a bit about the pressure, right? We talked about that last time around, and both of these teams really are feeling it. And the pressure question is really just who will crack. And well, none of these teams have any senior leadership to rely on in that sense. I think, the most experienced player might be either Mielo or Elijah on Lungfist light side. And none of these either have been used to being, you could say, the captain of a team, the one who has to step up when pressure is at its highest.
Yeah.
Not to take it too much to the games that happened earlier today, but you could clearly see, like, when Force Swines and a Bomb won their first game, like, the pressure kind of lifting. We kind of saw the same thing with Lost Retones and LEC and stuff. Like, it's when you get that, pressure off, I think it's like it kind of lifts your creativity and kind of, makes the team kind of play with more ease. Than before. 100%. But going into a 1-3 scoreline, you already got the first win. I think the pressure must be just mounting because you are really clawing for the 4 spots in the playoffs. And seeing how the different players will play under this pressure is going to be very interesting, at least.
I feel like what will likely happen here is, right, which the team that wins will keep pushing and will be with an outside shot of playoffs, but the team that loses wouldn't surprise me if next week they start playing brilliant, all right? We see it so often in esports, early days of LEC as well, you almost essentially always had a team that blue-shelled one of the league leaders because when they were then out of playoff contention themselves and all the pressure was lifted, the raw talent in the team, especially if it's young, inexperienced players, the pressure being off, they could start playing that game. They didn't start fearing losing, they started playing for the win because they had nothing to care about if they lost. It didn't matter at all. And I think that's likely to happen to one of these two teams because I see so much clear talent in there, but they just haven't been able to cope with the pressure regularly and be able to show the consistency they needed. So both of these teams need more time, but sadly, only one of them will be keeping their lifeline of playoffs alive. The other will have a few weeks to cool down and play without the pressure. I'm unsure about the state of the game, by the way. We have removed the timer, and I have not been told how far we are from the game, but I assume it should be just a few minutes away. That's the last I heard. So hopefully sooner rather than later, the pressure will be lifted off us and sent into the game as well. We've had some delays so far today.
Yes.
I assume the weather is is playing an effect in that. But obviously you didn't have to deal with that, Mel, having been inside all day.
Yeah, I mean, how are your socks holding up?
I mean, luckily
They're dry. Okay.
Didn't get too much snow in there, so it was fine. I was told draft is 40 seconds away, so hopefully we should just be able to send it over to the casters in just a few seconds. Let's get last predictions in. I am leaning light side, I'm not gonna lie. I think Mattis V will have that pop-off game that will carry them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. For once, I will also say light.
Well, I mean, I think skill-wise, I would probably go for light side as well, but my heart tells me that La Bombas is going to take it, so I have to go with La Bombas.
So split predictions here on the desk. Let's hear what the casters have to say as we send it over to Hip Brain and Trouble. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our third game of the day. We're so ready. Let's go. Keep on, are you with me? Okay, you're not ready to go.
Every time.
We're going into Bombas versus LLS. And Bombas, of course, being one of our favorites right here in the NLC. They have proven their ground. A couple more wins. Oh my god, is that a cat? I saw a cat and it was very cute.
He always has his cat stuff in the background, doesn't he? So I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe one day we'll get to see the cat.
Is that cardboard? Someone has a cat, someone else has a cardboard. Like, these new decorations are peak, I'm telling you. Back in my day, cardboards were used for moves.
Cardboards were used for... Well, actually, they were. They still are, to be fair.
Yeah.
Right, let's talk bans. Obviously, Gragas banned. No surprises on that one.
Duh.
Elsewhere, seeing the Varus, the Jace ban. Obviously, the Rammus and Malphite ban. Lots of jungle bans actually coming in from light side. Obviously, the Gragas is a mid lane ban, specifically aimed at Sloppy. And light side, just going to look in the Ambessa. We saw this last week, actually, where you pick the Ambessa, bait the Renekton pick out, and then just send the Ambessa into the jungle.
Mm-hmm. And it has worked previously. Let's see if here Bombas are going to take the bait for that Renekton. It is for the time being going to be the Rise. I feel like you can sort of ignore. It is an Elijah pick primarily for the set of LLS. We do know that the top laner really likes to play that Ambessa. And even though I do like the Ambessa overall, I feel like there are other equalizers that you can definitely play into the matchup that you should be pretty comfortable with, like the Poppies and the Casantes. So you can't ban all three. You only have 2 bans on the second rotation, so one of the 3 will make it through, and potentially Bombas will be able to play one of the 3 versus that Ambessa, even if it goes towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be looking towards now. Light side, I assume we're going to see a mid and AD answer. They could also go like a mid and jungle answer, see what ADs they want to go for, but instead of the Corki, which we have seen as the traditional answer, which is a weird answer, by the way, but is an NLC specialty. They're going to just lock in the Nico Kaiser, so they're going to get themselves a very strong bot lane off the bat. I like this, actually, from light side. Answer on the other side, though, Poppy. Really, really good.
I love the Poppy right here because you can pretty much mirror wherever Ambessa ends up. If it's in the jungle, you can slam Poppy in the jungle, top lane the same. I'm really big fan of the Kai'Sa plus Nico. I've spoken about this to a huge extent, the fact how Nico conceals a lot of the disadvantages that Kai'Sa has in the laning phase, particularly her sword range and the fact that she doesn't have huge wave clear, and her trade ability is very tied to the wave that's very close to her as well. So Nico really conceals a lot of those disadvantages with her push, with her E. You can get really nice trades. You can then enable the Kai'Sa and her ultimate at level 6 to get her into the backline with a really big ult. So right here, with the Poppy ban, with the Poppy pick coming through, this sort of dissuades a little bit the situation on the Ambessa that we mentioned earlier as well. So like the Renekton's and all that, they're going to primarily focus on supports that can be good into Nico.
Alrighty, well, just trying to thin the pool on that front. Other side, I expect this to be like something like a maybe even an Azir ban coming in from Bombers as an answer. We saw Azir being a pretty consistent answer to the likes of a Rise, old school matchup, the world's classic. See what they do decide to ban out, though, as they are running the time down a little bit here on this. Right, are we getting the ban?
We are right there. No.
Oh,
right
there's
there.
the Alistair.
There you go.
Okay, Alistair. Wow, that was a long old ban face. Okay, so now I expect something like probably like an Azir ban, to be fair here.
I don't know
Orianna
if
ban,
Azir would pretty much fit the composition that they're going for. I feel
That's
like
fair.
this is an all-in composition. I do like Azir playing more of the front-to-back situations. So we'll see what LS are going to choose to play with here.
Yeah, I guess
feel
like
like the
like Akali and stuff, actually.
You could potentially play Akali. You will suffer just a little bit though, because like Lulu was just locked in, and you're also playing into a Poppy. So those two are definitely gonna make your life a nightmare the second you press that first R1 or the E to get into the fight. I'd like to see something more of like a Syndra type of champion. Talia also fits the bill right here, just to set up for whoever ends up in the jungle, whether it's the Ambessa or a different jungler right here. I feel like I do not want to see a Vi in no way, shape, or form. I feel like Poppy plus Lulu really do counter that champion, right? So it's very difficult. Instead, play something else that can potentially dive into the backline, but not with the same repercussions. Something like a Pantheon, for example, that can also play side lanes together with the Talia, and you milk that early game.
Yeah, lovely little pickup actually there on the Pantheon. This does mean that the Ambessa will definitely be going in the top side. So, looking towards that, Renekton is open still. So there's a world where we just see that get locked in as the top lane answer here for Labombas. Being the pretty standard go-to. Otherwise, you could look for, I guess, Rumble is open as well. You could go for Cassante, the great neutralizer in the top side. There are still quite a few options available to them. It's actually going to be the Poppy top. Of course, it's the Poppy top. That was always going to be used as a mirror to the Ambessa. Good catch on that earlier, Trouble. And there's going to be the Jarvan jungle for the side of Labombas.
Wait, you were actually paying attention to me when I was speaking?
Yeah, I do that occasionally.
What? Okay, now this is the biggest surprise of the broadcast. The fact that you actually listened to something and you repeated it. I'm not sorry. It's like when somebody comes to you and they're like, oh, really beautiful hair, and you go all red. It's like, he can listen to what you said and refer to it. I'm like, oh my
Don't get
god.
Used to it. Don't get used to it, Trouble. This old man is losing his hearing.
The first and the last. Now, let's chat a little bit of the compositions right here. I do really enjoy the side of LLS. I feel like it's a very proactive draft. You've got winning bot lane, you've got winning mid lane, you've got a Pantheon and Talia that after level 6, you should just pretty much scatter around the map. Take that duo semi-globals into top lane, semi-globals into bot lane. I mean, there's squishiness all over the board for Bombas, right? You've got Lulu plus Yunara down bot lane that you can very easily punish. We'll see what happens with the Poppy top, but the Bowsy route is Sunderer into a lot of tankiness. Some people have been going gauntlet way into tankiness, which makes them inherently more tanky from the get-go. So we'll see what type of Poppy we see right here. But I just want to see a lot of movement. Pantheon, Talia, just all over the map are on cooldown.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see how this game goes, because I feel like we've had an upset today already, in my opinion. AP losing to Bulldog. Again, I don't think it's like a groundbreaking upset, but I do feel like I've rated AP quite a bit higher than I did Bulldog. Even though I still have Bulldog in like top 3, I just felt like AP was so good. So to see that upset, then actually for FF15 to win, I mean, obviously it's versus Ruddy, who have changed roster every week. It's been a new round of people every week coming in from them.
And you heard on Jay, they're all fired.
Yeah, I mean, he did say that. He did say he's going to change some players up. But yeah, I think, you know, we'll probably see... Well, I'm sorry, I just completely brain-farted there. I'm interested by this game because I feel like Walrus and his team, La Bombas, I think I stroked out there for a second. I don't know what happened. Everything went dark.
Money, you get paid for this?
Right. I think La Bombas are a top 3 team. I think that's my prediction.
He's
I think
native English, by the way.
A very, very good team as well. So I'm excited to see, you know, how they match up versus them. I don't know. I don't know what's happened to me, Trouble. I think my brain has slid out the side of my ear. We had a half an hour
I think it's
break
been
at the beginning
happening
of the
gradually. It's just that no one's been actually telling you in your face.
Yeah. I've just been slowly getting more and more senile.
We'll get into game pretty soon right here. But again, I feel like
We have a
there's
lot of
Bombas. I feel like a lot of the times Bombas have put all of the baskets all their eggs into Miela's basket, and she has been pretty consistent whenever she gets fed. We saw her Yunara being the only fed member on the map a couple of matches ago, and she was unable to carry, right? When your whole map is falling apart, one Yunara that's fed is not going to turn the whole table around. However, I would like to see stabilized lanes. Yes, you will be losing right here, but you should be losing with grace with the matchups that they have chosen, the Azir into the Talia, the Poppy into the Ambessa. So my only issue is that usually when you pick for Jarvan jungle, you want to have some pressure in your lanes, or if your lanes are all pushed in, you might end up running the risk of getting invaded. And Pantheon is one of those champions that is really happy to invade in the early game and very happy to play Brawl. So I just want to see what happens to this Jarvan, because he's not necessarily going to have the easiest lanes to gank for, and he actually has to get the ball rolling himself in that early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just quickly, sorry, I've changed channels, so I've lost my team comps and everything. It's going to be a very it's going to be a bloodthirsty game. Just looking at the comps, there's a lot of like big engage. You know, you've got things like the Lulu to kind of really buff up the damage coming in from the side of your Yanara. I forgot the name of the champion for a brief second there. But what I do like about this team versus like this Rise comp versus the Rise comp we had in the previous game is you're not a 2 damage threat. Yes, Yanara and Rise are going to be your big damage dealers, but like Poppy, her base damage is absolutely crazy. Jarvan as well, also capable of doing quite a lot of damage, and you've got that Lulu as kind of like your safety line and your safety net. So while the dive and the pick potential is very much there on the side of light side, I feel like in a full 5v5, it's really going to be about getting those angles on the Ambessa and finding the key targets to blow up. Whether that is just take the Lulu out of the equation, or if it's take, you know, one of the big threats in the Yanara or the Rise.
Torque, by the way, is cooking in the chat. Hello, Torque. We've had him in the NLC so many times, coaching some of our biggest teams that we've had. I think I remember Excel was the one. So he said, Nico mid counter support bomba. I mean, he's clearly cooking, but we can't cook anymore from what I heard. We have to send it into a break.
Yes, so we're going to have to throw it over to a quick break just due to some issues on the player side.
German internet.
German internet, what can we say? We'll be back, hopefully, soon with a game. See you in a moment. Hello, everybody. Apologies about the delays. Unfortunately, it's been one of those days. 3 hours in, and we've only two games in. Pardon? I have unmuted. I have unmuted. Okay. Don't worry. I'll remember to unmute this time. Yeah, don't worry.
I tried to get you. It didn't work this time around.
I'm going to try and not do it at least maybe once a broadcast, but hopefully not more. Yeah, apologies about delays. German internet be German interneting is the honest answer.
It's not this much. It's not this much.
Yeah. But we hopefully issues have been resolved from what I've been hearing. So we'll be jumping into game fairly soon to get underway with this one. Because yeah, I know it is getting late, guys. I'm really sorry. We've only done 2 games, and it's 8 o'clock here in the UK, so it's gonna be 9 o'clock for you guys in Europe, and I feel bad for Verdun because they got a player in the Middle East. So
yeah, I think the support
is
plus
Bro's
plus
gonna be
3
playing
from
at
me.
6 in the morning. That's crazy.
No, I think he's plus 3 from me. So currently I'm at 9.
4 from
He's
me.
at 12. Yeah, currently it's like 12 a.m.
Oh my! He actually won't be playing until when is that?
Like 3.
That
3
means like
a.m.
3. You wouldn't catch me dead, mate. You wouldn't catch me dead. Like, if I'm playing League of Legends at 3 in the morning, I have had a bad day and I have lost a lot of games.
Don't say you haven't done it.
I'm in the yeah, when my age started with like a 2 at the beginning. Not anymore. Now
Oh,
I'm
so that was like
30s.
20 years ago. Okay.
Yeah. I'm 33 this year, trouble. My 20s was 4 years ago. Oh god.
Old.
I also
Old.
just saw a little update. Issue is not resolved, so might be here for a little longer. Are we gonna start doing it? Are we gonna go off script? What can I
Yes.
work with?
Go.
What is your comfort food?
Anything savory?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. It can be sweet or savory, but mine's savory. Like,
Could be burgers. It could be anything with potatoes, basically. I love potatoes. I love chips, fries, whatever you want to call them. So anything that has potatoes, I'm very happy with. Like it could be, I don't wanna mention companies, right? But it could be a burger menu that starts with an M. It could be
wait, so that is literally your comfort food? It's just
could be fried chicken. Yeah.
That's I need like, what's the dish you go to when you're like sad or ill or like you just want to eat something that makes you
Chips.
feel
Chips.
happy?
Just potatoes. Just fried potatoes.
Damn,
It's just
so
fried
basic.
potatoes. Yeah.
That's so basic. I
Yeah.
mean, mine's basic as well, but I love me a chicken katsu curry. That's my go-to.
That's very hearty. Like a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
sauce.
very hearty.
Like very
It's
hearty.
also
yeah.
so basic, but
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. Does me real good. That's probably one of my comforts. Another one, which is one I don't do very often because it's crazy unhealthy. So maybe a couple times a year, but like just pancakes or like crepes, like French style, like thin.
Why is that unhealthy?
Pancakes are super unhealthy. Like maple syrup, sugar. I cook them in butter. Like that's not healthy, trouble. If you think
Okay,
pancakes are
I can
healthy-
I can tell you right now because I make pancakes all the time. You can make them the healthiest way, and you will see like zero difference in the taste.
Yeah,
like very
no.
minimal
I
to zero difference in the taste.
I want maple syrup. I want sugar. I want an unhealthy, horrible
Maple syrup is
pancake.
healthy.
Not
Maple syrup
not when
is
I
good.
eat like 8 pancakes. When I'm slamming 8 pancakes drenched in maple syrup.
Oh,
there's
so
no
you're
way
talking
that's
about
healthy.
eating a stack of pancakes, not just eating like normal human portions.
Yeah, because I'm a fat man. That's why.
I feel you. All right, chat. Ask us random dumb questions. We will answer to all the random dumb questions in the chat.
Yeah. I feel like we do this once a broadcast. We do a random yapper. Are they even out? Oh yeah, they are. Right. Bring me the pop-up. There we go. What have they got? Okay.
All right, guys. Just to reiterate, okay. German internet has taken a hit. Luckily for now, I'm still here. Apparently, there's a problem with like a big company in Germany, which luckily my landlord is not working with for the time being. So if you lose me, that's probably German internet as well. But for now, there's been a huge hit in Germany in terms of the internet, and a couple of our players have been struggling. So we are really sorry. This is very unfortunate. It's unfortunately not on us. It's on the internet provider. So we'll try our best to try and resolve it as much as we can. And we're really sorry. We apologize for the delay. We'll try to make it up to you guys.
See you in a bit.
Oh. Yeah, well, there we go.
Oriana with barrier. Okay, no. Show me who you are, Faker. This matchup is not great in a regular League of Legends, but maybe in a 1v1 scenario it's pretty good, who knows. Oh no! I have to optimize everything. It's still to 100 CS guys, but like I feel like it's not gonna get to that point. I try to play for some CS, I really don't know if it's the right play or not. Okay, but boom. Electrocute rate. I think it's gonna be real hard to kill because he has barrier. But the nice thing about it is that he doesn't have flash. So if I toss him into my tower level 6, there's no way for him to escape it. That is if I make it to level 6. Now, we're not playing on Howling Abyss now, so it takes a little while to get to level 6. Very, very slow. Very boring 1v1. Like I said, I'm gonna play for the level 6. Oh my, Nori! No, my cat. My cat is on my desk. Oh god. Okay. She's fine. I just gotta win with cheese, guys. I have to cheese her. There's no other way. Okay, I get all this XP. Go recall now. TP. I'm assuming he's gonna do the same. And please, please, speed, I need this. Don't go Merc Threads or something. Please don't come back with some MR. It's my only chance to win if she doesn't buy MR. I think I can only Q. I can't E on this. It's too dangerous. I get shield. What the fuck? No! Okay, it's over. Null magic mental negative. No. Okay, my only hope is to just ult her into my tower. Ult into...
Hello everybody, and we are back. Finally, apologies about all the delays. Been a bit of a bad day. Lots of gremlins in the system, but it looks like our issues are now resolved, and we are into our game number 3 of the day. Which I know is a little late to be on game 3, but here we are.
Believe it or not.
We made it.
Okay, of course, we're trying to make fun of like a pretty grim situation, but we're here with you guys. You're here with us. I don't know which is more threatening. You've been stuck with us or us with you.
The most threatening is having German internet, to be honest. And for anyone who's wondering what's going on, the technical issues have actually just been German internet has been German interneting, and some of our players have been struggling to actually even get into game. Unfortunately, it's been one of those days. Bit of snowfall, and Berlin. It's such a well-built city. How could it not completely fall apart as soon as a slight inconvenience?
Let's not start talking about Germany.
Yeah, by the way, number one Berlin hater here.
You've got her right here, baby. Let's go. Okay. Let's not shit talk anymore Berlin. Then it's already been shit talked. Okay. Mattis is so done with it. Mattis,
blood pressure. Blood pressure
is
rising.
So done with this.
Oh my word. Hello.
Mattis, buddy, I'm really sorry. I feel you. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, it's one of those. It is one of those. I think I've lost 5 years of my life.
You don't have any left then? Oh my god.
Oh, did Jungles even finish their first clear? I need a drink. I've got a headache. Oh, this is crazy. But yes, unfortunately, you know, this is purely on the player side, this issue. But hopefully we get into game nice and soon before I lose any more of my life.
I'm in the dark.
You are in the dark. Where's your lights?
Wait, I should put like there. Now you can kind of see me. Now you see me, now you don't.
What's your art on the wall behind you?
Oh, no clue. That one is one of the James Bond guys. Like one of the old ones.
Which one? Bring it here. I'll tell you what it is.
Do you know how big that is? This is like bigger than what you see right here.
What do you mean?
It's
That's
actually
like
huge,
big, isn't it?
Yes, it's pretty huge actually. The wall is pretty far from me.
What car's he got? I might know the Bond by his car.
A light colored one, like a beige light colored one. I can't see what car it is because it's only the door that you can see. You can only see the door.
I want to know what Bond that is now.
Wait, I'll tell you, okay? You
Just
keep
take-
casting, buddy. I'll
take
find
a
you the James
picture,
Bond,
basically.
okay?
Alrighty. Well, here we are. We'll
It's Sean Connery. Sean Connery.
Oh, Sean Connery.
Yeah.
How do you not know? How do you not know what Sean Connery looks like?
I forgot his name. I know what he looks like. I just forgot his name.
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
He's Scottish, actually. Sean Connery. Fun little fact.
I bet he doesn't have problems with his internet then.
It depends on where in Scotland, because some parts of Scotland are very, very empty. I was a
him and
big
the
James
sheep.
Bond kid. I loved it. I thought it was really cool. You know, cool spy man, fast cars,
All the ladies.
all the ladies. Yeah, I feel like that's slightly problematic nowadays, to be honest. I liked it. I didn't care about the cars stuff. I used to skip past all the girl stuff because I was just cared about the cars and guns. I was like 11, man. I was just like, I want to see a guy in a suit and a tux shooting his
Like
gun.
a rebel.
Yeah. It was awesome. Anyway, junglers have now finished their clear.
I really like what Botish is doing here. Instead of
Yeah.
sprinting up top, he's backing, buys items, gets back on map with double longsword, and then sprints it towards top. Now, Sloppy needs to hold his own right here, because if his flash is forced, that means that Clears gets to run through and play for top lane Scuttle Crab. But because Sloppy has just come back in lane, has full HP, full mana, he can actually try and contest right here, potentially. Pantheon versus Jarvan. Pantheon versus Jarvan. Observers, thank you.
Let's see if they can find the... No, let's get back off. Clears gets both crabs, actually, which is quite nice.
He actually got pushed. I'm actually confused as to how Botish gets pushed off right here. Because it's not like the Ambessa and the Poppy can join this fight. As a bot lane is taking a few back and forths right here. So, quite unfortunate for Botish not being able to get at least one of the two Skull Crabs. They're looking for the dive top. Poppy's not that low. Let's see if the W is going to come in time. Cyclops knows he's getting dive. He shouldn't waste any mana right here. Tries to get his shield, but he falls too far.
Oh, he's in trouble. Has he got steadfast? Has he got steadfast? Times it, baits it out, and I think that should just be enough. Throws down the W. Clears, gets hit by the slow. Elijah survives. Or do the autos from the minions finish him up? No, he heals enough.
Well played right there from LLS. I feel like they got away with murder, no? Double Skull Crab and the dive onto a Flash Poppy. That kind of feels bad right here from Cyclops. And again, my only issue right here is that, as I said to you, I feel like all three lanes are going to kind of suffer. And I'm kind of looking for Botish to sort of open up the early game so they don't fall too far behind. That's already 1,000 gold lead banked onto the Pantheon and the Ambessa. The double AD backline divers from the side of LLS. Ooh, Sloppy Wall was forced to flash. I feel like maybe he thought he was under attack from the Pantheon as well. He hadn't quite timed the reset right there. That was a bit of a preemptive flash coming through.
Alrighty, well, Miela. He's catching a little bit of farm there. It's, over towards the mid side. Sloppy gets a lovely little trade off there onto Matthias. Only eats a couple of rocks on the way out. But it is very much a, other than that played mid. Oh, hold on, they get the shove back,
flash.
and that's the flash. Clears, secures the kill. Lovely little pickup there on a Sloppy.
I'm confused. Sloppy Wall was using his flash earlier on the knockup being full HP as Elijah. And that's what we said Ambessa is one of his champions, right? The 1v1 coming through. And Botish, suddenly, he's very homeless on that Jarvan. The whole point behind the Jarvan is that so he can start creating a little bit of havoc in the early game. But right now, he just has to play bodyguard for his bot lane to not get dived, as his other lanes are just dying.
Yeah, you can't really do much when all your bot lanes are that on fire. Well, all your lanes are that on fire, unfortunately. Looks like everyone's just going to cool off for a brief second here. And I have a replay of, I assume, the kill we missed here in the top side, where Cyclops, who picked this as a counter, by the way, lost the 1v1.
Okay.
I assume ultimate comes
Poppy's
out.
not really a counter. It's kind of a neutralizer. Obviously, you can't W the
good
ult
flash.
from Ambessa, but a really pretty flash right there from Elijah. to get the last dash in. Yes, it's not a counter CE, it's a neutralizer, kind of like the Cassante lane, if you will. So you lose, but you sort of lose gracefully. But I feel like since the first blood went down, I feel like the lane was in a little bit of a bad state from Cyclops, if I remember correctly. So he must have had to overextend. He took a little bit of a bad trade, and then he got caught on the ultimate. So big unfortunate right there from Cyclops. Has to play 700 gold in deficit right here. And what is this strange minion doing?
Don't think Soul is going to find an angle there. So the minion is going to be walking down towards the bot side.
Cyclops has to overextend just a little bit right here. Next wave will come, and it'll be closer to Elijah's tower, unless Elijah chooses to pretty much even out the wave right here. Pantheon, level 6 now on clears. Matisse, level 7. Talia Pantheon combo could be unlocked on the map. Sloppy Walrus again, no flash into that mid lane. So if he gets caught up by a W from Matisse right here, could be very problematic, as Matisse has had a pretty big grasp on this lane. As we mentioned, Ambessa wins, Talia wins. Kaisa and Nico should be able to push after the level 3 as well. It's all been going NLS's way for the time being, and there we go, no flash. Pantheon ulted, dead.
Well, I think Elijah might be looking for a kill topside as well onto Cyclops fairly soon. That's also an angle. Does have that public execution lined up.
I'm surprised they don't take Talia towards the top side to just dive the Poppy. They'd rather take those tire platings instead, and those void grabs bot lane.
Oh, Ryukyu's getting into danger here. I think they're going down. They go for the ult. They have theirs to follow up. Barrier way too late. Botish is able to get the kill. That had to honestly be an ult insta-flash to get out of range of ult from the Jarvan. So, yeah, down he goes. Another little pickup. Clears is going to respond with the grubs, though. That's the first kill for the Bombers. They're going to be able to get themselves this Hextech Drake at least as a reward. So some level of a stabilizing factor. The light side still a 2,000 gold up. And Elijah and Clears both just finished their first items. Eclipse and Sundered Sky.
Yeah, they really, really did need this one. From the set of Bombas, again, Jarvan getting kills in the early game is so important. You already have a Sundered Sky 3-0 Pantheon roaming around the map pre-10 minutes. He's a very, very fed Pantheon right here, so Botish being able to pick up a kill for himself. He should be close to potentially equalizing, getting as close as possible to his first item as well. As Clears will grab the next Scuttle Crab. We'll see if they choose to use that Talia Pantheon combo. Level 8 onto Clears is going to enter enemy territory, still the Gromp away. Nico is also hovering towards the top side of the map, and they're looking maybe potentially on the reset to maybe catch Botish inside his own top quadrant.
Not going to jump onto Cyclops. Instead, attention actually goes towards the mid lane here as Sloppy gets caught there by the ultimate. Souls sneaks in as a little minion and secures himself the kill.
Were you muted again, old man? What's happening? All right. Walrus getting caught again. Both summoners burned as Cyclops under attack. Versus Elijah. Eclipse completed, of course, versus a couple of mana items onto the Poppy. Very, very scary matchup right there in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane is very rough right now. You know, the neutralizing factor of that W is not going to do enough versus a whole item finished up on the Ambessa. And I feel like it's probably just a bait the W out angle and then go for a dive. Like, they 100% have the kill, especially when you get them into kill range like that. Q goes down, passive goes down. Elijah playing it nice and reserved, actually, not just full sending it. Meanwhile, Botish is covering bot side. See if an angle presents itself.
Sneaking into that second brush right here. I think it's mostly for safety reasons. They know Clears does have the Pantheon ult, so pushing out that wave right here means that Miela and Luke overextend down that bot lane. They're just making sure. I mean, Clears is pinging it. He's very clearly looking to ult towards that bot of the map, but Botish is very late, very early into that brush, still waiting. I mean, it's very obvious that Botish is going to be coming back down. This was the side of the jungle he just cleared. Matisse also coming through onto the Salia. It's about to be a 3 versus 4 really quickly. Let's see when Clears chooses to press the trigger. Mattis is looking. He's standing.
Yeah, there it is.
Dragon,
Wall comes
they're coming
down.
in.
Grand Starfall. That's a dead Lulu. Blown up immediately. Mathis is still alive. They throw out the Cataclysm. Milia is actually doing a fair amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough from her as RoyQ pops the barrier. They go for the stun. They go for the lockdown. They trade it out, but overall, a fantastic play for the side of Light Side.
Oh, that was very beautifully played, and I'm just sitting there scratching my head on Sloppy Walrus not sort of getting the gist of that play from his team. I felt like it was quite obvious that they were looking to dive. Suddenly, Talia is missing on the map. Obviously, Sloppy Walrus cannot really walk into Fog of War, right? When both Boundin and Talia are missing on the map. So he couldn't follow up by just running into Fog of War, and he would have had to take the long way around. However, that bot lane felt a little bit more safe because that Jarvan was that bot lane, that it turned into a 3 versus 4 really quickly, and they trade 3 kills for 1.
Very, very strong game played on the bot side there from the side of Light Side. Able to get 2 out. And it's a chill-off moment. There's no objectives to take, so it's just a matter of spending the gold you've got. You've got the Archangel's almost fully charged onto Mathis there. And you got Sloppy down for the 4th time.
Wait, was that Souls actually baiting him, probably with the creep?
Oh,
no, the ultimate has not been used, though. The ultimate has not been used. Maybe it didn't have to be used. They just caught him on the E. I don't see another way how Nico would have gotten into this without flash ult, as they are looking to 3 versus 1. That top lane, LLS, so active on the map.
Wait, they might just take the tower. There we go. Stun executed. Absolutely destroyed. Botish has made his way over, but Elijah can just dash away to safety, finds the flag, finds the drag, clears, gets caught by the smite. He's going to get some healing. He's going to get the shuffle. Clears. Survives.
This has been absolutely beautiful gameplay coming through from LLS. A 7,000 gold lead, primarily packed towards the top side of the map. And Cyclops, you can see in his face, absolutely not happy with this situation right here. Sloppy Walrus falling on the map means that Javan does not really have backup, whilst Clears always has Mattis jumping in with him. Sloppy Walrus is getting so bullied!
I have no words. As meanwhile, they find the lockdown. They bring in Clears. Luke, you are in danger. And that is going to be a dead Lulu. Probably going to give the kill over to the Kaiser. Make sure that you inject some gold into your ADC. And that's going to be Dragon. That's mid lane tower. This could be a very quick game.
7.7 thousand gold lead. I have to say, I didn't have it for LLS. RoyQ way too far. Gets Javan ulted. He's going to ult out. But that's about it. Botish uses the ult right there. RoyQ is just going to expend his ult, get back out, reset. The Dragon's going to go all the way to LLS. And I feel like, I have to say LLS, I wasn't familiar with the game. LLS is usually an organization that hasn't necessarily belonged in the top 4 of our ranking versus the other teams, right? But right here, I feel like this playstyle really suits them. Just being very active on the map, playing the more aggressive side of the matchups, locking it in the Bessa for Elijah, knowing that, hey, if you don't want to pick Renekton into it, it's a neutralizer. Therefore, we slam it in the top lane. We trust Elijah to get ahead with it, which he did. Then you pair up a very dynamic, super aggro early game mid-jungle duo and a priority bot lane, and LLS have suddenly got a recipe that has flourished into this early game.
They've played very well early. Just completely snowballed this one away. It's a matter now, really, of them just transitioning this into a strong mid game and then looking to close the game out off that. I feel like we do see quite a lot of teams in the NLC who have an issue where they have a good early game and then they really struggle to translate that into a mid game. But Sloppy is getting absolutely eviscerated by Elijah, and I don't think the 4 of them is going to be enough. He hits the lockdown, throws down the public execution. Both is taking a lot of damage from the tower shots there. He just about survives as the heal comes out, but that was a 4 versus 1 and he almost traded it all.
That was a lovely turnaround, though, because the gold goes on to Mielas. It's 400 gold up. If anyone can carry from this team, it is going to be the Yunara. The rest are going to have to be paid actors standing around her, making sure that she stays safe in these team fights, right? However, mid lane tier 2 going down for that exchange is a huge deal, and Cyclops is under attack.
They were just threatening him with the charge. Get a bit of damage off onto that tower. Score the play. Soul actually being hunted here. Gets caught by the slow from Miela's W, but no more mana, no more chase opportunities. Luke flashes forwards. What? Finds the kill.
Who said Lulu can't engage?
Gratifying.
Flash W.
Oh, Miela, no mana to speak of. They are going low. They're going to bring in the Rise, but they've also got the flow, the wall coming up. That's going to be the blast going out. There's going to be the lockdown. Luke is being picked off here, but they've got multiple people coming in. Find the potential shovel back on to that seismic shove. So Elijah is going to take down Sloppy. Botish finds the knock-up. They get the bot back onto Clears to get him away from the Poppy, but ultimately, Lightside are going to take everyone out.
That was actually really fun, even though Elijah gets a super cool triple kill. Suddenly, Pantheon being flinged into the screen was kind of fun. Of course, that was the Poppy ult from Cyclops pushing him out. And Roykyu, a little bit of an overstep right there on the Kai'Sa. However, he does get his 2 items. Super big power spike for everyone, the sort of LLS, with their 2 items plus extra components. And they are looking at a 9,000 gold lead, 17 minutes in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is an absolutely disgusting gold lead over to them. It's only going to grow with this tower falling. Down it goes. And Cyclops, I think he's going down. That was a max range public execution. They find him with a swirl seed. There's the shove back. And that's the dead Poppy once again. 0-4. 0 as well. Not had any extra gold coming in.
That's been quite unfortunate right there. A 3,000 gold lead, top jungle, mid. The whole top side of the map for LLS. I will say, the positive part about the top side of LLS being the ones that are ahead is that there is still chances for this Yunaro to take off, because the likes of Taliyah, Pantheon, even though they're super strong early to mid game, I want to say they fall off, but not into the composition that Bombas have, because Java does do. However, I'm trying to give like a ray of sunlight, I want to say, for the sort of Bombas in terms of, hey, if maybe Miela gets a good angle in a teamfight, that's not a good angle. That's a terrible angle.
That's a flash out to safety. That's all that is. So they do actually look for an opening onto Clears, but that is Roykyu just pumping damage into Botish. They force out the ultimate, and he's still going to fall as Clears secures the kill. Tower next up. And there's actually going to be the Grand Starfall. They're going to bring the Rise down. The Poly comes out as well. Luke is going low. Gets caught with the Swirl Seed. Roykyu jumps in. The knockback onto Miela. No flash available to her. So she just falls. Shoved back as Sloppy is the last man standing. Can he find the kill onto Souls? He can, but they're going to look for the turnaround onto it. The minions block the rocks, but it's a double kill from Mattis at the end. There's the ace.
Ace and a 13,000 almost goal lead right here from LLS. The Baron is spawning, and you have to think right here that it definitely has to be in their sights, right? They've already emptied the entire outer defense line from the sort of Bombas, and the only thing that remains is this inner towers in their base. So you have to guess they're already pinging for wards, as you can see on the map, top quadrant of the map. They did ping 2 ward pings right there. Put the wards behind enemy lines, and we talked about Miela and how she can carry. But right here, it's becoming a little bit difficult. Out of position, has to flash early. Botish goes in, but you don't really want to pile up into such a small choke point into things like the Nico and the Taliyah, because you're giving them very easy ammunition to engage upon you. So Sloppy Warriors right here again overextends towards a tower that's pretty much falling. Has to ult back with the Rise. Meanwhile, Bombas have overextended to try and help the Rise ulting back. Miela gets caught, Luke gets caught, and the rest is history.
Alrighty, well, it looks like it's going to bring it onto Baron. I think for Lightside, it really is just a matter of finishing the game off the back of this one, isn't it, really?
They heard about the delays, and they decided to make it as fast as possible.
Get us back on schedule, Lightside.
So that Verdant support doesn't play at 3 a.m. That's sportsmanship, man. That's sportsmanship.
They're real ones. They're going to jump in. They're going to throw down the Wild Growth. That's going to be the lockdown. Clears is still alive. They're putting up enough of a fight. Soul will fall. But Miela is caught by the public execution. And Roykyu slides forwards, takes out the kill. Luke will go down as well. Sloppy on the run. But you are 1-7, my friend. And a stun will not end your escape. He just about slivers out from that one. But Bombers have crumbled to Lightside in this game. 14,000 gold at 21 minutes. That is an astronomical lead.
Yeah, I don't think they can end the game yet here, but they can definitely take the double inhibitor and then come back for more. The death time is a super shot. There's no Sloppy Wolvers and he's dead.
There he goes. Nothing he can do. That looks like that might just be a very, very quick game to somewhat bring back the time I think we spent more time out of game waiting for it to start than we did in game.
Don't say that, because if the game turns around somehow, then it's gonna go 40 minutes, buddy.
I mean, that'd be a crazy turnaround. If we have a
would be.
turnaround like that, I am very happy.
I'm down. I'm down.
Yeah, I'm
However,
super down.
GA purchased for Pantheon. Ambessa has yet to back. I'm expecting another G8 to come through there. No, actually, it's probably going to be Death Stance as the third item right here for Elijah. We have Death Cup purchased for Mattis. 7, 0, and 13 onto the Salia. Been pretty much everywhere. Nashers too spiking the Kaisa. LLS are an astronomical gold lead ahead in this particular game, and they want to use the rest of their Baron, which remains about a minute and 10 seconds, to take the entire base of Bombas and potentially the game.
Clears, runs in, finds the stun. There's a shove back, and that is going to be a 1 and 9 rise. Oh no, it was Luke who died. No, it was Sloppy. It was
No, it was Sloppy Walrus.
Okay, I don't know why it delayed, and I heard the Lulu death sound, and I was like, oh, Lulu died instead. But no, it was Sloppy. Down goes the inhibitor. I think light side, it's just a matter of closing this game out here. 16,900. There it is, 17,000 gold lead. To see if they can make it a little bit bigger. If they find the knockback, they find the kill. As Clears goes legendary, 9, 0, and 11. Hammer goes down, only hits onto 1, and they just jump into the back. That's going to be Roy EQ tidying this one up. They grand starfall forwards, and this game ends 18,500 gold up. An absolutely mega victory there to the side of the light.
Jungle Diff Clears holding up his iPod saying Jungle Diff. I mean,
you can't argue with that, can you? You cannot argue with that.
No, he put it down. He had a great game, honestly, in the Pantheon. I really enjoyed watching this side of LLS. Again, they've been a team that has primarily sort of resided in the lower end of our rankings. However, this more aggressive approach, a lot more opportunities to engage in the early game. Talia was everywhere, Pantheon was everywhere, bot lane was winning, top lane was winning, mid lane was winning. I mean, obviously you can't get counter picks every single game, but in general, having a more proactive playstyle in the early game really did seem to favor them.
Yeah, no, that was an amazing, amazing performance here from Light Side. It's going to be very, very one-sided set of replays, I think, coming up here. As this was Cyclops' first of many deaths. And this was first of Luke's many deaths. There was just an absolute butchery getting put on by the side of the Light Side. They played so, so well. As Miela repeatedly getting taken out as well with the rest of their team. It was a very, very one-sided performance from Light Side, and it's very hard to kind of go into any more detail on that, to be honest.
Bombastic side-eye right there from Cyclops. I mean, why not? He wasn't going the best way possible on the Poppy, as you mentioned. He was the recipient of one too many dives, one too many ganks, one too many 1v1s that didn't go his way. And again, I feel like LLS have sort of this, I don't want to say strategy, I'll say recipe of first picking the Ambessa for Elijah. So I feel like a lot of teams are generally gonna sniff that this is their strategy, and they can also like shift it into the jungle if they want to, but Elijah primarily is the holder of the Ambessa, and if you do not pick that Renekton, they are most likely going to take it towards the top side of the map, where Elijah has actually dominated the past few games with this champion. So
yeah,
I feel like a lot of the teams should probably consider throwing a ban or two into that Ambessa. I mean, one ban will be enough. I'll just add a second one for personal purposes.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to have to be something to get looked at. Also, obviously, Sloppy only has had the Gragas once, and that was because I believe Ruddy had no bans. So, another champion who, you know, this guy is known for. And unfortunately, the Rise was not it. It was a pretty lackluster game coming in from him. And 23 minutes. It actually was almost, it was a 100 gold shy of being a 19,000 gold lead, which... unbelievable gold lead.
Plus 50 for the Nexus.
Yeah, plus 50. Might have been enough, actually. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to the desk to break down that game number 3 and be getting ourselves geared up for game 4. Hopefully back with that one very soon. See you in a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio. The delays are keeping us a bit behind schedule. Internet all across Northern Europe really suffering with the heavy snowstorm here we've been experiencing, and not just Denmark, but the rest of the North. So do bear with us as we push ourselves through the games here. But finally, I want to say a bit of a banger. We got into it at last. The best game from Lundqvist light side so far. The Pantheon Talia was unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, they most certainly were. I mean, I think they did a great job this game on actually hitting those global ults and yeah, just playing around bot side, just using the ults.
Yeah, let's take a look at the post-game numbers as well, right? I think clear, as I mentioned in before game, someone who I would love to see more from, and we saw it this game, is Pantheon was unstoppable. They played around the semi-global so well. La Bomba's simply not able to cope with it, and I think so much attention towards that bot side, right? La Bombas have a brilliant bot lane, I believe, someone that could definitely compete near the top of the NLC, but when all of a sudden 4 people show up into a lane, it's just very hard to play.
Yeah, I mean it is, and you can also see on the graphs here, also the Ambessa on top here, the damage, and also I believe the Puppy was 0-7.
0-7-2.
Yeah, and I mean Puppy here as a pick is actually great into the Ambessa, into Pantheon, into the Kai'Sa, but I mean it's just not enough if you're this ahead that early on, and we can also see around bot side here they were fighting a lot, and just having these global ultimates, wow, they did super well.
It did have a huge effect, and I do believe we have, sadly today the interview seems to be all with the losers, but Sloppy Warriors, it's always a pleasure to be joined by you. Commiseration first and foremost. Maybe you've been cursed by the fact that 3 games in, we've only had, the losers from each team to join us, but how are you doing after that loss?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, my mental is a little cooked, honestly. That delay, I feel like really messed up my momentum, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's always not fun to get camped by 3 men in mid lane. But other than that, well played to the enemies. Honestly, they capitalized off of the fact that I am a Gragas OTP. And I'm sorry to my teammates. Big shout out to Miela and Luke, of course, always trying to keep our team together. But yeah, maybe I'm too heavy.
Yeah, one thing I've seen actually from your streams and the way you've been scrimming and stuff is that it seems like you have a really good chemistry and a good vibe on the team.
Oh yeah.
So generally, I would just say well played. But as you know, now you have a 1-4 scoreline, if I'm not mistaken. Has it impacted the vibes on the team so far? I mean, you said you were a little bit tilted coming into the interview.
I think today only tilted. Overall, our team chemistry in scrims and just overall amazing. Like we have a really good chemistry going on. Just overall chill people to hang out with. I like them a lot. But it's just individual performance that tilts me, I guess.
I really want to hear a bit more about, you mentioned obviously you're known for your Gragas, right? It was brilliant in the first game, but adapting to the different champions, the Cockmore didn't work out. You've had a few Rise games now and a Cillian one as well. How have you found it all of a sudden having to play off your OTP? Because obviously you've taken a step down in terms of level. I still think you obviously have the level to belong in the NLC in terms of your solo queue record and everything, but it's like the X factor, if I can say it like that, maybe is missing a bit. Is that just because you are so creative on the Gragas, or what do you feel is missing for you to show the same level on other champions?
Gragas is just broken. I'm a silver player without Gragas. No, the thing is really, I've been streaming for how long now? 7 years, and during this time of streaming, I've just only been playing Gragas. I've literally not touched another champion. So before I was streaming, of course, I just played normal games and experimented playing a lot of random stuff. But I'm just so used to how Gragas plays that playing other champions is like a new language to me, basically.
So a bit of a question.
Or Gragas is just OP.
I remember we've talked behind the scenes about maybe you want to find some champions who have some similar things to Gragas, right? I mean, something like the Galio maybe, where you can still, be a bit of a frontline in a sense and disrupt the fights a bit, because obviously going from a Gragas where you're looking for the flanks, you're finding the engage, the burst, to a Cillian, hugely different champion. So is that something you've been looking into, maybe trying to, experiment a bit in the mid lane with more aggressive champions? Because we've seen you so much in the majors now since the Gragas bans.
I hate Galio. I don't like playing Galio. I think he's really boring. He's like a boring version of Gragas. Gragas can do all these flashy, cool combos. Galio just doesn't have that charm. I would say maybe a champion that I really like mechanically, maybe Sylas or Echo, playmaking melee champs, but they feel so risky to me in this kind of setting. But then again, I'm playing Rise and I'm getting free-manned under my own tower. And I die anyway, so like, what is the risk, I guess?
Yeah, and I want to ask
We'll
you
see.
a bit about, like, mechanically you say that the champs are very different, but also coming from a solo queue setting into a competitive setting, what are the biggest differences that you've noticed and going from a streaming / solo queue career / player?
What are the differences? You can't play, you have to respect when somebody's missing. If anybody is missing on the map, you cannot play aggressive. How I play in solo queue is just really, really aggro, really aggressive, and if I die, so be it. And then sometimes I might have an int game, but usually it works out pretty well. But in competitive, you get punished so hard for it. So I try to play safe, but then it just doesn't work. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this game as well, the semi-globals was really hard to deal with, right? They could show up all of a sudden even when maybe you didn't expect it most. I want to try and maybe put on a bit of this individual game because you've played against 5 other teams now in the league. Is there any team that has surprised you positively or negatively you've played against?
Ruddy Esports, they're the GOAT. Shout out to my GOAT, Mr. Tucker, and Krabby Patty.
True GOAT.
Love those
I can
guys.
agree with that. So there've been a bit of obviously the results haven't been the greatest. But I want to hear, who do you think, just before I let you go, who is your current favorite to win it all? Is it still you guys who can maybe sneak in if results go your way, or who do you think is the strongest team?
We'll sneak in a couple of W's, do not problem. Other than that, I think Arctic Pandas are looking pretty strong, pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. They have looked pretty good. Obviously, Delta lost today, but maybe that's because they were on the interviews later on. But thank you so much, Sloppy, for joining us. A pleasure as always. We're going to let you go now and regroup with your team. Hopefully you guys will be able to pick off more W's because you've been entertaining to watch. Had some decent games so far. The first one against Ruddy, of course, really entertaining. We'll see on your signature Gragas. Hopefully we'll see 1 or 2 more games of that.
Please, speed, I need this. Please, leave Gragas open. 1 game. Speed.
Thank you so much, Sloppy.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
All right, thank you.
Bomba.
Have a good night.
Yeah, bomba. Absolute pleasure as always.
Yeah,
guys.
he's such a great guy.
I can imagine it's a bit hard, but it's good to hear the vibes and the team is still up. I mean, you probably can talk a bit about that being a pro, right? When the results don't go against you, which they often didn't do for you, even if you won a few things, you must know how it is to handle a team that's mental booming.
Yeah, I mean, the mental boom is like the next level of, it's hard to show up to scrims if you're actually mental booming. I mean, would have been a good question to ask Sloppy though, but no, it is hard and it's always hard to lose, right, in this competitive setting. But I think if you have a team that is like uplifting and still keeping the motivation somehow in scrims and trying new things and like going into depth of what the issues actually is, you can still manage to get some wins, and at least keeping the positivity in the team is super
And a
important.
crucial one for sure, this for Slides, right? Keeping themselves as a dark horse for the playoff race. Only top 4 out of the 10 teams will qualify for playoffs. Number 1 and 2 straight into the upper bracket final. The lower 2 will be going into the lower bracket, and we'll have to make a bit of a miracle run. If you watch the NLC in 2023 and 2024, you'll know the playoff format. But let's start moving towards what is 2 teams who do have momentum with them. None of these are mental boom for sure. The undefeated DMG go up against Leo Esports from Sweden. The full Swedish lineup, I've been told to look out for that camp, so let's all keep our eyes on that when they roll out. But it's a good roster. It's a roster that's comfortable with each other. 4 of them playing together last split. And having that Swedish communication, it feels homely playing there.
Yeah.
And you can see it because it feels like the individuals haven't achieved much themselves. But when you put together these 5 pieces, they elevate into something special.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do. And oh my god, there is no way they pulled up. Is this a
Is that a Mumu
mommy
cosplay?
or yeah, I mean, it looks like it, but how do they play in this?
No way.
If you can't see half of this screen, like, I'm amazed that, yeah, all right. All right, we just cut it here.
Oh my god.
But jokes aside, I honestly think that this team, even though they get behind early in some of the games, they really look like they are actually still keeping the motivation up in those mid-late game fights. And we see that they come back. They actually do so well with these comebacks and finding the great fights. And I think that's why they're such a good team. And as we can see, also Rusty Sniper here with the stats. He has played really great.
He's a solid, very solid part of.
For me, ever since he's been in the NLC, he's had really high highs. I think you mentioned, Meldo, to me, his 28 or something kill game against Ruddy Sack in the playoffs in winter is the 5th highest kill in any like 5th highest kills in a game. Oh my god, I have those blue tinted glasses myself.
Yeah, but I swear, I hope he will take them off when he plays. Otherwise, this is a handicap, you know? That is crazy.
It's absolutely brilliant, but Rusty Sniper, he has really added the level of consistency you want to see if you want to try and reach the top of the NLC. And that's with these outfits. You're sitting, dapping yourself up in toilet paper, and you're still putting in these performances? I mean, this is something you'd expect from a team that's sitting at the bottom of the standings 0-5, but no, they are right in there for playoffs 3-1.
I think one of the highlights every week is looking at what they are gonna pull out, and this is like up there with the best. Yeah, I think.
Let's talk a bit about their counterparts, though. I've brought something to the studio today. We'll show on the upcoming graphic is down. DMG Esports, the only undefeated team left in the NLC. Goldman had a bit of a rough week last time around, and Lulas went AFK, but that was still enough to win their Classica. As what is your main takeaway from DMG? I mean, the bot lane is something we've spoken to death about. They are brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of saying a lot about the team when you can have a jungler who's AFK for the first 3 minutes and still make a comeback, both tilt-wise, but also just player level-wise. Of course, the top lane last week was very rough, but they made a comeback. The thing, though, that they did was they kind of made a lot of mistakes during the mid to late game, where they got caught out. They had some losing fights they shouldn't have taken. But all in all, I mean, we've seen, especially the bot lane from Fetski and Kormski, if I'm not mistaken about the names. Like been super duper solid in every game so far, and looking at the stats as well, they have the most kills per game, most dragon percentage, and the number 2 in gold per minute.
They're near top in every ratio, right? And I think the fact that we're talking about the win where, you know, they had a jungler AFK and Goldman had a bit of a rough day as their worst game, with that sloppy mid game kind of tells you how good they've been in the first 3, right? They've taken down some big dogs like Verdant as well, so they are definitely a team to look out for. That pre-existing synergy definitely helping a lot, keeping 4 players. You can pull it up now, I believe, because we do have a nice little DMG jersey in the studio. Shout out to DMG for getting me that last year. It's a DMG jersey. Don't show the fact that they've given me a name on it, but that's very sweet of them.
I mean, what do you mean?
That's very sweet of them. But that just sounds like I'm glazing myself. I want to shout out DMG for being so kind of providing a nice jersey. It's comfortable to wear. I definitely tell you, I don't play much rank, but when I do, I always wear it. And I'm undefeated this year in rank still. 1 game, 1 win. And it's all thanks to the DMG jersey show. Shout out to the powers of DMG, because I'm undefeated in solo queue.
This is the
part that matters. The
Danish flag, right? Or like
that's crazy,
Danish flag. Okay.
Crazy Danish.
That is crazy.
But there's no way you're wearing this when you're playing.
I like it a lot.
I've won it a few times when I've played.
No, you are just being delusional
The thing is, if I have a day at home, I like to pull out some of the, like, I've gotten a lot of weird esports jerseys over the years.
But I know.
And this is one of the ones I still use. The Nord one I got last year, way too big for me, even if I've gained some pounds, but...
Don't talk about it too much, because it's a bit embarrassing if you're sitting in your esports jersey and you're still hard stuck. So.
But I'm not...
Yeah, but he's sitting in the Fnatic jersey, that's why. We all know that, okay? We all know that.
All right, we're just a few short minutes from the game. I want to hear main takeaways. What needs to happen for each team to win? I mean, for DMG, maybe the bot lane is the key to success?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have maybe the strongest 2v2s in the league, and I think they have a really good synergy as well with the jungler. So I think playing again, like playing 3-3 on bot side.
I mean, I think going against the Leo Esports, who has dressed up like that, I mean, it must do something to your mental. So
I think they just need to panic.
I think they just need to log in, maybe.
I'll say for the side of Leo Esports, I'm really looking at the top lane, Mans the Ninja, or now just Mans, as he's known as. I believe he's gone a lot under the radar, but he's actually really good. He was incredible last year in the Danish First Division, won it undefeated with Aalborg Esport. So I think if Goldman has another bad game, there's definitely room to be punished there, and that could be a good win condition for Leo if they want to try and differentiate themselves, because so many NLC games get decided through the bot lane. And I think this is a game where we have a chance to see a big impact in the top lane, lead out into the rest of the map. So just before we hopefully don't get to lay this game around, I want to take some quick predictions. Melda?
I think DMG is gonna take it, even though I'm rooting for Leo. I think.
Oh, I think this is such a hard one. No, you know what? I will actually say Leo.
Day of upsets. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I've brought in the jersey I've been sent by DMG. I can't go against them here, I think.
Of course not.
So obviously, I'm leaning DMG. Leo sadly have made me love them, which is really annoying because they are full Swedish. But they are a brilliant team as well. And I am very excited because these are two teams who I initially didn't predict to be in the playoffs places, but more just outside, like in the bubble of teams who could make it in. And right now, with the way results are going, they could both be in. But let's say Leo lose today, someone like Verden will be hot on their tail chasing them, as we are just 1 minute away from game essentially. So last comments on that, do you feel the pressure maybe is really high on both these teams because you're in a good position, but you're also where you can easily still be caught? All it takes is a few bad weeks and you're right outside the playoffs again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the pressure that it comes down to in terms of these two teams are really that they are on the same level. And just some roles, they are a bit gapped, I would say. For example, the top lane, it is. I would also say, yeah, Leo's side is better, but I think it's just pressure on whoever is performing the best.
I think, yeah, I mean, if you have a tendency as a team to be your own worst enemy, I think that could definitely be a factor in this. But I think if you dress up with toilet paper around you, I think already a lot of the pressure might be off because you put yourself in a setting where, you're just sitting there with your homies and are going to play a game of League of Legends, If that is the mental you're going in, I mean, I think just by being relaxed, maybe you can get ahead and snowball from there. I think, yeah, and if on the other hand, if you're a 4-0 from DMG, what pressure? Of course, there is some pressure, but unless you kind of put the expectations way too high and not just take one game at a time, you can have a tendency to maybe put too much pressure on yourself. But if they can overcome that, I mean, it's going to be a banger either way.
I mean, I think the easiest thing is to make it to the top. The hardest thing is to remain there, or the harder thing of the two is to remain there. And DMG right now find themselves solely at the top as the lone team leading the NLC pack. But can they remain at the top, or will they like last time they tasted this much success, be brought down back to reality? We'll find out as they take on Leo Esports. Casters, take it away.
Hello everybody, we're getting ourselves ready to go into game number 4 of the day. How are we feeling about this one, Trouble?
Do you want some inside info on why they're dressed like that?
I want the tea. Spill it.
So apparently, Don Pong gave me 2 versions, okay? I'll let you guys interpret which version is true. One, he said they're dressed like mummies, which makes sense, right? A muumuu, mummy, they have like, they're wrapped, right? The other one is that they dressed as toilet paper, which, there we go, fantastic. They dressed as toilet paper because DMG are poop.
I mean, get in your
play
opponent's
like
heads.
this, man?
Get in your opponent's heads, man.
All I will say
Fair
though
play
is
to
that Don Pong said he couldn't see shit with his glasses on, and he apparently has them on. So I don't know how that's gonna help.
That's confidence, though. That's like maximum confidence, knowing that
he's vibing.
You could still take the wood up there. Here we go. Last band coming in from the side of Leo. What are they going to cook up?
Olaf, Pantheon, why not?
Oh, they lost a ban.
No ban. No ban. Okay. It's gonna be the Rumble. First pick for Leo. Prominent all around the world, of course. It's going to go in the hands of Mans, and now you've got a choice. You either whip out the Aurora into the Rumble or the Rise, both pretty good counters, and they have a really nice pressure into the Rumble, or you take the L if you are Goldman, and you go for the likes of a Cassante, an Ornn, a Sion, and just pretty much soak the pressure.
Alrighty, well, see what they decide to lock in here as their pickup. Obviously, we did see that Cassante and stuff. DMG having a little bit of think about what they want to be locking in. I want to know how much time they put into thinking of these, like these outfits that they wear.
I'll tell you, he came to my stream like 3 days ago, maybe 4. So I think they maybe they have it pre-decided what they're doing each week, depending on their opponent. They're pretty good at coming up with it.
Furby puts a lot of effort in. Like, he had makeup on last week for the deer one.
Yeah, true.
Leo,
I just can't.
Half is so good just because it's like so low quality, including the webcam. They're actually brilliant. Man.
Okay, we have the Vi. Now, I think Talia, again, always when you are looking in something like the Vi, you definitely want something that creates pressure early game with it. Guys, this is not TFT. This is not TFT. Ziggs has been locked in.
That's Ziggs bot lane. I mean, we've seen, like, there's been obviously lots of talk.
You are so confident about this.
Yeah,
I'm down.
Very confident. I'm very confident at Ziggs bot lane. I mean, how does Ziggs fare into Rise? I don't think I've ever played that matchup, or at least I've not played that matchup in a very long time. I very rarely see it. I'm pretty confident in thinking this is going to be a Ziggs bot lane. It's typically where you see it. I don't know. I mean, toilet paper, like, how thick is your toilet paper?
No, but still, he has it wrapped around his mouth and nose so tight.
It's going to get uncomfortable. It's going to get uncomfortable after a certain amount of time.
We'll see. Rise locked in here.
Furby just looks like he's recovering from some kind of surgery on his face. Or his head. Like, everyone else looks like they've been in a toilet accident of some sort, apart from Don Punk. Don Punk looks like Moon Knight, but like budget Moon Knight.
No, Don Punk looks like he went to the club, he went to the toilet, he couldn't find toilet paper, then he found too much, and he came out of the bathroom like this.
He looks like a drunk who has made a deal with a genie for toilet roll. But like, it was one of those ones where he didn't outline the rules of the deal properly.
Ooh.
Jin Leona ban.
Alistair
was the ban from Leo. They did obviously lose a ban, so they got one more ban to go. Nope.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's just taking up spaces from the lost ban right here. The Jin is a very clever ban because it really sets up for both the Vi and the Rumble. It's one of the classic AD carries that you want to have in your backline when you've got dive inwards. Now, I will say we didn't necessarily see a dive buddy coming through with the Vi. However, you've got a lot of aerial support. You've got the Equalizer coming through and you've got the Ziggs ult coming through. So... Vi right here won't necessarily have a dive buddy, however, she will have a lot of artillery coming with her.
Alrighty. Yeah, that is... I'll be interested to see what they decide to kind of pair up a little bit more and add to this. Because like you were saying, obviously the Vi goes forwards, but no one else is joining. And that, Yanara, means that the Ziggs is actually going in the mid lane. I was wrong. Lock that one in. No,
Press the sniper, you are bullshitting right now. Nah, he's bullshitting right now. I'm telling you. No one in your team has the guts to lock that in, okay? Not dressed as toilet paper, that is.
Where are you putting it?
But no.
No.
If he went from Katarina to locking Yumi, I was gone. I'm just saying.
I do not like Braum with Vi. I guess the MG are going to be jumping... maybe it's not so bad.
All right, Bro makes sense for two things, right? You've got Jace who's spoken, and you've also got a counter matchup in the bot lane where you're playing versus a melee support. So it works well isolated in these two instances. I do find the Vi very painfully solo frontline for the time being, that is, because even though you do have the likes of Ziggs and Rumble throwing out their ults ahead of you, you're actually like your body is diving on its own. So unless they get a really good pick with the Vi, I'm afraid that things like Kai'Sa, Rel, Cassante can soak up the pressure, dive into the backline with the Kai'Sa as well, rise ult in. That I am favoring right now DMG's composition a lot.
Yeah, no, I really like what DMG have put together here. But here we go into the game.
Minions have spawned.
See where the junglers starting. Looks like they're going to be starting on opposite sides, potentially. Or no, that was just a cheeky ward placed there by Lulish. Just to make sure he doesn't get any invade thrown down. So both junglers will be clearing downwards towards one another.
Bot lane priority
see a
will
little
be
bit of fighting.
Not yet, but I think bot lane parity will be of pivotal importance, especially since both junglers are heading towards the bottom of the map. Of course, Jace is one of those champions that wants to be an interrupter. It's a farming kind of champion that really thrives at like walking up, EQ in a lane, create a lot of pressure through the damage that comes through for the champion. And this is what makes him really, really strong. The fact that his items are pretty cheap. Through the jungle, he can really farm himself to those 2 items, and then he can cause a lot of havoc. And you're also pretty silly because that Ziggs ended up going in the mid lane for Furby, which actually suits him because Ziggs does look like a Furby. Yes or yes?
True. Doesn't have the beak, though. Doesn't have the beak back.
No, it doesn't. Thank you so much, observers.
Yeah.
He's furry, though, so he's kind of a Furby.
I can't remember. They used to make a noise.
Furby. I don't know. Mine used to snore. If I put my hand on this little black thing he had between his eyes, like the sensor, if I put my hand there, he would start snoring.
I remember my sister had one. Horrible little dolls. I loved them, but they were slightly terrifying. Did he just miss that cannon? I feel like Goldman just dropped the cannon there, but oh well. That's rough if that's the case. Might have just been caught up in the effect, though. I might have missed that. As he's now just going to go for a proxy farm versus Mans. If you don't want to be dealing with the Rumble, best way to do that is to not interact with the lane and just play away.
I feel like Cassandra's really happy into the Rumble lane, especially in the early stages of the game. And then the more you get to farm, the more MR you get in your inventory. You get to Kenny Kruken super quickly. You can go second MR item as well, since there is a Ziggs on Leo's team. We'll see now Vi plus Jace over on the bottom map. However, with Phantom Misto having to reset right here and no TP available, I'm seeing Jace going as he is right now towards the top side of the map. As Cass is going to move into enemy territory, just to drop a ward right here. Obviously, Jace is faster, so he's not just going to get stuck on the bot side quadrant. And it will be pretty much even clear from both junglers between the 2 teams.
Alrighty, well. No action early. So yeah, nice little proxy from Goldman, but it's just going to be put to bed as reset comes in. Cast is now going to be heading towards that top side, so Goldman does not want to be looking for any more proxy farming right now. Lots of vision placed down by Lulush, actually. You can see there's one on the Krugs and there's one on the Raptors, so they're going to be able to perfectly track what Cast is up to. And I think Cast has somehow managed to make his way around the edge of all of the vision.
No,
Goldman
he has been spotted,
finally will see him now. Yeah, he'll see him now.
Because they have left the ward at the Krugs, which they know will spawn first.
Yeah.
So the second he wasn't spotted there, when he should be there waiting for his Krugs, it instantly sparked an interest on the side of DMG. Now, of course, has been spotted. A couple of mana crystals coming through. The tier over Phantom Misto, a crystal over for Furby as well. We're looking for a lot of Vages right here for the Ziggs. If so, I'm not a fan. Oh my god, Mans.
Mans is in danger.
Explosive face melter.
Cassandre is a ridiculous champion. This is the kind of matchup which
no.
Rumble is meant to win.
We really needed you to say that after there's been a million copy passes for the last 5 years. Thank you.
I know. But it is crazy to me that he still exists in this state. Like, oh, woe is being a top laner.
Chop half of his abilities?
Look, I'm not here to be
Courageous
a
Giga Guard.
guy.
He did it. That was pretty cool. Thank you, observers.
What did you say?
Courageous Giga Guard.
Okay, yeah.
Or is it audacious? I think it's audacious.
It's audacious.
Giga Guard.
It's audacious.
Yeah, okay. Could be courageous though. It's a Giga Guard.
He's based on Gurren Lagann. It's the Gurren Lagann skin.
Who?
You not know the origin of this skin?
No, who asked, man? Keep casting.
Nah. This is... What am I casting? Okay, maybe a kill. Goldman looking for the angle. Doesn't get the knockback, and that's the end. Do you know Gurren Lagann?
No.
Oh, trouble. I might have changed your life. Gurren Lagann is an anime, and it's a pretty bloody good one. And that's what this Rumble skin's based on. It's based on
Right,
Gurren Lagann.
send it later because Cass is about to send it after he hits level 6 of all this crab.
Yeah.
Here you go. Level 6 onto the Vi. Has the ulti. Trust the sniper.
And he's
Patiently
going
waiting for
bot
his
lane.
wave. Whee! I think the observers had enough with the delays as well. They're just trying to have fun. I appreciate that.
I love watching the old TPs.
I appreciate that.
Oh, cast. This might be the angle. Fate Ski, no ultimate. Does have flash, does have barrier. They're going to back off. They definitely smell something up. This cast is waiting back in the wings, and Lulush is nowhere nearby. They're going to just go for the flash. Fate Ski presses E. Cast, flash, Q. Oh, boy.
That should be a pretty easy telltale to have the Jace speedrun through the river and just enter enemy jungle. You've got Raptors, you've got red buff, you can steal the whole thing.
DMG's gone for the steal. Goldman flashes away. Leo gets the flash to safety. And it all goes wrong around the board. Bot lane doesn't work out. Top lane doesn't work out either. And we remain in a fairly neutral game state, but red buff is stolen in a Price of the Dragon.
Hello?
Goldman. I mean, that's just a follow-up on all what we saw a moment ago.
No flash. Onto Mans. Goldman finds the opportunity. Dives on the tower. Gets that kill. Both the camps right here stolen by Lulash. And I just want to remind everyone that that DMG team is undefeated so far. And the funniest part about them being undefeated, you're like, yeah, Jojo, whatever, they're good, right? No. They played 4v5 for 5 minutes last game. They played without their jungler for 5 minutes. And they still won. That's what's funny.
They're a pretty bloody good team, these guys. Pretty good team indeed from DMG. Meanwhile, Leo also having a fairly okay run, if I remember correctly. I actually do not have their score coming straight ahead, but they've had some really, really solid games. So, again, I still feel like the middle of the pack and like our kind of like middle teams, while it's getting more ironed out, they're still pretty close in power here. Is Lulush finds the Q onto Mans, and that might just be a second kill onto the Rumble. Down he goes as Lulush secures the kill.
Big kill right there. Of course, the kill going to the Jace. Even better. Again, the Jace items, full lethality, they're pretty cheap. As Cass looking for mid, misses the Q.
Oh, Phantom missed though.
I think Cass is fuming. He's missed 2 Qs back to back as Calm Sky.
Calm Sky's low. Rusty looking for the kill, finds the lockdown. There's the W angle. Beautiful kill from Rusty. Playing into his name there, sniping that kill away.
That was a beautiful lineup right there for the W. Do you think they can hear Don Pong completely? Do you think he's muffled?
Yeah. Do you reckon that's part of the issues of why they've had 2 kills go topside?
Listen, man, if I'm Rusty Sniper, dude, if I'm Rusty Sniper, I'm telling my support to get his shit together. Last game, he was playing with glasses on. His KDA was 0-7. He couldn't see where he was going. Now, he's playing muffled. Like, do you blame Rusty Sniper, man? He's like, come on, man. One game, you can't see what's happening in your screen, and the other game, you're playing muffled. Ooh, explosive face melter.
Mode. You actually need to see Gurren Lagann. I can't believe you don't understand the reference for this skin.
Also, isn't it really funny how we have gold men and mans? They both have man. Because they both have man in their name. It's gold men and mans. It's what the plural of man should have been. It's right there. Like, the grammar is right there. It's like men and mans. The plural of man should have been mans. But it's men. And they're both there. I don't know. I'm pretty cooked. Nothing's happening right now. They're just clearing jungle.
Should we put you to bed?
Put grandma to bed, please.
I just decided to let you just go off on that little ramble.
That's uh-oh. Talking about rumble.
And gold men misses the Q, so rumble's okay. Mans walks away from men. That's my play-by-play for the day there. There you go.
Good pun, Grandpa. All right, I think Goldman, if he finds an angle right here, he's the first Q. He finds an angle right here. Could be another deep dive.
Oh, Goldman is very low. Meanwhile, on the bot side, they were looking for a fight, but it is cooled off. It is dissuaded for now.
EQ. It's coming. He's thinking about it. Not gonna throw it. Punk trying to hold the wave. He's going to take some hurt from Fadeskin, Calm Sky. And this is going to be the reset that's going to decide the next dragon. That was a beautiful mid-jungle reset. At the same time, bot lane's going to be resetting pretty soon for DMG. Top lane as well. That is a full map reset coming through from DMG. Great stuff right here. Umbral Glaive already completed for Jace. We've got our first major item. Dragon coming up in about 25 seconds. And if you can get a pretty big chunk off of Leo's members with that Jace, being first in the river is going to be such a huge positional advantage for DMG.
Yeah, it's going to be a big, big deal. There's 12 minutes in, and honestly, Trouble, not a lot of actions really happened. No one's got a fairly significant lead. DMG are up, but it's not enough to really be definitive for the game state, which, considering the rest of the games we've had today, this is the most even we've seen. And, you know, they're just trying to get some gold onto Furby and Rusty. I am surprised to see that Furby's gone for the rower build instead of like the Ludens build, which is typically the I'm just going to one-shot waves and you can't deal with it.
That's a vegan Furby.
A vegan Furby.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed in the fact that you're going raw for the Ziggs, which is going to take a little bit longer for the scaling to come through. Also, the damage is not quite as there as with the full Bomba build for the Ziggs. So we'll see how that's going to come about. However, it does make him a lot more tanky, playing into things like the Jace that's going to be poking from super far away. So we'll see if that extra HP and the tankiness is actually going to help him survive later on in those fights. However, he should be one of the safest members because he is the one with the longest range on his team. As Lulas is looking top lane. Nice equalizer from Mans right here to completely kill out the wave. No chance for dive.
You get a bit of a chunk off of that tower. As there is a dive coming in onto this bot side. Although Phantom Misto has made his way over to make sure that this dive doesn't go down. They placed the ward, they spot cast. They did have Furby in the area as well to drop the bomb if they needed, but they're just going to back off. And again, it's like we had in game one, in the beginning of game one. A lot of chest puffing, but there's the bomb onto Phantom Misto. Takes the Eye of the Storm as well. Cast getting himself a little bit of damage returned into, but Phantom Misto a lot lower. They're just going to back off again. Puffing of chest. Nothing of consequence.
I feel like Phantom Misto was sitting there was like, that's it? I had a whole like Q, E, ult from Ziggs, and that's it? Obviously not a lot of damage coming through for the time being. They're going to steal away that red buff from Lulash, as he's going to be clearing his own Krugs down towards that bot side of the map. I feel like so far so good. I feel like still DMG have to be feeling pretty good. They have a very solid front line with the Rel and the Cassante. Pretty solid engage. A lot of poke. If you think about W later on from the Kaisa, the J throwing EQs out. I feel like they're more than happy to having this game being even right now.
Yeah, I think they are, to be honest with you.
Lulash.
Oh, looking for him. Find the knocker.
No flash.
That's going to be Lulash going low, but he's not quite dead yet. The shield comes in. Calm Sky with the Magnet Storm may just have saved the day. Goldman also comes through. Beautiful disengage from the side of DMG there.
Yeah, now they have to sprint it towards the top side of the map because Mans is pushing the wave underneath the tower. So Goldman TPs to save his comrade right there. But he's going to lose a couple of turret platings. He's going to give a lot of control on the top side of the river to the Vi, who's actually started the Rift Herald right here. Thank you, Observer. Skullcrab straight into the Rift Herald. And Lulas is going to wrap around. Doesn't have a lot of HP, about a 50%. And I do not think that DMG can contest that river at all. So it's going to be that Rift Herald for the side of Leo and the flash from enemy jungle.
Yeah, nothing more they can really do about that one, unfortunately. Rift Herald goes down. Leo get himself an objective and actually tie up the net objective game right now because they got the first dragon. Grubs and second dragon went over to DMG. And here's the answer. Nice play from Leo. Svetski just going to grab himself a couple of plates down here on the bot side. Has Kalmsky in the pocket in case he's in any danger. Just get a nice stun off and the trade onto Dompong. Lulish is here, so he's just going to do the old QE. Oh, my word. Oh, that ganking is absolutely silly. Just randomly getting shot blast out of nowhere.
I mean, that is a non-committal way of ganking, right? You show up, nice Ziggs ult right here to take majority of the wave. Lulish has to back off. Remember, he doesn't have flash.
Oh, Fateski's getting caught. They're going to bring the Rise in for the backup as they go for the knockdown onto Cast. There's the shield. There's the kill onto Fateski. He will fall. Kalmsky is low. Lulish will flash away. Goes for the Q. Doesn't have the E to get the empowered shot blast off and the extra range. And that is going to be all she wrote. Oh, no, Dompong takes a Q. And there we go. That's the end of the fight.
A lot of hands on deck down that bot lane. But Leo is the one coming up on top as they do get Fateski. It was super far up, gets caught, ends up going down. Phantomista tries to cancel right here. The Ziggs teleport, not going to be the case. This tower is super low. I have no idea what Furby TP'd on. I'm going to assume
a
the
control ward.
Was it a control ward or was it?
Yeah, he must have done that control ward in the bush. Oh, Kalmsky, low. There's the Magnet Storm. Lulish jumps in. There's a lot of low health.
Oh, big!
Fateski slides in with the killer instinct and is able to secure himself a double kill. Rusty got one on the way out, but that may just be the triple kill. A W from downtown could be making his way towards Dompong. He's A-OK. Well, that is going to be the end of the little play there. Nice pick from the side of DMG.
Yeah, 1 for 2. Lulish goes down. They trade 2 for him. The Vi plus the Yunara. Really nice pick right there, primarily because the gold went down to Fateski's pocket. That guy's is not necessarily going to have the easiest game to play. Yunara outranges, you have Ziggs plus Rumble poking you, and I'm pretty sure that Cass is going to have his eye onto this Kai'Sa for majority of those skirmishes and later on team fights. So Fateski's position is going to be very pivotal on how DMG execute those team fights. Another triplet is going to go over to the side of DMG very shortly on the tops of the map as Furby is pushing that mid. I'm pretty sure right here that Leo can use that Rift Herald. There is to get some pressure down that mid lane. Your classic Wood Herald mid. Take pressure mid. Get your opponents to take down that Rift Herald, and with that pressure created, you just grab the second dragon for Leo.
Yeah, very textbook League of Legends there from Leo. There's an interrupt on Dompong. It's reset. Goldman, every time he goes for a push-up, Mans has the equalizer, just clears the wave and backs off. He's doing his job well. Like, he's gone 0-2 in lane, but he's been able to eat the pressure topside very, very well. And DMG multiple times have had something happen that's negative on the other side of the map, and they try and answer the gank onto top, and Mans just equalizes the wave and walks away. It's really, really good play from him. As Dompong is taking this game a bit more serious, by the way, the glasses are off.
He's had the glasses off the whole time.
I thought he had... Okay, well,
the glasses come on halfway. The glasses come on halfway. Not yet, not yet.
Oh, he needs to wait for the game to be going well.
Exactly, exactly.
Everyone
is everywhere right now. Leo?
Yeah, it is everything everywhere all at once right now. Kalmsky getting heavily chunked out. They're bringing the Realm Warp. There's going to be the ultimate onto
he's gone!
Magnus pulls the whole team in. Fateski delivers himself onto the back line. Has no one to play with off, though. So he's going low. He's going down. But still, the fight for DMG is looking very solid. Beautiful pickup. DMG turn that fight 2-4.
Kalmsky, that was clearly the meme that says call an ambulance, but not for me. He survives on 1 HP as Cass is just ripping apart all the paper. He's just done with it all. Playing by, ripping it all apart. But that was a Oh my god, that's just throwing on the paper. That's just throwing all the paper on the floor. Okay, let's watch this one more time. So this is where it all starts, right? Kalmsky finds Cast, runs into Furby, Fateski on the wraparound as well. And then Kalmsky gets isolated into 4 members of Leo. The TP comes through as well. The Vi ult gets committed, but he turns it around into a 4-man Magnet Storm right there. Keeps up the CC for DMG to just absolutely annihilate this fight. Furby just has to run away and walk.
Lovely, lovely fight from the side of DMG. Meanwhile, back into the action. Kalmsky jumps forwards, and Dompong is melted by DMG.
They're looking at Baron. They're pinging Baron 20 minutes in, but the chipping from Baron is pretty scary. And you've got the Ziggs with bomb up. I mean,
remember, it takes
this
away the
could
resist.
backfire real quickly.
They don't know what's happening yet. Furby's waiting for that ultimate. The Baron is half HP, though. It's going down very quickly. There's the bomb, lands onto the Magnet Storm! Delivers onto the backside as Fatesky looks for Furby. He flashes over the wall. Vial over to get some distance, and that's going to be enough to find a killer. Double kill picked up for Rusty as the toilet paper comes off, and Leo starts to come alive. Gorman goes in for the ult. There's the shutdown onto the Cassante. Leo turned that fight back around. Beautiful play from them.
I mean, like, they felt like they could make the same play with DMG. Kamsky had a fantastic positioning, but then Fatesky ults to his death. He feels like he can isolate Furby, but Furby's very tanky. He's got his Leandris, he's got his 10 stacks on Rod of Ages. That's a lot of HP you have to go through with only 2 items onto the Kaisa. So once Fatesky ults onto Furby, all Furby has to do is flash through the wall, and then Fatesky suddenly isolated. All your damage is gone because Lulash is all the way to the other side of the fight. Now the Rise ult is coming in. The Tronakat's Rusty Sniper does have the flash.
Yeah, he does have it, but I don't think he's going to be able to use it. Even with the minions blocking the queue, down he goes. Lulash secures the kill as Rusty falls. Baron remains up. Vision remains heavily in Baron control area for DMG. And now with the ADC dead, they could look towards pivoting towards this way, or, as what it looks to be the plan, they're going to just try and get some pressure on the bot side, get some tower plates onto their Rise. Actually, no, they're going to call it off. Are they? I don't know what they're doing. Okay, they are. Okay, good.
That is a 2,000 gold lead onto the Jace right now. 2.5 items. 19 stacks as well. They've isolated the both side of the map. Kamsky is around.
Oh.
And Goldman.
Goldman's found Mans. Mans is
No
going
flash.
low here. Gonna get him nice and taken down. No flash available. Goldman gets himself a solo kill. 4 and 1 versus 1 and 4. Big difference over there. Lula flashes away from the ultimate. The Vi jumps in. They're going to look for the lockdown. Here comes Kamsky. Finds the stun onto 2. And Lulish is able to limp away to safety.
That was such an important save right there, as that they have the...
Wait,
what?
they don't know. Because they
How
just
could you be doing Baron?
this jungle.
Goldman...
They have no assumption.
Goldman was 10 HP. He surely should have reset right there, right? They have 10 seconds on the Dragon. It's spawning right now. They are playing around the Dragon, but the Baron is gone.
That's huge. Goldman can just reset, TP back over, and try and contest this Dragon number 3. Phantomisto takes a little bit of damage to find the lockdown onto Dom Punk. He throws up the W to keep himself alive. Backs off, and DMG have now pressured themselves into the bot side. So this is just going to be the Dragon going over to them. Leo just fumbling objectives around the map there. They really got caught sleeping, and a heads-up play from DMG.
Yeah, I feel like once DMG have solidified themselves towards an objective, it's really hard, as Phantomisto is looking to chase right here. The flash coming through.
Yeah, Mans is in danger, gets caught by the flash, but slows from the Rune Prisoners. They're just going to flash in onto him. Goldman finds a knockback, and Phantomisto takes the kill. Meanwhile, there's a Vi being hunted here. Lulish looks for the Q, doesn't quite make the land. Doesn't actually have any backup, so he's just going to clear the wave as Cast makes his way over towards bot side.
Oh no,
Fatesky's in danger. Fatesky, he has the flash. They're going to jump over the wall. Fatesky could just look for the opening onto Rusty.
He's
now
running
jumps
into him.
to the backside. Can they get it? The Magnet Storm connects on. Rusty, he's going to get himself not the kill. It's Furby. Down goes Fatesky. Phantomisto, though, on a flank angle here. Can he find more as Lulish jumps in onto Cast? Punk jumps over the wall. That's his W used. He's used all his mobility. The Braum has sacrificed himself for naught.
We are getting a little bit silly right here. Both DMG and Leo are forcing the issue a little bit too much. I want to see here Phantomisto. That was a fantastic ultimate on the side. They take Mance's flash. They also take his life. However, chasing through the vibe, when you have the Baron buff and you can actually use it to empty the entire oh my god, tower defense. The entire outer tower defense. There you go. That's what I was looking for. From Leo. However, right now you are 1 rotation behind, because by losing a member you have to wait. Fatesky again going a little bit too far in the backline and gets slam dunked straight into that Ziggs ult. So again, we said Fatesky was going to be the target from the side of Leo, and so far they've managed to kill him 2 fights in a row.
Alrighty, well, It's a good pressure up. Dom Punk takes Q to the face. Nothing more really to come from that. This mid tower still being up, though, is giving Leo a very good point to kind of play defensive from. So you can see that DMG want to try and be able to take this. They've got Baron, so if you're going to take a mid tower, now's the time, especially a tier 1, right? The Dom Punk has come through. They found a lockdown onto Goldman. They get him with the concussive blows. And that is a huge shock blast. Oh my word, Lulish.
That's a 3-item Jace right there with Cyrilda's being completed as well. The flash through!
Oh, there we go. Mans is popped. Bye-bye. Dom Punk blocks the Q. Baron's worn off. They're going to use the Ziggs ult just to try and clear and trim the wave as much as possible, but Dom Punk going to lose half his health in the meanwhile. Another couple of plates go down. Are they actually going to pressure for more Goldman? Gets himself jumping forwards here, looks for the Q, doesn't quite make the connection cast. Is going to throw the ultimate down immediately onto Lulish, and he's able to pick him up, but Fateski can now just free fire away in the middle of all of this. And Phantom Misto popping one on the backside as well. They are crumbling.
But the problem is if you don't kill the Ziggs, he has so much wave clear that the only thing they're going to be able to do is sort of force the way into the mid lane tier 2. Again, if you don't kill the Ziggs, you can't enter enemy territory because Furby's wave clear is insane. Minions almost taking that bot lane tier 3, sorry, into the base. And I think we're playing for next Baron right here. 1 minute 38 for next Dragon and around 2 minutes for the next Baron to come for both of these teams. It's going to be so point if they manage to secure it. So this is the time for Leo to potentially turn things around. That's a 5,000 gold lead, but primarily majority of that gold is on the Jace. So if they manage to catch Lulish again, they have a pretty good chance at winning these team fights.
Really, really. It's still close though, right? Like, I mean, the gold lead is somewhat in the favor of DMG. I say somewhat, it's like 5k in the favor, but it doesn't feel like these fights are just so one-sided that there's no comeback option for Leo. But versus the other games we had today, it just felt like the game was giga doomed. 2 dragons apiece. It's only a mountain soul, so not like the most impactful, but it will help versus the shock blasts onto your more squishy units if you can get it. So both supports just facing off versus one another. Trying to fight over vision. Dragon up in 30 seconds though, and I think that is going to lead into some action.
And again, the problem right here is that if you allow DMG to get there first, the poke is insufferable, especially when you squeeze through. Oh my god. Yeah. Especially when you squeeze through those tight choke points, right? Mans has lost half his HP to a shock blast from Jace. Dom Punk is going to have to be the front line that they need. You see that the EQ doesn't hit as hard onto this Braum. He can also raise shield and try to go in. So Leo, their best case scenario right here is just entering through that mid lane. That's why they're trying to fight so hard for that wave.
Teleport comes in. Goldman looks for the knockback, is able to find it onto Dom Punk. They get a massive chunk out of his health bar, half HP onto him. Goldman's looking to come forwards, not able to make that connection though. Everyone posturing, Fate Ski. Flash is just about to come up for him. But looks like it's not going to be necessary because down goes the dragon. DMG are going to get it for free. And they're going to Rise Portal to go for the defense as well. That was so smart. Fate Ski does take the Ezo. Great use of the Ziggs zone control just to dissuade them. May be able to get this tower actually thanks to the satchel as well. So DMG, they are able to get that dragon, but the answer from Leo was very well put together.
They're trying to make sure that they don't fall into the trap, right? Again, DMG is super strong. But eventually this is going to be Mountain Soul. And even though they're hard to kill right now, especially with how tanky they are on the Rel, the Rise, the Cassante, they're only going to get tankier. The Soul goes away in favor of DMG. Now the Baron is going to get started yet again this time around by Leo. They're going to get spotted by the Blue Ward. They have to back off, and DMG again in firm control of both sides of the river every single time. They get the pressure on the waves. They have the mid shield in the likes of Cassandra to face check for them, and they take control of those objectives really easily. This is the problematic part of Leo's draft. They don't necessarily have anyone to face check for them, so DMG can take control of places super easy.
Well, Tom Sky. Just doing a bit of scouting, doing a bit of vision control as the resets are coming in. Haven't really touched on items for a while, but everyone's hit major thresholds really at this point. You've got the Actualizer finished up onto the Rise as well, so a little bit of extra damage and burst can come out from him. It is a almost full build Kai'Sa. Fateski got Kraken, got Gwynzi's, got Terminus, and then it's just gone for the Jack Show. And is now building another tank item on top of that. Like, Fateski knows that Cast's job is to ult him and one-shot him. You've now got the Zhonyas building on Phantomista. You've got tank items building on Fateski. It is going to become significantly harder to actually kill Fateski with that guaranteed combo. So I actually think this is really smart from the side of DMG, knowing that a sore spot for them would be to blow up
top
their ADC. But
bot, rather.
Goldman is in bot lane, and he is doing some work down here. And now Mans is just being zoned off. I mean, he's 2 levels down onto Goldman, and Goldman takes inhibitor here. That just spells Baron, because you're going to have pressure coming through the bot side.
Yeah, they
that
know.
will
They know
slowly
they're
ramp
it.
up, and
They're on it.
they might not even wait. They might just go for it.
DMG really quickly on that one. Inhibitor will drop. Same as the Baron, and they do have a wave over in the mid lane. Wait, cast caught.
Magnet Storm comes
Top
in.
Sky?
Sky Baron goes down. They're going to throw everything in on to Fateski, but look how tanky he is. He's eating so much damage. Finally falls to Rusty, though. The answer on the other side could be them going low, but Goldman's made his way forwards. He has the all-out. He's going to just look for the opportunity to find someone to blow up as he's looking for Rusty, but Rusty is outputting way too much damage. Leo somehow find the turnaround. Only 2 members to survive for the Baron.
This definitely should be an inhibitor, right? Do they have a wave anywhere? I think they might have a wave mid lane, but they're not going to do it because still Rise and Jace are up. And look at the death timers, 45 against 26 onto Kai'Sa. Surely they could milk more out of this. That was a fantastic fight from Leo. Not only that, but they completely dissuade the chances of DMG pushing with that Baron and opening up their base further. So big fight right there from Goldman. He was a bit late onto the TP because he was fighting to get that inhibitor and then keeping the Rumble aside. DMG get caught a little bit too far. Kamsky might run into the same trap again and again and again.
Yeah, he is just constantly falling down. Is able to use the crash down to get over the wall, though. To safety. And this is Dragon number 4 coming up in a minute 30. Leo finally take that tier 1 tower, which is going to push the vision, push the line of scrimmage back a little bit for them. And this could be a game where we go effectively max dragons that could spawn before Elder.
That's if Leo managed to control the river. For the time being, they do have a couple of points of vision. 4 of them, actually, over on the both side of the map. So that is very important. Again, DMG are really good at suppression of the waves, and especially with the Baron buff right here, the minions themselves help themselves, right, to push out the waves. So it definitely is in favor of DMG. They're going to get into the river first. And again, the reason why we say they're so strong when they get into the river first is because they have a 4-item Jace. The second you try to squeeze through a choke point, the EQ is going to hit really hard. The W from Kai'Sa is going to hit really hard. That's a 5-item Kai'Sa. 4-item Kai'Sa that's coming through from Fateski. So really well played from Leo every single time to try to enter that dragon area from the mid lane, which is the widest area. Nice spoken to Furby.
Perfect target to get hit with that Q there. Really, really nice. I'm just going to see Goldman jumping forwards. Backs off. And let's turn their attention towards this mid wave. Try and get it shoved in. That's actually a flank angle forecast on the Vi. He's going incredibly long here. Been spotted on a ward, and that actually just gives DMG the opportunity to go forwards, knowing the Vi's not here yet. Cast, little bit close to the punch. Phantomisto gets delivered in with the Realm Warp. He's going to be able to get the lockdown. There's the Magnet Storm to multiple people. Fateski pumping out the damage. The Equalizer goes wide, but it doesn't quite hit onto who they need. Health bars going low. Cast going down. Guardian Angel getting popped as well, as that's a double kill for Goldman. Down goes the 3rd member as DMG trade out 1 for 3.
They can't push. Furby has to run top lane to try and clear out the wave, but this is going to be soul for DMG, which is going to make them inherently super much tankier than they are right now. That was a great ultimate from Phantomista. I was like, wait, what is happening? Like 1v5 with the Rise, but he took so much pressure on him without any single summoner available to him. He piles up so many people, and then Fates he gets to hit for free.
As we see a still of, there we go, the screenshot's going to let's start up. It was, honestly, I think the big mistake was Cast trying to go that long angle. And as soon as they spotted him on a ward, DMG go, cool, we're 4v5. We can blow someone up before he gets here. And that's exactly what happened. For everything in, Realm Warp, Phantomisto into the middle. Beautiful fight.
There you go. You see the Rise soaking so much pressure, but if you look on the bottom right of your screen, this is where usually you see Cast pinned onto Fateski and then Furby throwing the ult on top. This time around, they weren't able to create that pressure onto Fateski, and the second 4-item on-hit Kai'Sa gets to hit, then it's pretty much a guaranteed W.
There it is. Baron up in 1 minute 30. Soul onto DMG. Cast is just trying to see if he can send something on the Goldman, but that's a Cassante, man. Like, you are not going to be doing anywhere near enough damage as they just continue to assault forwards. DMG may just be looking to end this one. Fateski slides in onto the back line, trying to output the damage. Got the Hurricane proccing onto so many people. This is the perfect fight.
Fateski,
and he's too damn tanky. Fateski refuses to go down as Rusty is going low. They're going to get some of the healing off. They're going to get some of the survival down. DMG take yet another fight as Furby is the last man standing.
Oh man, Furby must be wishing right now that he had a frontline like this Cassante. He has not died once. He's output so much damage, but it's just impossible to stick up when he has no frontline for himself. Now, of course, 2 waves really hard to melt with the Ziggs, so she has to be on 2 fronts at the same time. Phantom Mist is going to push out the wave over on the top side of the map, but this is going to be double inhibitor for DMG.
Yeah, they take double inhib. By the time Baron spawns up, those waves are built up. Bot side, mid side, you've got pressure. Turn it into Baron. Translate that through the push you're setting up in top side and close the game out. Very textbook. DMG's road to victory pretty much just written out here for us. They're going to reset, spend that money. Zonya's now finished up on the Fate Ski. Jack Show, Zonya's. That Hurricane got so much value last fight as well. Like 3 people grouped up, everyone getting hit. Beautiful play. DMG looking phenomenal right here. And it's only a 4,000 gold lead.
You're saying
It's
this,
still
I was about to
flippable.
say, I think the tides are turning slowly right here. I think Furby's doing an enormous amount of damage, and DMG is getting really close to going down every single time. Double zone is, of course, very useful, plus the Solari onto the Calm Sky to keep members alive, plus the soul that they have onto them. However, starting the Baron right here into Equalizer and Ziggs Bomb might be a little bit too scary.
Dumpunk trying to push up forwards, but obviously the Braum a little bit squishy at this point. Goldman jumping forwards. Furby playing off on the distance there. They find the stun. They get a lot of damage onto Goldman. Half health in him. Finds the knockback onto Dumpunk. Goldman now getting the one being engaged onto. They know that it's hard to get through the Zonyas as Fanta. Zonyas is all of the ultimate. Faceski now slides into the fray, but Punk's W is eating everything here. Cast is going low. He's finally going down as Phantom Misto incredibly low HP off this, and somehow Leo have a triple kill over to Rusty. Trouble, you are on the money. Leo, it turns out they can find the turnaround. It turns out that they can find the opening to potentially win this game. This is going to have to be one hell of a defense here from Lulish and Phanto. They have no wave. They're going to try and get the damage onto Dumpunk. He's chunked out. The tower goes down, but the minion wave has been cut short. Look at the base, though, for DMG. They've got supers on the towers, but Rusty is melting through members. Can he find the opening? Phantom Misto goes down. Leo, what a turnaround. What a comeback. Beautiful game.
I have never seen more happy Amumus in my life. Oh shit!
Damn, I didn't know you were built like that. God
the
damn.
Glass is he gonna twerk? Okay, he just left. He was about to have a heart attack. Damn, that was a huge showing right here from Leo. This is a team that's undefeated so far in the NLC. DMG.
Oh, that is so good. What an amazing performance coming in from the Leo boys. Able to shut down DMG. I literally spelt out how that game ended, and then DMG went, nah, and Leo went, nah, we're going to win this. Beautiful performance from them.
So, apart from the Katarina hover, obviously helping out right there, I feel like
that was it.
Furby is slowly but surely becoming one of my favorite mid laners. His Syndra
so
performance earlier on the split, his positioning on the Ziggs right here, it has been so pivotal. His positioning, his roams, the way he was clearing out the waves, the way he was holding onto specific spells. Like, it was phenomenal performance. And this Ziggs was picked super early on in this draft as well. But he was the primary reason as to why Leo stayed in the game for that long, because he was clearing out the waves, because he got that strong, because he was tankier with the Rod of Ages as well. That was a time where they were losing 2 mounts and just threw it all out, but it worked.
Honestly, it was beautiful. I want to just, like, some of these late game fights were absolutely amazing. Calm Sky played really, really well. I think Fateski also had an amazing performance, but damn, Furby, Rusty answering in such just beautiful form. I mean, Rusty had such an amazing game here on the Yanara. He's doing so much work.
This was such a rough game to play in general from Leo. I mean, Mans was literally handled all game by Goldman. Suddenly, Vi is 2,000 gold down, and whoever you're all, they've either got a Zonias or a Garden Angel, so it's just impossible to engage. I feel like the game was pretty impossible for Cast this time around. And Lula's having a 2,000 gold right here was all you needed to win. A Fed Jace is a GG at this point, like globally pretty much.
Yeah.
But damn, that Furby on the Ziggs truly kept them alive this whole game.
Yeah, I mean, Cast had one job, and that was CC someone and immediately die. That Guardian Angel pick up later did so much work for him here. And it's, again, every fight, you just see the difference maker comes down to, is Fateski able to auto-attack? Is Rusty able to auto-attack? And this time, I actually think Dom Pronk's wall there with the W, it blocked basically every Q, every auto coming in from the from Kai'Sa, and Fateski was just heavily denied in that final fight. Dom Pronk, I genuinely think in that final team fight was a massive difference maker. That Braum pick, which I doubted, I'll admit, I doubted it. I'm happy to say that I was in the wrong there. That was phenomenal from Leo, and a much-deserved victory.
I mean, I'm honestly becoming a fan because I'm like, if you also do so many cosplays, apart from the gameplay, which was freaking phenomenal to turn this one around, if you do all these cosplays, what happens when they go to the finals? Obviously, I don't know if the finals are. I don't know if the finals are a LAN or if they're still online. But if they are a LAN, it'd be so funny if they're actually like fully dressed top to bottom.
Yeah, I'd be very, very excited to see what they pull out if they get to finals. It better be something good, because I feel like the budget's been fun. I want them to, like, they've saved all their budget for finals and they turn up with like proper costumes. That'd be sick. We'll have to see though, because honestly, Bulldog beating AP also look amazing. I think, you know, there's a lot of very good teams towards the top of this table. I think like top 4 right now that AP lost to DMG, top 4 is a bit shaken up for me, because I feel like we got quite a few capable teams up there. And then the middle, I'm not sure. I can tell you who
it was our 2 teams, right? It was our 2 teams that were undefeated, AP and DMG, and they both lost today. I don't want to say it was necessarily upsets, because I do think Bulldog have given us really good reasons to believe they are towards that top 4 as well, and Leo as well. However, I did have them as the more solidified top 2 teams that I feel like, hey, they look so clean that surely one of the 2 gets to the finals or wins the whole thing, right? But Leo and Bulldog have somehow inserted themselves into the top 2 conversation.
Well, everything has shuffled up a little bit here. We are going to throw it over to the desk, though, to break down that game number 4. So, see you in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the studio. It's getting quite late here in Copenhagen and the rest of the north. As yeah, that was game 4 done. What an absolute banger! I'm gonna be honest. When we moved from where we were watching the game behind scenes and in here, there's a bit of delay. We didn't know exactly who won the game. That's how tight it was. I thought DMG had won it, but Six did his things, meant another fight, and Leo somehow managed to pull through. I guess pulling off the band-aids when things got tough. Both Cast and Rusty Sniper really realizing, okay, it's time to lock in, and then they just start pulling off all the toilet paper off. What an intense game! Individual outplays galore.
I think if you're a DMG, you must have a bit of like a salty taste.
Yeah.
Like you must be a bit tilted, I think, at this point. You can also see it on the goal graph. It tells a story that if you're a DMG fan, you must not be that happy right now. But congratulations to Leo. I mean, they pulled it off. Yeah, I mean, what an amazing performance. I think it's hard to end the game if you're playing against the Six, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to these micro mechanics in the last fights, and it was just crazy. I mean, I thought a lot of times, okay, they're gonna end it now, like DMG has won, but we have the Six clearing every
look
fucking
at some of the
wave.
scorelines, right? Phantomista 5-1, you end up losing the game, but Furby unkillable on the Six. Those fights around the mid lane later on in the game were on a knife's edge.
And I was sitting on the edge of the couch when the Nash fight was going on. I mean,
TP'd in after and
holy, the buy engage was really well played by Leo, but yeah.
It was absolute crazy. And let's talk with some of the injured players or Mumu cosplays or whatever was going on for Leo. We should be joined by Don Pong, who also have some very nice blue tinted glasses.
Yes.
What's up? Pong, first of all,
What's up?
Congratulations on the win. What an intense game. Do you feel
Thanks,
like you lose some skill by literally wearing like bandage toilet paper over your mouth? Like, does that inhibit you in any way, or is the league just too easy? You need to challenge yourself?
Nah. This is like XP boost or something.
It's XP.
This is broken.
You're extra locked in, I suppose. So I want to talk to you quickly about your personal growth, right? You came up shortly last year in the NLC for a quick stint, I believe actually playing for Lundqvist light side, and in the playoffs you guys got better, but you did go out before it really became fun, but then you went back down to the Swedish league, and now you're 4-1, you're top of the standings with Arctic Panthers and DMG, you're chasing playoffs. How does it feel to all of a sudden be finding yourself in one of the best teams in the league, performance-wise?
I mean, we are in the best team in the league. Let's start with that. And yeah, it's a good feeling, bro. Like, we had a lot of doubters. Shout out to Devils. He thought we were gonna get stomped, but no. That's that. But yeah, I'm really proud of the boys. We actually pulled this out.
And let's talk about the vibe then, right? Because it's clearly a team where the vibe is immaculate. I've talked with Rusty Sniper and your manager as well, and I just got the impression that obviously Leo, very proud to be Swedish, your organization, but the vibes on the team, you speak Swedish, 4 or 5 players. Like, how much does that affect you that you're able to, be closer together in terms of culture and history, and that it makes it easier to connect, doesn't it?
I mean, you don't have to think like a lot, when you're speaking English. So Swedish 5-man Swedes, it's actually really good. We all have played together except for Mans. He just recently joined us this split.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And asking about that, do you prefer Furby in the mid lane or the top lane? Or where do you think he's best? He was pretty good today, wasn't
bro,
he?
I prefer Furby in sup, ADC, jungle, mid, top, coach, manager, bro.
Put him in all the positions.
This guy is multi-talent.
Yeah, multi-role talent for sure. I want to open up to the floor. Any questions for Leo and Don Pong here, 4-1?
Yeah, I want to hear, you talked a bit about the vibes, and of course we've all seen the costumes. I would like to know, like you said it was an XP boost, like how does it affect the mental going into a game? Because we talked a little bit about the pressure like when you go into a game. I want to hear, like, what impact does the costumes have?
I mean, first of all, it's actually just vibing with your friends. We're just having fun, right? We're just coming up ideas what to wear next official. Somebody said no shirts, somebody said football shirts, bro. So we're just vibing, and yeah, just having fun, bro. That's the key.
Okay, and another follow-up question for that. When you say you guys are vibing, how is scrims going? Like, if we say you guys are losing a lot of scrims, or if you're not playing that well, like, are you still vibing, or how do you kind of come off that situation?
We're always vibing.
Okay.
And scrims, like, I'm not allowed to say much, but we are denying G2 They want to play us, but we said no. We denied Vitality. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we still vibe, even if we lose.
Yeah.
It's like the part of the learning curve, right?
Yeah.
As long as it's fun.
I want to hear for your personal ambitions with the team as well, because you're exceeding all expectations I had of you guys and many others as well. You said you were doubted. I thought you guys would surprise a few people, but I did not expect a 4-1 scoreline, I'll be completely honest. Is the side set on getting top 2 into the higher bracket, or are you already thinking about EU Masters trophy and everything?
I would say we're aiming for top 2 for sure, but I think, honestly, AP, or what's they called, and Bulldogs are actually, we can fraud check them. I'm pretty sure we can fraud check them.
What about Verdant then? They've been a bit of a surprise in terms of their performance at the beginning of the split. We all had them very highly in the standings. Do you think they'll be able to take the win versus Dia later today, or do you think they also need to be fraud checked?
I mean, we lost to Verdant, right? But I think we lost to ourselves that game. But yeah, they probably win against Dare, because I don't think very highly about Dare.
Ooh, a bit of shade.
I mean, I like the confidence. It is crucial, right? You gotta, I believe, to be successful in esports, you gotta have a healthy ego at the very least. I mean, if I think back to how Tricked overcame the odds and beat Fnatic Rising in a final, it was because then Voxner, after game 2, being 2-0 down, was like, guys, these guys are shit. We can easily beat them if we just log in. And I feel like Dunpunk kind of maybe has that same mentality.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a bit delusional. Because if you don't believe, like, who's going to believe, right?
Yeah, the healthy delusions.
Exactly.
Is that what's fueling the team? Just the healthy confidence, delusions, and belief?
Not much delusion, but yeah, the belief, the lock-in. And finally, I just want to say, today I can sleep well, or tonight, because we stomped DMG bot lane. That's it.
You were brilliant in the bot lane. Rusty Sniper with a beautiful EW combo as well in the hour. Absolutely goated. That's all the time we have with you, Dunpunk, today. Absolute pleasure having you on, mate. And I hope you hopefully get those toilet paper off and everything's still all right. You can breathe well in there. Thank you so much, man, and best of luck moving forward. You guys are a pleasure to watch.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I can't wait to see what they cook up for next week.
Yeah.
I heard that last week the deer situation was, I don't know what happened. I think they had something else planned. So today was toilet paper. Last time it was sauna, Christmas. I can't wait to see what they're going to cook up next time.
Yeah. Really excited.
Also in draft and game-wise, because now, I mean, their expectation must be rising a little bit. I don't know if you're coming from the Swedish first division, first season in NLC. Suddenly you're now moving up the standings. Like, I can't wait to see what happens next week.
I mean, maybe if they ban Yunara, they're in a bit of trouble, because Rusty have been really happy with that pick. I mean, we've seen that pick. It's a very strong pick, as we can see.
It's crazy.
I mean, just before we send this a nice little content piece, any final thoughts for that game? I think DMG still looking a bit messy after their first very good weeks. They're clearly still a good team. I mean, they were winning for a lot of this game, but there is some chaos moments. I think you mentioned the Baron play, right, where Goldman TP's in and it's a bit disjointed because they get the Baron, but they lose a lot on the other side and doesn't really get to utilize the Baron because they lost 3 members. So stuff to clean up still, but any other main takeaway?
No, I think that it's when it comes to the high pressure moments, I think that they're faltering a bit maybe. So I think that will, of course, as you get more practice with the team and maybe it gets put into more of these high pressure situations. I think you get better at coping at it. But I want to see them be mindful in those situations and not make the mistakes that they did, because it has been, as you said, quite chaotic.
Yeah, no, I agree with both arguments here, but it's also in this kind of game where it's a lot of back and forth, a lot of comms, calls, like everyone is pressured, because it is very pressuring playing against this comp with 6, just perma-scaling Yunara, like, so they really have to also close it. So it can be very hard to kind of cope with the pressure of just like going into it, having clean comps and clean game. It's So
with that, we've rounded out game number 4. We have a little trivia video to show you guys before we get ready for game number 5. The final of the day. Hold on, we are almost there. Take a look at this.
Vendetto, ex-pro coach, League of Legends streamer, and now NLC analyst. But what does he know about the NLC? What champion has been the most picked banned so far in the split?
The Rumble. It's very popular right now, I think.
Very wrong. Very
wrong.
Yeah. BO Esports has been dressed up 3 times on the broadcast. Yeah. What have they been dressed as?
And they were all like reindeer, or like they had the
That's one.
The trees, antlers, yeah.
Yeah.
they were dressed as Santa Claus.
Not Santa Claus specifically, but it was Christmas themed. So
okay.
you'll get 1 point, I guess.
Okay.
This split saw the first ever double pentakill in a single game. Who did them?
Rusty Sniper.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
What?
Yeah. It
My
was
man, Rusty Sniper.
It was a game, La Bombas versus Deer Gaming, and it was Yaki.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm a bit disappointed now.
Yeah. Which player has the most kills this season then?
I'm gonna go with the Rusty Sniper again.
Yeah, it's not. It's Yaki.
No, but I mean the double penta kind of makes sense, right? But I have to go with my man. I have to go with my man.
Which player has the most deaths this season so far?
Forsen. I'm gonna go with Forsen.
It's correct. Yeah.
There you go.
This season's shortest game was between Deer Gaming and Ruddy, but how short was it?
Oh. I have to get it on the dot.
Nah. Minute is fine. You'll get a point.
Okay, I'll go with the 21 minute.
It was 21 minutes and 56 seconds.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, that's the quantum realm right there. What nationality is the most represented in the NLC?
Oh, I have to go with, unfortunately, Sweden.
Which is, unfortunately, correct. A player in the winter split has so far achieved a KDA higher than anyone else by over 30 points.
Wow.
What is his KDA?
I can't imagine it's higher than in the 30s.
No, but he has a 30-point difference between the second most player.
Oh, no, there's no way. It can't be 67. It just can't be 67. There's no way. It can't be true.
Are you gonna say 67?
Well, I feel like I'm gonna regret it now if I don't say it. Actually, I'm gonna go with the 67. Yeah.
It's wrong. It is 57.
Oh.
Yeah. 4-1-53 is the scoreline right now, and the second player is Phantomisto, which is a mid laner, who has a KD of 12 at this point. How would you say your results were in this quiz?
I think that they were exactly what I wanted them to be.
Yeah. So it was like you meant to have that many questions wrong.
Well, the timeline is the timeline. I can't change what is supposed to be. You know.
Yeah. So what you're saying is the consequences would be a lot bigger if you had more answers correct. So
or wrong.
Or wrong. Yeah. Especially you ended exactly
the exact right amount.
Yeah. Unless
of correct and wrong answers.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to say then. Back to the studio, I guess.
Yeah, back to the studio indeed. Any quick thoughts on that before we get into the game? I see we're only a few minutes away, so I want to spend some time on the two great teams. But last, a little comment there on Walk and Talk with Vendetto.
I just think it's sad that Vendetto is not here, so I can roast him for having so many answers wrong. I mean, that's the only thing I'm gonna say.
How many answers was it?
I think it was. I couldn't the audio was not that loud in here, so I couldn't really hear. But I think it was like 3 at the top of my head. That was correct, by the way. The rest of the answers were very
Let's
wrong.
then start looking into what is the final game of the day. Verden take on Deer Gaming. Verden and Deer Gaming, both teams I had in my top 4 at the beginning of the split. Both teams find themselves outside the top 4 as things currently stand. Deer Gaming desperate for another win, and same can be said for Verden. Verden had to pay the prices of their mistakes early on, losing the 2 first games, meaning that although they've been very good these past few weeks, they still look up the table and in need of more victories to get themselves into that top 4 position. It's a brilliant lineup. It's tied down for the year. It's got veterans, it's got talents, and it's got a great coaching staff behind them to leave their mark here in the NLC.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game will be, of course, all games are super important, but especially this one, I think a lot of the teams have actually been roasting Deer Gaming a bit. I think they started off quite nice, but apparently I think the players might have a different opinion on where Deer Gaming stands, because looking at the first few weeks, I would say that this matchup would be pretty even. I don't know if you would disagree.
Yeah, I would have agreed with that early on,
So, I mean, it's interesting to see what's going to happen here, but if you want a spot in the playoffs, I think this is a must-game win. Must-win game.
It is very much for both teams, right? Verden really used up their tickets early on for mistakes in those first few games, because it is only 9 games of the regular season, guys. You can't afford to make many of those mistakes. Deer Gaming's lineup remains the exact same. I think Yaki's the big standout here so far in terms of performance. Seeing their scrims as well, I saw Vituso pull out something like the Quintop against FF15, and while they lost, they actually mentioned afterwards that it was really annoying to deal with, so maybe my boy over there could be looking to do something as he's wearing some nice Deer Gaming merchandise.
Actually, I also have a point when it comes to Deer Gaming. In the trivia video before, I mentioned that there is support in the league which has a 4-1-53 scoreline, and that is Uden, which is from Deer Gaming, Deer Gaming support player. Crazy KDA, 57 KDA, and Yaki is actually the player in the league before today who had the most kills. So something is clicking in the bot lane, but unfortunately they couldn't convert it to wins.
Their 2v2 is incredibly strong done in the bot lane. They do also put a lot of pride in positioning themselves for that, right? They want to get Uden on an enchanter at R5 if possible, or the last pick nowadays with the new first select. So that they are prioritizing that heavily, and they're reaping the rewards of that. Obviously, we also saw the pipe game against Ruddy. When that came through, he's a brilliant pipe player, but other than that, he is very much about the enchanters. And we'll see that as we're about to head into draft, and due to the delays, our casters had to clock off for the night as German laws had it. So in the studio here, we will now throw it to casters, which is us. We'll be swatching.
Because we're not in Germany.
We are not in Germany. We do not have those good labor laws, and I need to negotiate this into my contract next time around, because this is the first time in a while I am back on. But it will be an interesting game. I'm excited for the draft. I'm excited to see you. This is obviously your first time stepping into the caster booth as well. Same for you, Malte, the normal social media manager. So you're both stepping into unfamiliar territory, but I'm excited to see what you guys have to add in particular. I mean, you have a lot of experience and opinions about drafts in particular, and I'm looking to see those come to fruition.
I mean, I do, and I'm also excited. So guys, bear over with me a bit. Is here?
Is that Dome Bandita in a? Is that an Aragon in a little bit of a costume? Looking brilliant though, as the name might be wrong. But if you look at the bans, it's very much to be expected, right? You're trying to, first of all, limit Yaki, so you're banning away that Yunara. But the Sins are one of the most prioritized champion of Exile, who's been a bit of the weak point that's been able to be capitalized on Deer Gaming, getting that away. Looking at the Varus, well, that's the meta, right? We're still on 16.2. He is ludicrously broken and can be flexed in position. So seems like Deer Gaming trying to get some of these creative flex gems out of the pool and then banning the stock standard Oriana later on.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's gonna be exciting to see Verdant has the first pick here, and if they're gonna blind pick Jace.
Yeah, I mean, Jace very strong in the jungle. I mean, you could theoretically flex it if the matchup becomes so bad, but in this patch, just before it gets nerfed in 16.3, right, so incredibly strong in that jungle that once it's left open, you kind of have to lock it in. And I'm now questioning a bit what Deer Gaming have thought of as a response here, because I mean, you've been banned out of your prioritized Sin Sao. I need to see something different now. And very quick, actually, rotation there. So they lock in the Rumble, likely getting that Rumble-Cassante matchup, as we've seen way too many times today, to be honest. But getting Exile on a bit more utility, the Vi actually gets buffed in the next patch. Very weak in solo queue, but I feel like she's strong in pro play. I would just like to see her more there. But the most predictable things to happen in 2026 is not Forsen winning a game in the NLC, no. It's seeing the Cassante Rumble matchup once again. So any thoughts coming into the next? This is where, I mean, I can enlighten you a bit, right? This is where we'd normally look at what's left on the table. We've had our junglers and top laners locked in. What do you want to prioritize before you go into the last pick? Verdant here, they need to try and decide who do they want to blind for, right? Is it the just support? Is it the mid? Is it the AD carry? The support might try and be prioritized a bit later this time around, simply because Deer Gaming put so much emphasis on getting the counter pick there. Or you might just handshake it and say, okay, we lock it in here on 3, and then we start banning out your good support champs. But seems like it will be a blind. There are so many good blindable champs. Talia, Asir as well, still in the meta, so that makes sense. And if that gets locked in, no, I would believe it to be changed rather. You have the Asir, you have the Rise, many good options, of course, in that mid lane.
Yeah, true, but as we've been seeing these few games, Talia is a very, very strong pick, and I think the ultimate has a lot of value when it comes to playing around these bot fights, and just having this extra pressure when you can push the waves very fast, but also seeing this matchup. We've seen it before, and it's just trading waves, and whoever gets the first move can really change the fight.
I think Talia gets a lot of value. Scuffed, someone who likes to play. I know he likes his Asir, obviously gets denied by the movement. The Kali as well, something he prioritizes strongly, denied by the movement. So all of a sudden those champions essentially get taken off the table as the AD carry pools I expect to be the big trimming here. Maybe if you're Verdant, you've thrown an Enchanter ban, but the thing is that Enchanter pool is so big in a best of one sense that you might ban the Lulu, but then the Nami is still available. There are still so many flexibilities there you can do, especially when the bot lane isn't decided. So strong things like the Corgi, we've already seen the Varus hit the table as well. Maybe the Kaiser too. I think her Dusk and Dawn build is really strong personally, at the very least, could be something we see.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. It's gonna be exciting to see what they pick here, what they kind of match up with. Since we also have the Rumble, we have the Vi, we have the Rise. I mean, if they look, they have enough engage with the Vi, but maybe they will look to get an Enchanter, or they will pick a Nod.
Yeah. So they ban away one of the engages, right? So that kind of does mean that we're trying to want to look into play for that. You could say play for the Enchanter. Don't want to get counter picked too easily, but. But as we look into the second pick phase, we are... So, as I do believe we are being told there are a few issues with the technical difficulties. We'll continue, but please do bear with us. Obviously, this was a bit last minute due to all the internet issues across Europe today impacting the broadcast. But the Jinx blind, yet again, you get the last pick for your support. So you really want to get a favorable matchup. You don't want to be caught out. And maybe Verdant actually say, we want to face you in that matchup if they are really bold.
Yeah.
Then they go for the Caitlyn. You could take the Lux as well. That's not banned, right? If you want to try and play into that double range matchup and try and poke them out, because if they're gaming out to win the game, well, then they have to be prioritizing that 2v2 down in the bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. And we see the Nod being picked here, and I think it's a great pick. Let's see what they have in store for the AD carry pick. I mean, I really like the Jinx Vi Rumble combo with the Rise as well. I think it's a very strong combo, but let's see what Verdant is gonna pick.
And looking for that AD carry, the Jhin trimmed out as well. A lot of the safe picks left out. The Caitlyn was covered before.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very strong pick. I think Kate Nord is such a good... I
mean, the lockdown CC as well,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
With the Talia shuffle as well.
Ooh, but the Janna counter.
Yeah, very against this anti-engage. I think it's an understandable pick. We talked so much about the fact they want an Enchanter. They get all the time in the world to analyze the composition, pick the best. Pick up the litter, to be honest, because none of them is banned, right? So you can essentially choose whatever you want, as we are about to get ourselves into the game. Yeah. Okay, so it does get changed last second. Completely baited by the graphic. I thought that was locked in.
I mean, let's see.
So
it's gonna be, yeah.
So
I mean,
that's the problem. I mean, I just got completely baited by the overlay. You can definitely tell we're not the usual cast of this in terms of the fact that that looked very locked into me, but no. Changes for the Braum, but it still fulfills the same purpose, right?
Here.
It's about the peel as well.
It is, and I think especially this 3v3 they're gonna have on bot lane like this two very strong 3v3s they have, but the Braum Jinx Vi, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, Braum and Jinx is something when I was climbing a lot of solo queue with my mates back in the day. Before we took it too seriously, just like Gold, Platinum Elo, Jinx Braum is just absolutely ludicrous, right? You proc the passive so quickly with the Jinx attack speed, passive speed. It's really fast, it's really strong. You've got lockdown as well. You can chain it into Jinx flame chompers, and the combo is just too easy to hit. W connects, alt always connects. It's disgustingly strong, but I think Kate Nord, also strong as well. The long range from the Caitlyn early will obviously be hard to deal with. She's always one of the hard laners to deal with, but I think if they go for an all-in, I think it's about who executes better. That's at the very least my opinion as a normal support player. I'll say.
No, but I 100% agree, and I think they will 100% path bot these junglers, and there will be some fist fight in bot here. So it's gonna be exciting to see who will execute it better. Yeah.
One of the most predictable things you could say about this matchup was that the bot lane would become the focus point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're still figuring out the technical difficulties, so please bear with us. Production should be able to hear us. They get the thumbs up and confirmation on that one, as hopefully we're able to head into game shortly and hit the rift for the final game of the day. I think one of the big takeaways for me here has been all of the teams we've seen today have been very near each other in the standings, right? FF15, Ruddy, both 0-4. Both of these teams are, despite not being at the exact same scoreline, really needing to get the win on the board to keep themselves in the playoff contention. Crucial game. Gaming Verdant have all the facilities with them, you could say, in terms of infrastructure, history, while Dia Gaming are coming in red hot with a lot of rookies and unproven talent, and they're looking to make their mark here in the NLC.
Yeah, and we already see the chicken ward. I am a big fan of this ward to spot the early info here. But also this top matchup, we've seen a lot early, or we've seen
Yeah, a little bit of an invade early on.
We get the cheese here. That is actually kind of crazy. He goes for the cheese here.
Yeah, keeping the tabs on. Let's keep a look at this fight. But he shows early. Extra skill, of course, means he can force the all-in. Switches to the melee, and Exile's forced off. They know the weak point they want to try and punish here. And Exile not even able to go in with the smite range. Okay, I believe everything should be in order now with the techniques.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Again, we're figuring out a bit as we go here, as the late labor laws of Germany have put a stop to Trouble and Hipbrain's work for the day. But we'll get ourselves well underway, as what is still very much a banger here in terms of the importance.
I mean, as we see, this is not easy for the Vi, since Verdun has this mid prior with Talia, which means Jace can basically just go into his own jungle here while taking 2 camps, not losing a single camp. So Vi is kind of forced to take these 3 bot side camps and maybe look for a bot side play after.
Yeah,
what is
mark emote.
Okay.
I mean, I guess production's had a long day as well, to be honest. So I assume there's as well technical difficulties. We'll jump back to us and say hello once more. Hopefully the game is paused. I'm still hearing audio in my ears. So I heard, I believe hopefully that will be solved. But even without the first blood, not a quiet first minute, you could say. Already clear. Exile was the pressure point they wanted to capitalize on. Used the power of the extra ability early on from the Jace as well, with the switch from the ultimates from range to melee. Gives you that extra edge. Get the red buff, and now the Vi, who's so reliant on that level 6, will be delayed and will be that much weaker when they go in, because they'll be fighting someone who is stronger than them in terms of gold.
Yeah, and it's super crucial that they have the mid prior for Jace to actually get this invade. And Vi level 1, who has W, is so useless. So I mean, I totally get this invade by Jace, and
So how do you handle it now? What's really the plan? Can you try and see if you can get in a counter jungle a bit? Because obviously Verdun will be aware of that opportunity. And if Caitlyn, for example, gets the push in the lane with the Jinx Braum, which I would expect early on personally, all of a sudden it's not really even safe to try and go for that. So you're really trying to, like, I don't want to say grasp at straws, but maybe you just have to deal with what you've been dealt here, right?
Yeah, I mean, as we saw, Talia hard shove the mid wave, so Jace could just freely go into his bot side jungle. So Vi doesn't really have a play here other than contesting or just making sure her own camps bot side are safe. So I mean, let's see what she will do after. But here, maybe she will go for a cheese gank bot. Maybe she'll just take a base, play for topside scuttle. Her Crocs are still up, and just play for the respawn and make sure Jace doesn't re-invade with the Talia prio, because then she will get really behind.
Yeah, so there is still time to get back into it, of course. But mentally, does this kind of knock you off your pedestal? Maybe if have you had this happen to you yourself in your pro career, and you do kind of like, maybe I need to readjust a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like it is not fun getting invaded level 1, especially not playing Vi. But as we're seeing here, Vi is moving towards bot, maybe looking for a play, looking for a small ward here.
Should be able to maybe get the Crocs, but they will spawn in just a few seconds. So that possibility does remain. Luckily, the Jinx Braum does get that pushed on into 2v2, meaning the tempo is there to relieve a bit of the pressure Exile has been feeling.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe he's just heading for the Crocs, or maybe topside Scuttle early, but he'll be spotted out on a ward again, and Mafro could just look to take another fight. I think Exile might be biting off a bit more than he can chew here. No TPs from either mid laner to join in, though.
Yeah, I think here Jace is just gonna give the Scuttle here and secure his own camps. No?
No? Oh, no smite from either jungler, to be honest. Exile, though, taking a bit of damage, and he's once again bitten off more than he could chew.
Yeah.
The Tutor, though, first on the rotation doesn't mean you get the crab, and Exile should have just accepted the bot side, but instead, I guess he didn't want to waste a second just standing around, but instead he wasted 20 just leashing from Mafro.
Yeah, this is very hard for the Vi.
Yeah, you get your hands on your head as well, actually. You're really feeling the pressure.
I can really
feel You can put yourself in that situation.
Yeah,
You've maybe been here a few times before.
Yeah, it's just you have to not take too much, but you also have to not waste time, right? And it's just here the decision making of going topside is like, it can work if you just it is a high risk, high reward. Like you can go for the bot side Scuttle and just be happy, take a base and go for topside, but here Jace is gonna re-invade the chickens, as we saw. Maybe they will take a 2v2 and look for a...
Scoff will look to try and push out the waves to probably relieve some pressure, but instead he himself will be taken down. The Flash and Ghost is available, but he's simply spending them stupidly, as the Ghost won't change a thing. Fury will use this as well. Now Exile under pressure once more. The game already capitulating around side here. The early game Verdun picking them apart.
Oh my god, the snipe.
The shock blast as well, and they're really nowhere near the final nail in the coffin, but a huge deficit to find yourself in early. 900 gold behind in the jungle, almost 2 levels. Mafro is a gapping Exile.
Mafro is playing this super well. The matchup, the spawn timers on the camps, knowing the map, playing with the prio lanes here. He is playing it really, really well. And I mean, that is just the benefit of having Jace early against Vi. You can't really do that much. You want to get level 6 as Vi. You want to kind of farm up to get the the level 6 engage, playing with the bot side, and now it's just really hard. Now you just have to scrap what you can get in the jungle so you don't get more behind.
Yeah, you're 5 minutes into the game and you're fighting for table scraps.
Yeah.
Exile 1.5 level down. And we're looking at those level 6 timers starting to come through as well. I would in particular like to keep my mind on Fury and his ultimate there. See if we can get around the rift with the Weaver's Wall and open up a bit of the rift. We saw the semi-globals be so effective earlier today, and Lundqvist light side ripped them out. Only this time, but it's just one of them. But we'll be keeping our eyes on it. I think the bot lane, if they get that rolling as well, it's almost game over already. But Dear Gaming, as long as that bot lane is in the game, the game is very much still alive.
Yeah, I mean it is, but it's going to be interesting to see how they will play these 2v2s around mid, because I think that is going to be the gateway of opening the map, going deeper into the jungle and playing and kind of activating the bot lane with this Taliyah ult, with this mid prio. So yeah.
It's been a bit of downtime here. Verdant, one of the teams that have been in the league the longest, climbed their way through Division 2, actually got relegated in their first split to Division 3. But with the changes to the teams heading into 2023, they found themselves in the first division. They've consistently been in and around the playoffs, very rarely missing it. They found themselves at EU Masters twice, but just like any other org in the league currently, have never found themselves an NLC main title. But Nafro and Verdant this year have ambitions to try and change that. They've won the Aurora Cup twice, which is, you know, the cup where the National League teams can participate as well. Yeah. But the FA Cup is nice, but the Premier League is what they're after, and that's the NLC in this case. And I mean, despite the early start, this is looking really strong.
Mafro is just completely terrorizing this topside jungle. Yeah, like Vi can't do anything. Exile is really trying here to just take what he can get. Maybe, yeah.
He can't do anything.
He can't do anything. It is super hard here. He just needs to take this base, try to, I don't know, maybe force something if you can get the level 6.
But what can you even do now when you're level 6, right? The bot lane is likely going to be level 6 as well. They're ahead of you in XP, the duo lane.
Yeah.
Mishi hitting it shortly, same can be said for Gugu, and this is... It really hurts to watch, right? We've all been out jungle before. I once played Clash with Sugenda and some of the guys. We played against Ragnar and some of the other ERL top lane talent. That was when I was actually at my prime, and I went 0-10 on the volley. I got Giga Gaps again, they never talked to me again, and I've never been as embarrassed in my life.
Yeah.
Horrible day.
Hopefully it won't be as bad for the Vi today.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
I mean, hopefully Dear Gaming stick together after that. But I mean, we were also just outmatched. Like, we were against, I believe, Takeset as well. It was genuinely just like tier 1 in Clash when we had, you know, 2 challenges and like Master and then me, High Diamond, and then against full 5 challenger EU Masters top level players. But I think focus on the game at hand, maybe, instead of embarrassing my own pro career.
I think the best play here from Dear Gaming is just to try to cross map whatever objective that Verdant is gonna go for here. I think they're gonna play bot side, maybe play a Drake so Vi can get some grubs here. I think just trying to cheese the objective and trying to get something is very important here. But it's also hard since they have the perma mid prio from Taliyah. It's like, what can we do? They perma have this pressure of Taliyah can ult everywhere, so they can actually just contest them.
Yeah, and the Ryze can match, right? But obviously not at the same extent. The Realm Warp not as long range, and while the top lane matchup, it's going even. The bot lane matchup is going even. 1.5k gold lead individually. And you talked about the cross map. You need to see it now. If you waste too much time on these grubs, or not on these grubs, but not doing the Drake, what can you do? But look at what they've done, Verdant. They've already moved down. They've already pre-planned the execution. The Dear Gaming would have to try to find their footing. And instead, they're looking for a play in the mid lane. Exile level 6. You force the flash. Big cooldown to be potentially played around. But you can't start the Drake. Mafro's level 8. Your own jungler's level 6.
Okay. It is hard here, but
You're
as we
risking
see, Exile is starting the Drake here, trying to cheese something. We can see Ryze moving down here, maybe giving a wave. No.
They know it's risky. They know it's too risky as well. They're biting off too much than they can chew. Babista, with the teleport advantage, able to make it uneven numbers. But still, Dear Gaming, the bot lane prior. They want to walk up. They want to try and...
It looks like they are contesting this mid wave here with bot lane, so they can actually move down. Taliyah has to not step up since she lost her flash, and Vi has the ult. So they are forcing Drake here. I think it's a very good play.
Yeah, able to get it. Something, once again, the Verdant bot lane, or not Verdant, rather, Dear Gaming bot lane.
Kind of helping out on mid
the
here.
Foundation, right?
Yeah.
Using their extra advantage in terms of pressure and tempo to allow the jungle to get something they should have not normally been able to do with how Mafro has been playing. Yeah. But obviously, he'll cross-map what he can. He'll continue to grow his individual goal lead. But early Drake scaling is something maybe Dear Gaming can hold on. for Hope too. They do have quite a good scaling lineup, right? The Rise, the Jinx in particular, with the Braum as well, can be so hard to play against late game if you can't easily close it down. And I mean, the point and click CC, not always there. Yes, you have Gugu, who has a lot of CC to offer, but something like the Jace jungle doesn't offer the easy route of engage. You don't have like the Malphite ult or the go button as easily, because the Nautilus is way more predictable, right?
Yeah,
it takes way longer for the depth charge to arrive, and you can, essentially walk back, or Uden can go in and block it with the wall and make sure all the follow-up damage doesn't really connect. So I think the fights later on could be a bit hard to execute unless they really get it right. But Verdant, they've gotten it all right so far this game, so you would kind of give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, we see Exar going into Mafro's bot side jungle here. Kind of the only play he can do from base since his top side was gone. Maybe he's gonna look to do something on bot side here, going for the Crux.
Yeah, he's
but
trying to get
this
something
looks,
bang.
yeah,
Doesn't get
cannot
anything.
do
Again,
anything,
just
yeah.
leashes, and he's really trying to play to the limit, but he's continually biting off more than he can chew. And it means the gold lead continues to grow. 1.8k now, 1.9 in the gold lead between these two junglers, and you can feel it. It's a first full item to thrift shopping on the side of Exile.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the Rumble ult used here to clear the wave, to kind of give some space to get to get a free reset here, so you're not stuck in lane or under any dive threat. As you can see, Talia is just getting the wave really fast here. Ryze cannot contest the wave as fast as Talia, so Talia always has this first move, unless they send numbers into mid to get the push.
Yeah, and they can't quite afford to
Mafro is just looking to
on-spawn for the red buff there. But Bista also has lane pro, so can easily rotate in quicker, and Exile once again realizes this will not be the first red buff he gets off the game. Instead, he'll continually be starving here. It's a really rough game, but Fury caught out without the flash, but Mafro there. Good little sidestep from Scoff, but oh my god, that accelerated shock blast. Also, maybe that's what broke the internet earlier, because that's powerful.
Yeah, it really is. Verdant having the first move
gaming. They want to capitalize. Mafro's way too far forward here, but the damage not quite there. Takes so long to take him down, but the shutdown gets claimed by the right target as well. Scuff gets the kill and now flashes forward, wants to continue the fight, and he wants even more. They'll get it, and they'll get their foothold back into the game.
I mean, that was a really good rotation here, sending bot lane into mid, into the top side chickens.
Mishi has used the flash now, buying enough space. There isn't not the red carpet to be laid down, but just a few HP. The Flame Spitter will find the solo kill, and now the solo laners, you could say, are stepping up. Good map rotation, as you mentioned, and Vatuso already there. That is a beautifully coordinated play to try and cut down on the goal lead.
And also using the tempo into bot, going into mid here, getting this fight they wanted, and then instantly going top.
Top two, yeah.
They are not losing anything here. They're taking all the waves.
Needs to be careful. That accelerated shock blast, so much damage from Mafro, and you bite off just a bit more than you can chew, and Verdant will punch those teeth right in. Mafro so incredibly accelerated into the game. Level 10, 30 minutes in.
Ooh.
And the Unbreakable will stop that damage from coming through.
Yeah, we see the Braum losing the flash here. Jinx has it up though. I mean, that was a bit...
Mafro invested his, so that's a 5-minute timer.
It is. But
God damn that damage from the Jace. Mafro, incredible damage.
Yeah, that play would have been really huge for Deer Gaming, but
they really are certain that this guy should not be getting a red buff, and he should not be getting out of this situation either. Vatuso's there to be back up, but he might just be more cannon fodder, to be honest. But Bista all outing and looking for the damage. Just a bit of help from Fury, but maybe won't need it. Has a lot of magic resist in his kit already with the items he's bought, and the kill will be secured. But Bista essentially claims a solo kill. And Exile just so badly wants a red buff, but he keeps dying for that sim.
Yeah, I mean, here it's such a bad situation you're in, because you really don't want to keep giving, right? But you also cannot take. When Talia has this ult up, we have the K'Sante move, and we don't have Sums on the Rumble. We don't have ult on the Rumble. They cannot play this bot side. And as we see, again, first on top.
They did so well to get themselves back into the game, and then they immediately gave all the gold they got back into the pocket of Verdant, right? But just being a bit too greedy, wanting one more plate, wanting one more red buff to be invaded away and get yourself on the board if you're Exile in that case. The 2.4k individual difference between the two really showing the difference in this game.
Yeah, we are seeing now Talia has no R for this top lane.
Mishi.
We see Scuff.
Ooh, great hook by Gugu, and Exile's the one in trouble instead. They turn it around, seismic shove, and the kill secured by Fury.
Yeah, at this point, I should just be farming farming the camps here. This is dying over and over. It is rough. It is rough to kind of look for these desperate plays because you feel like you're getting behind. But this is putting them more backwards.
Desperation getting the better of him.
But being down 0-3 and getting camped and not being able to take any camps, what avenues are there to take in order to get back into the game to the Vi?
I mean, yeah, it is hard. I think you need to take what you can. You have to give camps. You have to be down. You can look to cross map, but you have to just kind of risk it and kind of just flip it, like getting maybe the early Drake when they took the grubs, just flipping it.
And that's what I want to give credit, right? Because we saw the play in the top lane before from Verdun, and Exile thought that was my chance, but instead they were ready for the cross map. Very good read here with the Herald up as well. Mafro will die.
Overstepping a bit
goal
too
kill
much.
is given over to Yaki, and that's the Rift Herald into the hands of Dear Gaming.
I mean, the crucial part is also Jinx getting all of these plates, can just free hit the tower here, because they have the prio, they have the push, they're playing into Jinx Braum.
Have the extra man, force the flash though, but they can force the fight afterwards, get
the
excited.
passive.
Obviously Pops Fury has popped the flash himself to try and get out to safety. Google will not have that same luxury, I feel, as the Braum's Jinx damage is incredible. The super mega death rocket is not quite enough, but the sub will do the job. Fury next on the menu, look at those auto attacks. Good damage back though from the mid lane of Verdun, and Dear Gaming will have to back off the Tuso on the bot side at the same time. Cross map coming through. This is not dead yet?
No. Vi's damage here, it is...
Negative, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
0 damage.
But I mean, they're getting the Herald here, they're getting a perfect top fight, top tower, and they get the first reset here, which means they can be on the map first. They have tempo now.
And it's been 16 minutes as we take a look at the replay. I do just want to mention Exile. He might be about to take his first red buff of the game. But let's take a look at what happened down in the bot lane to go wrong. So obviously they catch the fact that what's happening in the top side. So they decide to rotate Mishi down to, again, do the cross map, right? It's so much about pendulums. I remember Gulbo talking about it. Swings back and forth. And you got to try and see, they make a move. What can I do back in the best of my ability to try and limit the win they are getting? Or maybe even get it back into my favor. There's a lot of gold with the turret. A lot of gold from killing the twos as well onto the AD carry Mishi. And there it is. That's the first red buff of the game for Exile. Just 17 minutes on the clock, but he's on the board.
Yeah, this Jinx is looking scary already at 2
2
items.
My god.
Yeah.
Drake as well up though, so something to fight for. And if you look at the key summon as well, Yaki, without his, he'll be the man we have to keep our eyes on. I expect every single fight, just like every game so far. The split for the side of Dear Gaming.
I see Dear Gaming walking up here, wanting to
they're
force
first
a
on the
fight.
play. TP coming from Abista. The Tuso can't match and he can't cancel either. So they have to get out because it's a 5v4 now all of a sudden. And you can't get the last member in. If you can stop them from going the Drake now, you've made them use quite a few resources, but instead you decide to try and keep playing for the top lane, and they're looking for the mid tower.
Yeah, they are. And now they forced Cassante's TP, which is very good for next. They can get the mid tower here. They choose to Herald, which is very, very well.
Could get another charge maybe.
They
maybe, yeah, with the driver's license, they'll look to go top lane. Exile, can you get this right in the game? Not been one where much goes in his favor, but the driving test might be passing. No,
nope.
That's an F. That's not good driving, buddy.
I mean, still a huge W here.
Oh, it still gets the charge. Oh my god, they've really buffed the fact that people can be better at driving in League. Now you don't even get punished for it.
This is leaving Jinx alone here mid. She should be fine just using her Q to clear this wave. I mean, I would actually say it's a win from Dear. Trading this Drake. It's only the first Drake of Verdun's. Getting mid tower, getting top push. I mean...
Yeah, it's not too bad, right? They again minimize their losses on the play at the very least, and you could argue they might even have come out on the winning foot of that. It's very much what League of Legends is about. Moves and counter moves. It wasn't something I believe a smart man once told me. Wasn't myself at the very least in terms of League of Legends, so I will probably contribute that to one of the former guys on the NLC throughout the years who've helped me so kindly fill me in on that knowledge. But we're about 20 minutes into the game. That obviously means Baron will be on the cards. And if I'm looking at the item spike, you've mentioned the 2 items on the Jinx.
Yeah.
Same can be said for Mishi, of course, but the scaling as well for Scuffed. He's looking pretty strong, I want to say. Don't sleep on him. But right now, I do favor Verdun. I think they will take longer to kill, and I don't think that the damage of Dear Gaming right now is enough to cut through the front line of Babista.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken here, Yaki didn't get his base off. He's trying desperately to look for a base here, but also he cannot base. They will just give the whole pressure here, give mid tower, give kind of the map pressure. Now they can play into top lane, which really puts Scuffed in a bad position. He has to respect here.
Smartly realizes the situation, has to back off. Both of these teams have had some questionable decisions, but they've also been punished very nicely, I want to say.
Oh,
that's a nice little intro, right? Just as a bit of a cancel. Do they want to do something about it? No Flash and Fury. There could be a realm up. Scuffed is fancying himself. But I mean, the game, he's not been the flashiest so far, so he will not. Just essentially the cancel. Did they want to try and utilize that tempo advantage or do something? Mavro's on the bot side. Did they want to try and sneak it? Nah, it's too bold. Yagi hasn't got the reset. We've seen bold play so far in the NLC. This won't be one of them. As Verdun still sit on a 2.7k goal lead, but all it really feels like it takes is just that one fight for Dear Gaming to set the tone.
Yeah, exactly. And seeing how fat this Jinx is, it is scary. If you play a really great front to back here, and Jinx gets one reset, it looks really scary.
A lot of pressure on Mavro, right?
Yeah.
Because he has so much of the damage. When he dies, their entire advantage in the game dies. So if he gets picked off or overextends or misses his damage on Yaki, well, the goal lead doesn't matter at all, really.
Yeah.
And it's all about execution from there on out. So Mavro has so much burden on his shoulders. Both of these teams tied at 2-2. Only 4 teams can make it into playoffs. You need this win.
Yep.
It's crucial for head-to-head, and it'll be crucial to move yourself up towards the top of the table. Atuso might just be dead here, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
But Bista, a lot of damage.
Looking maybe for the all-in. Ooh, doesn't quite hit to get the all-in, but gets the pressure here.
Yeah, no TP for Atuso as well.
Yeah, has to take a base here. Stay to catch the wave.
But Bista has his up, and that's obviously something we'll keep our eyes on for the Baron here.
Yeah.
Try to see if they can take away a red buff. Scuff now on a bit of pressure as well.
Verdun playing into top side here, setting up vision, trying to see if they can dive Scuffed.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Gugu can hit the Q. No.
Yeah, so they
Going
back off.
back here, they're giving mid wave, which is kind of crucial. So now they have to catch mid wave and kind of give the vision they just put.
115 to the next trade as well. Will only be the second, so will likely be traded for something. But maybe a team overextends or overreaches for it, and you could try and trade for the Baron.
Yeah.
We've seen those mistakes before be made, but these two teams, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, a lot of weight in this matchup.
Yeah.
Verdun have made their mistakes already. Dia have kind of stumbled there across the split. You could say some good games, some less good games, where Verdun have slowly but surely been heating up, but it feels like they're being tested here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can also argue that you just need one good engage with the Nod. Nod has the flash up, and if Talia combo hits, it can really be bad for Dear Gaming if they get a Jinx or if.
And that's why you can feel the tension right now, right? Because one big fight really will decide it all, or at the very least decide who's in the driver's seat of the rest of the game. The goal lead is nice, but it's not insurmountable. It's all on one individual carry. One mistake from Mavro will evaporate that lead. Instead, we're still just waiting. 14 seconds here. It looks like they might want to try and cheese it. The Jinx very quick at taking the Baron. But mid lane prior goes over to Verdun. They've got the members in the bot side of the Rift, and it looks like Dear Gaming might want to try and trade for a turret and Babista's life.
Yeah, and as we can see on both comps here. Okay.
It's
Dear
a risky
Gaming
dive.
is actually sieging tier 2 topside here. Getting it.
Taking the gold.
Trading it for the Drake.
Not sure they win that trade though in the end. I think Verdun got the better end of the deal that time around, but hey, it's something at the very least.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at the build from Mavro, he's now bought some armor penetration as well, but it's such a powerful build right now.
It is.
But the later we go into the game, I think the less it will matter.
Yes, yeah.
So I think at this point, he's an item ahead really of basically everyone except for Yaki, who's also accelerated into the game. So now is really the time where if he finds the right flank, he could still just evaporate Yaki before he gets any defensive items now, with 80 carries, of course, being able to get 6.
Yeah, and as we can see, they're just bouncing back and forth on these mid waves, because for both...
They're looking for Gugu. They think he's overstepped, but Exile might need to be careful as well. The CC chain is good. Forced to flash out as Fury. Oh, but Bista goes forward rather, flashes himself in to the pit. I believe Dash Dashes know the flash was used. Scuffed. Looking for the root. Mavro forced to back off as well. The flash used. So many key cooldowns from the side of Verdun being gone. And they're not winning the fight so far. Fury trying to split it up. Good damage on Exile with the Shock Blast. The damage on Babista takes so long to kill. He's so tanky. But Fury now finds himself in the front line. He has to flash as well. Verdun are using everything and they are getting nothing in the fight.
Yeah. Damn.
Good analysis.
Damn, son.
Damn.
I mean, you can just see how much damage this Jinx is putting in these fights. It is, it is phenomenal. But you can also see her losing the flash. It's gonna be harder for them to play the fight here.
It's a crucial cooldown, but when it's up again, right, for the next 5 minutes, how can you punish it when you don't sit on a single flash yourself?
Yep.
They invested so much to try and pack their things, but Matuso, Uden, Scuffed could also look for opportunities in the next 5 minutes, and the goal lead.
It really comes down to them holding space here, both teams. It is very hard to just walk into enemy trying to contest, since they both play with Nord hook, they play with Talia combo, and it's the same. They have the Braum stun, they have the Vi engage. I mean, they have to get vision down, they have to sit here, and they have to kind of camp around the objective here.
Yeah, I very much do agree with that. So much control on both of these rosters.
Yeah, getting the mid wave is
the patience is crucial, right?
Yeah,
like you don't want to overstep. You don't want to make that single mistake. Remember, just 9 games in the regular season of the NLC this year. We're already more than halfway after today's games, and if you find yourself with a 2-3 record, it's a big difference when you've not got your head-to-head on your tightest enemy, who would be sitting at 3-2 after this. So
Burden
much
looking a
on
bit
the line.
for Scuffed here, trying to see if he oversteps, starting the Baron here.
Just
That
trying
was
to
a
clear the
mistake.
ward. I guess
It was a Braum queue.
Uden started it up. Yeah.
Getting top tower here, rotating, giving mid wave. They have to go back here, catch mid wave. Kind of bounce back and forth. Talia has to respect a bit now.
Yes, it
No.
does. Well, I mean, they don't want to try and punish it.
No,
Maybe
no.
Exile just needs help getting the Raptors, considering how the early game went.
I
Got a
think
bit of
so.
paranoia from the first few levels. He's obviously stabilized in the game. The goalie hasn't grown for a while now, and I mean, he has one job in the fight, right? Pick out the carry and CC him.
I think Exile's job is way easier than Mafron's playing Jace in this mid game, 26 minutes into the game. It is not easy to play Jace into Braum, Jinx, Vi, Rumble, where Vi you can just queue and look for an ult. But Furry here, taking the portal. Very confident, going into bot side. Kind of just hovering around the Cassandra here to get the base off.
The item now from Mishi as well. That's a big spike. That's something they can play for. Maybe the gaming want to try and wait a bit. Maybe try and delay a bit so they get that 4th item.
Yeah.
That could be a big differentiator there. 3 items now secured as well for Scuff. He could really overload on the mana there with the new item. 2.5. Yeah, so small differences really on the key carries. And then Mafro's just the X factor, right? If he gets the right fight, if he assassinates one of the carries, the fight should be over.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to lie. If Yaki's safe and Udi's protecting him,
Yeah,
anything can
it
still
looks
happen.
very, very hard for Jace to even find an angle. He has to come from a very, he has to come from far or find a good angle to try to assassinate one of either Ryze or Jinx. But it looks very hard for them.
And while the game cools down a bit, I want to hear about, I've been looking at it the whole game, the Ignite from Rumble. I mean, you wanted to have some early game impact, but seeing it now, like, isn't there a huge advantage on Cassandra when moving around the map, since it's opened up so much?
I mean, the thing is, Vituso obviously has to teleport now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, of
Having
course,
completed the
with the
quest.
quest.
It's still a longer cooldown, though, and that's something they can play around if they trade 1-for-1.
Yeah.
But it's more so in those specific scenarios, and Vituso hasn't gotten much use out of the Ignite, I'd say, but who knows if it comes up big in a fight. I would have preferred the TP, though. With the way the game has progressed, he might have expected more in the laning phase, but with the Drake being up, the soul point now for Burton, the teams have taken it so slow. Good poke on Yaki, and that might just force the gaming to give it up. I don't see how they want to fight with the
really
main
Exile.
carry
We
half
see
HP.
Exile here, really, contesting
might still
both
wanna
waves here.
contest. Can they get some flowers somewhere, get some healing? No.
Yaki already almost
They can
half
threaten
HP
the Baron,
here.
though. They can threaten the Baron, so...
But also Yaki's flash is soon up, and that is crucial. If they can wait to fight before the Jinx flash is up, maybe they can get a
They
really
go on
good
it.
fight.
They know
Starting the
Michi's not
Nash
there. They
here.
called their bluff. It might just be a
Taking
50-50. Look at how much damage it's taking. We'll keep our eyes on Mafro as he gets closer to the
Mafro
pit. He has the
has
flash,
flash.
to try and get in, but he's delayed. He's slowed. He's rooted. And the Baron will just go over. He gets in the pit, but it's simply too little, too late. Scoff locked up on the other end of the fight, though, and he's taking so much damage, but not quite enough. Dear Gaming now walking forward. I said on the main prize, Michi might have claimed the Baron, but Dear Gaming, they get the Baron in the fight.
Yeah. I mean, what a huge potential. They just started it, and they saw the angle. That was really well played by Dear Gaming. Just seeing this angle of having the Nash damage as well. It was a bit scary with the flip though, but they ended up getting the Nash. Can push to tier 2 now.
look at the damage
and just
by
get a
them.
base off here and just play the map after.
And it's so rough now, the position
is.
you're sitting in. Yaki full summoner spells level 15. 4, if not 4.5 items when he recalls here. He will be so accelerated. The Bloodthirst is secured, the more defensive item you could say, the lifesteal to survive the poke, to be able to stick around. No longer can you just be poked out of a play. And yeah, it's 4.5 items, 90% crit chance, a whole hell of AD, and a shit ton of damage on this Jinx.
It looks very rough. Also, both thumbs up on Jinx here, both thumbs up on Braum. I mean, it's the same with Kate, but again, it's Jinx, right? If they just play this front to back, if they just can let Jinx hit, they are really good to go, these fights.
They need to get on the Jinx, but the question is how, right? There is not the direct engage. I mentioned it earlier. You don't have that Malphite ultimate or anything of the sort to just so easily pick your target.
Exile here,
Exile,
maybe
though,
getting
the
caught
target
off.
has been picked off. He might just have to give up the Baron. I don't think anyone will come to rescue him. Fourth death for him this game, but they'll get a turret bot, and obviously this will put a damper on the excitement of the Baron. They'll buy some more time, but if you look at the goal lead, it's swung into the favor of Gear Gaming. Still not decisive or insurmountable, but it's measurable, in particular in the 80 carry roll, where you now really feel Mafro's falling off a bit. Yes, he can still do damage in the burst and the short trades, but I just can't imagine getting him on Yaki now. Flash, Barrier, and Uden to protect him. He's untouchable.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for them to even contest vision if Gear Gaming is just gonna set it up correctly and just hold position here. I don't see how Verdant ever is gonna try to actually get an engaged fight before one of them just dies and Jinx gets the reset, and yeah, fight is over. So they have to get creative here. They have to find angles, maybe get a Talia combo in, try to fish for a... Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? Mafro is really all in. When he goes in, if he doesn't assassinate Jinx, well, he just gives over a reset and loses the fight.
Exactly.
It has to be pinpoint perfect.
Yeah. Or looking for these picks when we see Exa, for example, being off guard here, using the Talia ult to really gap close. And I mean, maybe they can look to get the win, but looking at the 5v5, it looks very, very tough.
Yeah, I can.
Verdant Gaming.
I can definitely understand that, right? How do you realistically execute that? This is the volume of the Braum. So clear to be seen. A team so defined by their style to prioritize support late. I expected the Enchanter, but the situation was simply too perfect to ignore. A few minutes still on the Drake. That's the next pressure point. That's what we're looking at then. Soul for Verdant. That's obviously something. The slow all of a sudden with the heck. That could open up more possibilities. And something like this could open up a whole hell of doors as Une's just dead. He's being picked off. And now the bodyguard for the President is down. For the next 40 seconds, they'll utilize this tempo. Try and look for the Tuso as well. The Unraveled Earth doesn't connect. And there's no Weaver's Wall to really connect with anything either.
We're seeing the TP from Bobista though, trying to get a flank here.
They will try and look to cut off the escape route, you could suppose, or you would guess. But Gear Gaming, I think they might be out of harm's way for now. 25 on Uden. If they buy more time, they could regroup. They lose the tower mid lane. Yes, they go back to dead even in a crucial game for the race of playoffs. One of the pre-tournament favorites are finding their footing once more. The game, as I said before, not yet decided, but we're really balancing on that knife's edge. 1 minute and 20, and the game will likely be in one team's favor. We've not had that big fight yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Gear Gaming can't do, because if they perma get caught off like this is the only way Verdant can kind of get back into the game, because Verdant knows they can't take this 5v5 fight. They will lose to the Jinx, to the front-to-back comp. And this is very, very crucial for them to get 2 picks here.
Scoffed is struggling to hold this mid wave against essentially 5 members of Verdant.
We see them playing on this bot wave.
I guess they might want to try and see if they can cheese a turret or something. No, just push in the wave.
We'll just try to
that, but
contest the Drake from bot side. Scuffed getting
caught
out again.
Doesn't have the flash. He steps one step too far forward, and now he's down for the Drake fight. They will have to give Soul a fight at 4v5.
They have to just base here and just defend the base. Drake is a goner. Maybe they will look for the end here.
They could look for the end, but then again, there's still a President waiting.
No. Yeah, it's too high risk here.
I think they might flip the Soul. Scuff can get it in 40 seconds, but the Drake is up in 16, so the Soul might just have gone over to Verdant. That's always a win condition when that goes in your favor. Good bit of damage as well on the way out. They are looking for the fight. They are fishing for it.
Yeah, trying to contest the wave as Gear Gaming. I mean, the Drake is gone here. They cannot. They can only take this wave and hopefully play into topside here. Nash is up in 45 seconds. It is going to be very, very important to whoever gets this Nash. But it looks very tough here. Scuffed still dead for 9 seconds. Has no TP.
And it's when a game is at this state, right? Yeah. When everything is on the line, when so much importance is placed on this singular game, with your chances for playoffs. you look to the veterans. Verdant are full of them. Yes, Gugu's still young, but the rest of the lineup has so many years behind them. And then I look to Dear Gaming. Scoff has been around for a long time, but this is still one of his biggest chances yet. One of the best teams he's found himself in. But then I'm looking at Jake. He's been second in the EBL. He's been around the block. He's had success under his belt. One of the few players here who's had success at a high ERL level for the side of Dear Gaming. And he's the one who needs to step up. 6-1-1, 3k gold difference, 5 items and a half on the Jinx. He needs to carry this next fight. 700 gold lead. It's all in the air.
Yeah, I mean, they have to set up Yeki into this fight so we can actually play it, so we can actually walk up and press Q. Because if they just get picked off one by one, it is very hard for Jinx to even play.
Oh, the damage.
And we see the damage
Look at the
output
lifesteal
from
though.
Jace
He's already back
here.
to full. Baron started.
Yeah. Yeah, starting Nashir.
What you can see here is the Hextech Drake, who has completely unlocked for Jace.
The fight's about to begin, and they look for Gugu first time. He's blocking so much damage, and he's surviving for quite a while. I'm keeping my eyes on Yeki, because he's about to reset, and he's about to take over on the Jinx. He's gotten 1, 2 already, 3 down, and this is exactly what they want. Right into the front line they'll go, and they'll keep pushing, because they can see the win here. They can see the game being decided. All it took was a few kills, and now Fury and Mafro, the 2 fat guys on the side of Verdant, have to hold on.
They have to hold on. I mean, they still have the Talia combo, the Talia wave clear. They don't have Nash to siege the space, but it looks very, very hard to defend here. One engage, we see the Braum has flash up, we see the Bryce with flash looking for engage.
Scoff flashes in, he finds the Jace and he'll take him down. Verdant's playoffs hopes are hanging by a thread as Dear Gaming will keep themselves alive in this, and they will beat down on Verdant Gaming in the Dear Derby. They will come out on top and improve their score to 3-2.
What a great game to end off here. The NLC. Wow.
Hugely important game. Relief on the Dear Gaming players' faces. They were in this position against Bulldog in week 1 where they faltered. This time they step up. They rely on the guy who's had the most experience at the highest level, winning EBL, going to EMEA Masters. It's Yeki. And of course he steps up when pressure falls on him. He's done it so many times to split. And that is a monumental victory. The head-to-head over your nearest rival for playoffs. And putting yourself back in that conversation. Only 4 teams can make it. So really crucial game for them. And Verdant, that might have been the last mistake they've been afforded to make.
Yeah, and you can see Yeki, he was kind of the only piece after the jungle completely fell through from exile. And then he just stepped up to the plate. Of course, he had a lot of teammates around him, but oh my god, what a carry performance. Like, this is the carry who really steps up.
Yeah, I think he played super well in the fights. He played really well around the flashes as well. Like, not having the flash up is very crucial. We can see a replay here of the...
Yeah, this is just replays from the general game, right? The early game very heavily in Verdant's favor. Exile, you could see us after the first, but also forced off his grubs already so far behind. But it felt like he got outscaled, Mafro, right? By an AD carry who can buy 6 items and who could be placed safely behind a Braum. And that's what really came into full effect. I think both teams have moments of brilliance where they very nicely punch back on just a slight bit of over-aggression. Because if both teams were afraid to play the game, they would have let these aggression plays slip and so just say, okay, we can't contest these Raptors, we'll give them. We can't contest after we just fought in the top side.
Exactly.
But instead, they took the fight to them and you know, they really pressed each other.
And I think Dear Gaming doing such a good job here, just like moving their bot lane with Prio into helping mid and the jungle invades here, which actually got them back into the game. And then we see here the top play was a bit of a crucial mistake, but I mean, they really played well around getting the Jinx into the fights, playing around the Jinx, playing with the Prio that they had on bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, massive props to not like completely fall behind. They were proactive on the map and tried to kind of squeeze in any advantage that they could get.
Yeah, it is a very hard situation to be in, to be invaded, to not have a jungler who can play the map here, and to actually kind of get out of it in a good sense, getting Jinx ahead, getting Jinx plates, getting her Prio. I mean, I think Dear Gaming really played this game super well.
Brilliant game. Very much a brilliant game. Obviously, it's been a long day here on the NLC, so we should just have a few more minutes before we are able to round it off. I'll wait on final word for production on that. But that was the replays. I believe we have the post-game screenshot hopefully as well shortly to pull up for you guys. But let's take a look at what we've got here for us. That should just be the post-game, right? Yeah, there we go. I mean, look at the Jinx damage, right? Very much crucial. I want to give some credit to the entire team as well. I thought Dear Gaming played it pretty well. But yeah, let's some notes, right? Jungle diff early on. but
Yeah.
Exile held on.
He
Yankee
did.
carried in the team fights, and Verdant, one of the tournament favorites. They're not looking like they're making playoffs right now.
Yeah, and looking at the standings, I mean, as you said, one of the tournament favorites, it must be with a sour taste in your mouth as a Verdant fan to kind of secure the Drake, have this early game lead in the jungle, like completely making their Vi homeless, and then faltering at the end and seeing Deer Gaming make the comeback happen and take the game away from you. Because I think looking at the draft, looking at the way they played in the early game, I mean, this is a game that by all means you should be able to kind of close off if you're hoping to qualify for first playoffs, but also win the league as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, for Verdant here, it's very do or die early game, right? As we see, they play super hard, they force everything because they know they can, they know they win this 2v2, they know they win the jungle matchup. But if they don't close the game early enough, Jinx will just scale, the Ryze will scale. As we saw, Rumble also looked really, really strong, right? So it was, it was hard for them.
I very much agree, right? I think obviously with the top teams losing today, there's a sigh of relief to be had on the side of Verdant. They are still just a few in behind the top team, but obviously head-to-head will start making an effect. And let's take a look at the results today, because it is very much a day where no team is now left undefeated in the league. A lot of even matchups, right? It's for basically every single game, the scoreline was the same except for Arctic Pandas, Bulldog, DMG, and Leo, where it was 4-0 against 3-1. But other than that, crucial games here.
Yeah, but as you said, we have no teams that are undefeated, and we only have one team who still have no wins, and that's Ruddy.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, as we see here, top teams, Leo, Bulldog, DMG, Arctic Pandas, all with 4-1, and then we have Deer Gaming, Verdant, with coming actually quite close, but still.
The thing is, Verdant and Lunkus Lightside, for that matter as well, 2 more wins. It's definitely doable if one of the top 4 teams fall off. But we would have to look into the head-to-head as well, right? There could be situations where you might tie up the scoreline, but then you're tying up the scoreline against the team. Like, there are still so many scenarios in 4 games, so nothing is set in stone.
And
potential
tiebreakers as well.
Yeah, there are potential tiebreakers as well. But I doubt that will happen unless we have a huge where the head-to-head is tied overall, right? Because if it's just a 2-way tie, it will always be resolved by head-to-head, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But other than that, we could very much, with only 9 games, see 3 teams being tied for 4th, and then we might have to play some games. But what a day! I want to hear final thoughts. Obviously, we've been struck by technical difficulties and internet issues, not from here in the studio, but from players around Europe who've been playing in the league. So that's the reason for the delay today. We can only apologize. But final thoughts?
We can, and also apologizing for this last game with the cast. I mean, we did our best here, guys, but we know it's not perfect, right? But nothing at NLC is perfect anymore. So
be kind to those two. That's our first time on the mic. If you think I was shit, let me know. I probably was. It's been quite a while since I've been on the microphone, but I think with that we'll round it out. We keep climbing here in the NLC, and so should you at home. Go spend time with your loved ones, and remember what really matters in life, especially if you lost the league or you're 06 like Ruddy. There are more things than League of Legends. So spend your week on that, and we'll see you back here next Thursday for more NLC action at 17:30 Central European Time or 16:30 if you're weird and from the UK. So we'll see you next week. And until then, have a good week.